man is Shawn. The black 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 man is Shawn.
The Design Studio by Mathis Home is the premier destination for designer furniture. We have the latest trends from top brands with heirloom quality pieces.
Smoke some, bitch. Sweet Jones. Sweet Jones stories. Know what I'm talking about? I know you strapped, but you still a fucking bitch, nigga. You're talking funky cause I know you ain't shit, nigga. And if you don't shut the fuck up, you get hit, nigga. And we'll put 7 in your stomach through your ear figure. I went to Dallas and some bitches tried to test me, but my nuts too big to let a pussy nigga check me. And ain't half bitch, niggas gon' disrespect me. You should've killed me, bitch, the first day that you met me. I know you strapped, but you cowards like to play hard. But knowing that, you don't wanna catch a murder charge. See niggas like to get full of that beating liquor. Snort a line in your mind, now you a killer. I know you strapped, but you cowards like to play hard. But knowing that, you don't wanna catch a murder charge. See niggas like to get full of that beating liquor. Snort a line in your mind, now you a killer. I told you nigga, I don't fuck with no K-Rude. When I was young, that nigga fucked me out some paper, dude. But you called him to the studio, that was the cross. But bitch, you almost got your homeboy broke off. Cause Uncle Paul was gon' hit him from the front door. The whole time I had my eyes on this yellow hole. Trying to talk like an OG, better shut up before you get you and your homeboys head up. I know you strapped, but you cowards like to play hard. But knowing that, you don't wanna catch a murder charge. See niggas like to get full of that beating liquor. Snort a line in your mind, now you a killer. I know you strapped, but you cowards like to play hard. But knowing that, you don't wanna catch a murder charge. See niggas like to get full of that beating liquor. Snort a line in your mind, now you a killer. The next night I'm at the kitchen making hits and ends. I see some niggas driving funny in a square like Benz. And showing up it was that bitch that put me in the cross. The first line in my mind was to pick him off. I said fuck him, let's don't do it yet, let's let him talk. But if that bitch go for his pistol, we gon' kill him off. I told that girl, run this rap without mafia life, bitch. And whatever you try, it's gon' be repercussion and consequence. I know you strapped, but you cowards like to play hard. But knowing that, you don't wanna catch a murder charge. See niggas like to get full of that beating liquor. Snort a line in your mind, now you a killer. I know you strapped, but you cowards like to play hard. But knowing that, you don't wanna catch a murder charge. See niggas like to get full of that beating liquor. Snort a line in your mind, now you a killer. Yo niggas weak, so you call Houston for the hit. But didn't know that we got gangsta niggas all over this bitch. So now you bitches got to deal with the king, ho. Cause you done coughed it 3 times, we just can't let that go. And to that phony 2 pocket with my precious mama. You can be 90, it's a bitch for life, you'll feel a drama. They gon' be flying you to the center for the gunshot trauma. You could get hit in your pinky or your purple and parlor. You could get hit in your Bentley or your purple and parlor. Bitch. You ain't no gangster, nigga. I know you strapped. But you cowards like to play hard. Fuck ass nigga. But you cowards like to play hard. You ain't slapping nothing here, Junior. Better get your mind right, bitch. Dedicate to all you old stepdaddy ass niggas.
Boy, you should've known not to fuck with me, bitch. Boy, you should've known not to fuck with me, bitch.
You can eat it, bitch.
Boy, you should've known not to to fuck with me, bitch.
Oh, Tupac wannabe ass nigga.
Fuck with me, bitch. I'ma put a tab on your ass when you reach. Boy, you should've known not to fuck with me.
Get your brains blew out on your dashboard, bitch.
On your ass when you reach. Boy, you should've known not to fuck with me, bitch.
Going down.
Put a tab on your ass when you reach. Boy, you should've known not to fuck with me, bitch.
Sweet Shawn.
Put a tab on your ass when you reach. Boy, you should've known not to fuck with me,
Platinum
bitch.
bitch.
I'ma put a tab on your ass. Look what happened, my brother.
He just laid there shaking and bleeding like a motherfucker.
Tab on your ass. Look what happened, my brother.
He just laid there shaking and bleeding like a motherfucker.
Dates. Then furthermore, who's arguing? Listen, you're trying to find something to hang your head on the Van Sertima. I don't give a shit about dates. He said that there was Africans in the Americas before Christ. No evidence of that. Ain't shit you can use to substantiate that. We ain't got no evidence. There's no burial grounds. There's no African traditions. There's no African species, different species of plants, of food. None of that shit. So you sitting here and you're trying to say something about a goddamn date? No, motherfucker. The date ain't the problem. It's the claim the motherfucker made. He claimed that Africans were in America before Christ and before Columbus, and that he had radiocarbon dated evidence. And the fuck he don't. There is no Africanity nowhere in the Americas before our black asses got off a boat with a Portuguese, a Spanish, a Dutch, a British, none of them motherfuckers. Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Even though you could say that some Asiatic types who came across the Bering Straits may have Africoid type features, the hair now is very distinctive.
Oh, an admission. You may have, go ahead.
You could say that some Asiatic types who came across the Bering Straits may have Africoid type features. The hair now is very distinctive. The kink and coil of the Africoid hair, very distinctive on the head of the terracottas. And what?
How the fuck do you know on the terracotta heads what the fuck the hair is like? How do you come to the conclusion of a sculpture that the head is a representation of a certain kinky type head? How do you do it? It's all lookership. All lookership. I'm finna pull it up. Hold on one second. You said kinky, right? That what y'all heard him say, kinky, right? Let me show y'all this woman real quick. You see that hair? That's what Vino like. Vino like when you pull up pictures. Vino like pictures. Vino slow. He like pictures. You gotta do him like that. And that's a Mayan woman. Vino like pictures. Hold on. Let me get this nigga another picture. Since Vino, you like pictures so much. Let me give you another picture. Here you go, Vino. Look, his hair like yours, Vino. He got them lines in his head like yours, shaved off. Look at that. His hair up in that little tweed right there. Little plaits and all that. I thought that only black people braided their hair. Vino. I thought that only black people braided their hair. Hold on, y'all couldn't see it. My bad. Buka. There you go. Vino. I thought only black people did this. I thought that's all black people did, Vino. These other people don't braid their hair. Ain't that what you said? They don't do that. They don't braid their hair, huh, Vino? They ain't got that in their culture, right? They ain't got that down there where they at. They ain't the dark skinned men. They ain't the dark skinned men, right? That what you saying? Them ain't the original peoples. Them ain't the original peoples, Sean P. Sean P, the original peoples. Where these dark skinned people, Sean P, that they talking about that were here before Columbus, Sean P. They say in the source, Sean P, that they were dark skinned peoples, Sean P. They call them black people that came from the South, Sean P. I don't care what the signs say, Sean P. I don't care that you got the DNA on who these people were, Sean P. But the source said that they were black and that they came from the South, Sean P. You heard Van Sertima say, Sean P. You just hating on Van Sertima and you hating on my boy Tyreek, Sean P. Because they say that we've been here. They say that we've been here, Sean P. Why is you tripping on that, Sean P? Why is you tripping? You know what I'm saying? Show me somebody that look like that, Sean P. Show me that. Show me the dark-skinned peoples, Sean P. Can you do that for me? Can you do that? Can you look up the dark-skinned peoples in the region, Sean P? And watch, we're gonna show you that we've been here, Sean P. Drop the link, Sean P. I'm trying to help you, Sean P. That's how you talk, silly, stupid. You say dumb. You just dumb, bro. You just dumb, bro. You'll see a painting like this, right? You, A1, AP, all you dummies. I'll see some shit like this. You'll see some shit like this and be like, there go the black people right there, Sean P. You just showed it. You just showed the black people. It's a painting. Yeah, it's a painting. But you just showed the black people. Now show me them people right there like that. You got in that picture right there, Sean P. Show me them people right there, Sean P. Show me the exact same people in the picture right there, Sean P. Do that for me. Show me them people, Sean. That ain't them people, Sean P. That ain't the people in the painting, Sean P. You playing with me, Sean P. Why you doing me like that, Sean P? I said the black peoples in Central and South America, Sean P. V-Note. Here you go, V-Note. Here you go, V-Note. A melanated person right here. Looking just like the painting that I just showed you. With his hair up in the back, all that. Hair up in the back, all that. No, Sean P, that ain't the shine, Sean P. You tripping, bro. You tripping, Sean P. You can't. You just trying to do that on purpose, Sean P. I know what you're trying to do to me, Sean P. You trying to embarrass me. You're trying to embarrass me, but we them people, Sean P. I don't care what you say. We them people. You know what I'm saying? Just look at the picture, Sean P. Just look. Just look at the picture. Just look at the old man here, Sean P. They tell all our biological makeup, Sean P. Right there. Them us right there, Sean P. Forget what Van Serter must say, because we ain't no Africans. We ain't no Africans. We them people. That's how dumb you are. Y'all use somebody else's argument and then try to make it your own argument and then effed it up. No, Sean P, you got to see the real painting, Sean P. Show me the painting, Sean P, again. Now, show me them people in the painting, Sean P. Show me them people. Okay, Vino. Here go the people again in another ritualistic ceremony. Brown skinned. Right here. No, Sean P. They got painting. They got painting on them, Sean P. Them people painted, Sean P. You know what I'm saying? Look. Nope. But look what he wearing. The same ritualistic style bullshit in they painting murals. You goof troops don't even know what y'all talking about. You just be running around here trying to infiltrate people's culture and don't even know what y'all looking at. No, Sean P, there's black people in them paintings, Sean P. Why you think they painted the people black, Sean P? They painted them black. Now show me them people that's painted black, Sean P. You call these people black people. When I'm showing you the same variations as a clear representation for them people in the region, and you're calling these people black. You don't know what they endured, went through, or so on and so forth. You don't. And you stealing from them. You should be ashamed of yourself. You want to be these people so bad, but you don't want to go through the hell that they went through when they encountered these diseases that damn near wiped out all the people that they once knew, trying to survive that shit. No, Sean P, what you showing on the screen, Sean P, and what I'm talking about is two different things, Sean P. I'm trying to get you to show me the black peoples that look like them peoples in the painting that you got on the screen, Sean P. Can you show me again? Put the other picture up. Put the other picture up with the other people on there and show me, Sean P. Them peoples looking just like that, with the same hairdressers and the same look and the same stance, and that they doing the same thing, Sean P. You can't do that, Sean P. I bet you can't do that. And then you're gonna sit here and you're gonna say this and you're gonna say that, Sean P. And I'm telling you, them is black people, Sean P. They black people. They black. Here you go. Boom. Boom. Same as the painting with the head styles. Boom. Boom. This ain't no black person. That ain't no black person. But their skin is just the same as the paintings. As the paintings. You see how he look? And look back there. They go a black person right there. Dark-skinned person right there. We don't know what he mixed with, but he looked like he on a tour. He on a tour. Now, that person I just put on the screen and matched them up with this right here. Yep. Clear representation. Clear representation. You see how you just try to steal from these people? No, Sean P, you bullshitting, Sean P. Look, let me explain to you, Sean P. I got a source right here. I got a source. Source says that the people came from the south and, and was trading in gold tip spears, and they had with them some more motherfuckers, Sean P. Some more motherfuckers that you ain't trying to show. The real blacks. We the real blacks, Sean P. We the real blacks up here, Sean P. You keep on showing the mongoloid, Sean P. You ain't showing the other person, Sean P. You keep showing the mongoloid, Sean P. Nah, Sean showing the real shit. Hmm. Hmm. Dark skin. Dark skin. I ain't talking about his hands. I ain't talking about the paint. I ain't dealing with none of that. Skin is a clear representation of the people in the region. No, Sean P. See, Sean P. Your last four pictures, Sean P. are all mongoloid, Sean P. Them ain't the Negroes that I'm talking about in the painting, Sean P. This painting, Vino? You mean this painting right here? Yes, Sean P. This painting right here, Sean P. Them is not mongoloids. Them is the Negroids, Sean P. Don't look nothing like him, Sean P. that you was just showing a second ago. How, Vino? Look. Since you can take a painting and make it somebody's phenotypical phenotype, how, Vino? They look just alike. It's a clear representation. The artwork, the stylist, the way that they rocking they fits, the whole 9 yards. You're gonna find some type of no, Sean P. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, Sean P, is them peoples is in the region, Sean P, but them peoples come after us, Sean P. They come way after us, Sean P. Them is the Mongoloids. That's what Van Sertima was calling the Asiatic, Sean P. They came in and they came in after us. Like they ain't even from here, Sean P. They came through the Bering Strait. Them people, that's true. But them people ain't us indigenous peoples that you hear them talk about in Peru, Sean P. You mean them Africans? Vino? No, Sean P. That's not what I'm saying. See, man, you trying to play with me, Sean P. Why you doing me like this? Why you doing me like this, Sean P? See, I ain't gotta let you up. I can have a conversation with you on my own, cause that's how stupid you be sounding when you be saying this, that, and the third, bro. And then when I sit here and show you these dark-skinned people, you are unappreciative. And they have different variations because there's some lighter skinned people in the region, and then there's the people that I've been showing you. No, Sean P. No, Sean P. That can't be true, Sean P. Can't be true. Can't be true, Sean P. That them was mongoloids, Sean P. Look at his skin. And you can see the tan from where he been out in the sun on his chest compared to under his arms and shit. Look at the tan from being out in the sun. And then look by his arms. Is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to this. I'm not using lookership. I don't use this shit at all because anytime we talking about what somebody look like, I'm going to their DNA. I need to know their biological makeup. I want to know I want to know their DNA. But this is what y'all are doing. And now when somebody show y'all what y'all doing and then show you the people who it's representing, now it's, oh, but why can you use lookership? Bro, look, fuck out of here, bro. I'm doing myself a favor. Do myself a favor. Look what he's saying now. Now he in the group. Now he's saying, yeah, I got you now. Now if we look at Vino, that's my people, Shawn P. I'm Mayan descent. No, the fuck you ain't Mayan descent. These are people that's in these are the Mayan people. How are you saying that they ain't? You just told us the other day that your granddaddy was from Mali, according to his DNA. What you said. That's according to what you said. You ain't read none of them artistic paintings on the wall, bro. Y'all just be making up shit. Running around, ain't read none of them codexes. Running around here talking about you this, that, and the third, bro. You don't know nothing about none of them people. About none of them. You ain't about none of that, bro. None of that. Look at this lady. Look at this lady right here. You don't know nothing about none of that. Look at her skin. Look how dark her skin is. She don't look nothing like you. She one of them members. She one of them members. But her skin dark though, Vino. You said dark skin. She in the region and that's her skin. She ain't Africa or nothing. She ain't even mixed with African. She's a clear representation of the people in the region. That's what I'm telling you. You're playing with fire. You ain't never been down there. You need go down there. They ain't gonna look at you like if you go to Africa and they see you. They gonna look at you like a tourist. You go to Africa, they gonna look at you like, my brother, where you been? I'm glad you made it home. Oh, you don't want to talk about that, huh? You don't want to go that route. Interesting. Because you're a fake, you're a phony, you're a fraud. You're a coward. You're a coward. You want to be everything but who you really need to be. You're a coward. You're a high-powered coward. Look how dumb he is. High-powered coward. Give these people their respect, bro. Quit stealing their culture. You don't know these people from nowhere. You just running around here perpetrating a fraud. You so fake and phony, you don't even know what you talking about. And then them people look how they look and all of their descriptives, all that, man. You don't look nothing like them. You don't look nothing like them, bro. You don't know nothing about their culture, bro. You don't know nothing about their culture. I'm gonna do it one more time. Get my last one of these pictures for you. You know, my last one of these pictures for you, bro. Look at this lady, dark skinned lady right here. Dark skinned lady right here. Look at her being out there in that motherfucking sun. They kill your whole argument. And then you got dumbass niggas like Joseph Johnson in the chat talking about listen to let me show y'all this reverse racism. I'm gonna show y'all because you know what I mean this is serious. Look at here. Look. He believes those savage people built America. Representative. What? You ain't even making sense, bro. You ain't even making sense, bro. You don't even know what's what. You said the same dumb comment twice. You sound just like white people saying that Africans didn't build the civilizations and things that Africans built. You saying that about these people. You saying that about Kevin Troy and Thomas Oklahoma and Midwest and them. You saying that these people didn't have the ingenuity to build great things. That's the same game the white people play. You doing the same revert. You doing the same shit they on, bro. Don't nobody respect none of that shit y'all talking about, bro. None of it. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Straight up. They ain't built nothing. Vino ain't built shit in his life. Vino ain't even have Legos to play with when he was a kid. That motherfucker ain't never built nothing. He ain't have Legos. He ain't play Tetris. He ain't built shit. When he claimed he ran track, when he claimed he played football, he ain't built nothing. Man ain't built nothing ever. Vino ain't built shit. Yeah, Joseph, you look like a savage. You look like a savage. You ain't got no information. You ain't got number claims. You ain't got no evidence, and you can't prove shit. Servo de Dios, correct. It is the two ignorant people that's in the chat that's claiming that. So an elbow wouldn't be considered a savage if it was real. She killed y'all. She killed you. She killed you right here. She killed you right here. Yeah, that's how hypocritical they are. Y'all claiming to be them people, but y'all ain't even them people. You ain't none of them members, man. Leave them people alone. Quit stealing from them. You a thief. You a new age thief. You a new age thief. You ain't got no business to stand on, bro. None of it. Y'all ain't no different. Leo Winter book is trash. Van Sertimal book is trash. All them sources in the book is trash. And you definitely ain't no Black Seminole, you know. Your shit trash. Yep, the Abos is jealous of Native American culture because they're trying to run away from Africa so bad that they left out there by themselves. They claim not to be African. They claim not to be Native American. Well, what the fuck are y'all? Y'all claim not to be Homo sapiens sapiens. What the fuck are y'all? Ain't nobody reading a book written by yo nigga. You can't even write a page. How the fuck you think we finna read a book by you? You can't even write a paragraph, nigga. You can't even spell right, but you finna sit around here and gonna tell us to read a book. You can't even spell. You can't even spell. Watch this. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes real quick. Show me the primary evidence of your people being in the building anything among the Olmec or the Mayans. There go the link in the chat. You got 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Show me a primary source of your people building anything in Mesoamerica with evidence. I want the evidence of your quote unquote people building shit. This nigga said new age spelling. Fuck out of here. There go the link. Hop on here and show me primary evidence of your people building anything in Mesoamerica. You better have a source. You ain't got no source, you're getting kicked. Where your source?
Abraham Town.
No, I said primary evidence of your people building
Abraham Town.
in Mesoamerica. Mesoamerica.
Oh, the Bonaparte.
Where is it? Where's the primary evidence?
Bonaparte.
One more time. Where
The
is
the wall murals.
Okay, so you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You ain't got no primary evidence. I asked you for primary evidence of your people building anything in Mesoamerica. I don't need you claiming pots. I don't need you claiming shirts. I said primary evidence. I asked you for primary evidence and you didn't have any. I said, hit the link, come up here and show me your primary evidence. And you could not do it. You got to go. Straight up. MC Fact says, I was just referred here as a result of debating blacks in America before slavery. So MC Fact, are you a proponent of blacks being in America before slavery, or what's your position on that? Because I see your comment. So do you think black people didn't, hold on, let me rephrase that. Do you think black people came before Columbus or after? As far as Vino goes, maybe he don't know what primary means. He probably don't, but we've explained it to him many times. Vino was on the fries that day at McDonald's. That's why his head shining like that, the sun hitting his head like that, because he was on the fries at McDonald's. You seen McDonald's in the background? You still ain't showed me primary evidence. Cujo Town, that's an African town. The first blacks in Florida were all Africans. Them Cimarroons was African. Vino, you be killing yourself, bro. When you be talking, you just be killing yourself, bro. The dude who was referred here ain't said shit since I asked him a straight up question. And you ain't even got evidence that you're related to anybody in Florida as far as Abraham and Cudjoe goes. And Cudjoe is an African name. So you're really killing yourself. You ain't helping yourself at all. You just need to stop. You just need to stop, bro. Yeah, you trash. 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 You ain't got no information, bro. Shit, trash. You ain't got nothing. Why? Don't refer to a Georgia historian. We pulled a source up and then it don't agree with you. Then it goes back to a conversation that I had about people like you that don't know how to utilize real information. Yeah, you is a clown. What you show up for? I asked you one simple thing, bro. One, I said, come up here and show me primary evidence of your peoples building anything in Mesoamerica. Nigga, you went to Florida. Make it make sense. Mesoamerica, Central America, not the United States. I said Mesoamerica. Your people building shit. Primary. You ain't got it. Fuck out of here. Talking about the Mayans is your people. Nah. You don't know no Mayan language. You don't know shit about them Mayans. Them Mayan people done told us that they been there. They ain't never left. Fuck out of here. Exactly. He's hypocritical. This nigga's all over the place. Oh, now you're a Mayan. He can't tell us why he a Mayan. They all do that. Him, A1, AP, they try to latch on to some shit over here that don't even belong to them niggas. Niggas is trash. Y'all mamas failed y'all. Whoever y'all mamas is, your mamas failed y'all. Cause ain't no way my motherfucking kids' mama gonna fail them. Ain't no way. I won't be with no female that don't know the real shit. Ain't no way. Y'all mama failed y'all, bro. Straight up. Y'all mamas failed. If y'all thinking like that, y'all mamas failed y'all, bro. Or she kicked y'all ass out the house or something. You and that nigga Joseph in the chat. Y'all mamas failed y'all. Y'all were. Y'all probably ain't had no mama. They probably gave y'all ass up for adoption or some shit because they knew y'all was dumb. They had y'all ass, dropped y'all on y'all head, seen y'all couldn't think straight, was like, nah, I'm gonna go have me some more kids. These niggas ain't it. That's what y'all mama did to y'all. Y'all mamas had y'all, seen that y'all was slow, gave y'all up for adoption, and had more kids, and said these kids got more sense than the motherfucker that I just had. They literally gave y'all dumbasses away. This nigga said you ain't using common sense. Common sense ain't even a method used to prove anything. Because what's common in Florida ain't common in Cali. What's common in Cali ain't common in Texas. What's common in Texas ain't common in New York. What's common in New York ain't common in Illinois. What's common in Illinois ain't common in Georgia. What's common in Georgia ain't common in Ohio. What's common in Ohio damn sure ain't common in South Dakota. What's common in South Dakota ain't common in Washington. What's common in Washington ain't common in Alabama. So the shit ain't common. Fuck out of here. Talking about you ain't using common sense. No, nigga, you right, I ain't. I'm using proper research methodology. I'm using evidence-based information to come to an honest conclusion. Fuck your opinion. Your mama dropped you on your head. And she gave you up once she realized that you were slow. When she read A Cat in a Hat to you and you thought A Cat in a Hat was talking about a race car, she just gave you up. She ain't finna do this. She ain't finna do this. She said, nah, I ain't even finna put myself through the scrutiny. This kid's special. He need help. I'm gonna go give him up to some people that can help his special ed ass. And I don't blame her. Making her life a living hell. Because your ass slow. Straight up. People who claim to be indigenous to the Americas that are black are slow. They all failed and probably didn't graduate high school. They just slow. Stupid and slow. I talked to a lady the other day, told me that she been living in Ghana for the last few years. She came home, married her husband, and now she finna take him back to Ghana. They've been here for a little while. She in Washington, D.C. She told me to tell all y'all Aboriginals this. And I put this on everything that I love. She said, bring your black ass back to Africa. That was the lady told me. Elderly lady. She said, bring your black asses back to Africa. I said, what do you got to say to the people that think that they always been here? Tell them to bring their black asses to Africa. Look at Vino. Man, he mad now. Man, your mama saw your slow ass and was like, she was done, bro. Some mamas care enough that they're willing to fight through that shit. I'm seeing some strong black women out there, Vino, but your mama, she couldn't. She said, no. You and Joseph, nah. She was like, nope. Y'all mamas, both of y'all mamas was like, They took y'all asses to the boys' home, dropped y'all ass off. Y'all niggas was, yeah, y'all fucked up mentally. Straight up. So listen, man, I'm about to get me some go out to eat, man. I ain't finna be on here all day. I could, but I'm finna get me some food, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in. I might run it back, do a part 2 of the information and the breakdown. Let everybody know what it is. Peace to all the real out there, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend. It's your boy Shawn Peasy in the place to Beezy. I'm the Aboriginal killer, the anti-science killer, and the lady thriller. Get out of here.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all own genealogy? Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Shawn P, Shawn, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call that apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Shawn P, Shawn, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call that apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO genealogy.
So what about the Sanjara?
Sinjara is a founder of what they consider Malay Empire. The kingdom was there, what was considered.
Say it again. He was the what?
He was the one to be considered to be the founder of a Malay Empire.
So how many stories are more familiar to you among the Malian Empire? Is it who we call Sundiata or Sanjara or Musa? Which story is more popular?
Sinjara is more popular among Mandingo people.
Among the people? Why is that?
Because Sunjata is seen as somebody. I never hear anything negative about Sunjata. It's like a prophet.
He like a prophet?
Yes.
What about Musa? Did you hear anything negative about him?
I mean, you hear people say, okay, he took the gold to Mecca, all those things. Yes, you hear that. But for Sunjata,
that's not necessarily negative, is it?
No, I mean, it depends on who. But for Sunjata, I never a time I hear anything somebody say about Sunjata being negative.
Okay. So you're the first person that I spoke to that's from Mali that says what you just said about Musa, because I asked other people regarding the stories and actually trying to find an actual oral tradition that someone has even written in Arabic and otherwise to speak toward Musa that's internal, and there's no internal sources that say what you basically just said about Musa being talked about by griots in Mali. As a matter of fact, there's this source right here that you probably are familiar with. This is a text written by Fadigi Sisseko, if I said his name right.
Yeah, Fadia Susoko. Yeah,
Fadia. Okay, is that how you say it? Fadia Sisseko?
Yeah, Susoko, yeah.
Okay, in that text, it's even mentioned by him in the translators in that text that zero internal sources really elaborate about Musa at all.
Is the internal source?
Yeah, what I mean, people from the people of the land.
No, that cannot be true. Did somebody translate it or what?
No, it's his words, and then there's also a translation.
No, that cannot be true. I mean, Sunjata is well known. Pretty much all those.
We all know that he's well known. Sanjara is well known. Period. We established that.
Yeah. Okay, Mansa Musa is well known too.
Yeah, Musa is well known as well, but they're saying, right?
Yeah.
We don't have the epic of Mansa Musa. Do you have it? Do you have the epic or the story of Mansa Musa told by a griot? Like there's epics and stories told about Sundiata, even Askia Muhammad ends up with the.
Okay. Yes, not every king has a epic, the song of griot.
Okay,
griot.
but if Can Musa was as famous as he is, way more famous than Askia Muhammad, way more famous. Why wouldn't he have an epic?
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there, but what I just say, like, okay, most people who has a epic will be Sunjata, Tramakan, Traore. They are the most popular people in Monday. I don't know if you know Tramakan, Traore.
Okay, so I got another question. And someone pointed out in the chat, but I was trying to wait. So we know for a fact that the story of al-Bukhari or al-Bukhar is false. So what I want to know from you is, were Malians obsessed with oceana travel? Did y'all have a thing about building boats and going out into the Atlantic and traveling?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yes. The story is there. Even in Mali.
No, not the story, because we got the story. I'm saying, were your people? When I'm saying your people, I'm asking, were your people building boats and traveling in the Atlantic Ocean?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If I say this story, I meant internally what people know, what people say.
Right.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, so you said internally, y'all. So where did y'all travel to?
Okay, there are culture of people who build boats or ships. I don't know if you know that.
No. I'm asking, where did the Malians travel to?
Okay, according to the story, there's a Mansa.
No. Forget Musa.
No.
We know the Musa story.
I'm not talking about Mansa.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Mansa.
Okay, go ahead.
According to the story, okay, Mansa Bubakar and another guy, they call it a Yamaru. Even the griot, when they sing, you will hear them say Yamaru. So that Yamaru is one of those people who travel with the Mansa Bubakar. So
Hold hold on, just so the people can keep up. You're saying that the Bakar story had another traveler. That traveler traveled with Bakar. Is that what you're saying?
The people who were among them, the most famous one. That's what I'm telling you.
But what?
His
Okay,
name,
so hold on. But here's my problem with what you're saying is that you're back to the Musa story. I don't want to have no affiliation with Mansa Musa or Al Bakar at all. I'm saying outside of that story, which is the vocal point of what the rest of the world has come to know because of the Arabs in Egypt telling everybody that Musa came into Egypt and said these things, which he did profess these things, as there were too many sources that understood him to say these things. So that's well documented. We got that. But what we don't have is your homeland, internal sources talking about traveling the Atlantic Ocean to America.
okay, yeah, that's what I'm telling you this. I mean, it's the same story. You never heard um, the name I mentioned. You never had that name, Yamaru. You probably never had that name. I'm on the story, within the story. So even within the story Yamaru, they said when Master Bubakar was living, Yamaru was among those people. So
Actually,
Yamaru,
I have heard the story.
you had his name.
Yeah.
Okay. So Yamaru, even today, when griot, when they singing, you will hear them. They will call Yamaru. It's like if you call it somebody, Yamaru was very good for a griot. So they praise him by calling his name. It's like when people pray, you call it your ancestor name. Yeah.
Okay. But what they said is that none of them traveled to America. What I'm trying to figure out is, right, according to the technology and the people in Mali, they never built ships that could travel cross current seas. Now, when you get to rivers, lakes, creeks, y'all had boats that could go up and down those things. You even had little boats that could actually maintain waterways on the coastlines of West Africa, but no one was traveling across the Atlantic. What I mean by across the Atlantic is 5,000 miles. So when they told the first story, which you're referring to, there was no document. We're not going to have any documented evidence of that. So I'm not negating that. There was no mentions of the Americas because they got turned around in the ocean. Then we get Musa's story, Can. We get Can's story. Can's story goes beyond the boats being turned around in the ocean to actually crossing the ocean. We don't even know what boats. Like, we don't know what they look like, the diameters, none of that. Right? We
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
It's,
I
it's
don't know,
it's supposed to be big enough, right? Big enough to carry 60 days of supplies. That's water, food, and a whole bunch of people on the boats. But we don't have, and this is why I asked what I asked, because there's no blacksmiths. What I mean by blacksmiths is what people in the chat may know them as today. We don't have any blacksmiths that were designing anything that could carry that type of stuff, and everything that was being built was made out of trees.
No, okay. There are type of boat. I mean, there are type of boat. We have a name for. We call it basakulung. It's like
Put that in the chat. Hold on. Type that word. Do you see where it says private? Are you on your phone?
No, yeah, I'm on my phone.
Okay. Do you see a little red little box?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about
it says private chat. You see that?
Private chat.
Yeah, it's gonna come up on your phone, like where you can type. It'll say private chat.
At the top or where?
If you're on your phone, it should be at the bottom.
Yeah, at the bottom there's a place there says leave more chat.
Hit
Maybe let me.
hit chat. Hit chat.
Okay.
It should give you two options. It should say private chat, and then it should say other chat.
Uh,
If you hit
recording.
chat, it should automatically be on private chat.
Do you have a TikTok?
Cool.
TikTok. Do you have
No,
a
I
TikTok?
don't do TikTok. They finna cancel that.
Okay. Okay. It says type for everyone. Type with everyone in the audio.
Okay, look, spell the word that you just mentioned.
Okay.
No, tell me. I can't hear you. Spell it to me.
Okay. Basa. Okay. You can say BASA. That's
BASA.
a yeah. Basa Kulung. Kulung mean that will be a boat. Basa mean the thing they
Spell the second part of the word. Kalum.
Kulung. Yeah. KULUNG.
KULUND.
NG. G like a girl.
Basa Kalum. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go
There are two types.
Go ahead, say what you're saying.
Okay. There are two type of boat. The boat you go for fishing. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and then the boat they call the basakulung. Basakulung is like it's moved by air. It's like those ships you have. You put a. It's like either clothes or basa. Basa mean something in Mandinka water. Basa is it can mean something you put on the floor, but it's like it's made up. What they call it? I can't find a word for it in English. Um, but in the ship, they surround the ship, so the ship will be moved by the air. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Nope.
There are ships. I mean, you don't need a machine, but it will be moved by the air.
And the language that you're speaking of is Kalum, correct?
Yeah, Cologne, yeah.
Yeah, I got it. No, that's the reason why I wanted you to spell the word, because I actually have I have a dictionary.
Okay, Basa will be a mat. It's like a mat. That's what it means literally. Like if I will ask you to give me a mat, I would say give me a basa. But at the same basa, you people use it when they have a ship. They will put those mat, and then that mat will cover the boat, and then it helps to
Well, they also taught the language back to Mandinka, correct?
yeah. I mean it's a mandingo. Yeah.
Greta Kalum. All right. I ain't saying what you're saying, but it's all right. I get it. I don't see it in this dictionary. Okay, so all right, back to what. Okay, so the reason that I asked you for that is because we haven't found any evidence internally where you're from, internally that supports not only Musa's story, but any story about seafaring travel across the Atlantic because he didn't have the technology to be able to do so. However, what we have evidence for is the type of basically what you meant, which would be, the fish and the move, move certain things and things of that nature. Those type of boats up and down, the creativity, the creative waterways in the areas. Plus, it wasn't really like a lot of lakes or rivers around Mali anyway. As an empire, you had to like really travel.
Okay.
That's hold on. So what I'm how many lakes are in the region around the Malian Empire?
Okay, you have to look at it. When they say Mali Empire, it's not the territory of Mali today.
The territory of Mali, and then the expansion of its empire. How many rivers or lakes?
I don't know. I mean, it's too big. I've never been to those countries. Senegal today was part of Mali. Gambia today.
But we separating it. We separating it from based on where we know the vocal point of Mali is, because if you're gonna include Senegal, that was a different time period. This is before the period in which we're referring to. But I get what you're saying, because people stay claim to it because of the Mandinka.
No. Senegal was part of Mali well before Mansa Musa came to power.
That's what I'm saying. It's a different time period.
Ramakan Traore was the one that was when Sujata was there. He's the one who added Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau to Mali Empire.
Hey, by the way, she been in the Gambia, and you know Ben is from Senegal. So and who else do I want to say? Why come I can't? Aziz. That's why. Aziz. He is from Senegal as well. He's Wolof. So Siri and Wolof, right? Are members of the Masi warrior clan, right? We got they both from Senegal, but two different tribes: the Wolof and the Siri. And when I get what you're saying, but what I'm talking about a totally different time period, because I don't want to go that far back. That's why I said when you consider that a part of Mali at one point, because for Malians they would extend all the way out. The same thing with the Yoruba or the Nupe or the Hausa or the Fulani, right? All of them claim stakes to territory or regional areas that go beyond where they really were.
Okay, this is the thing. Mali Empire include Senegal. The Senegal have their kingdoms, yes. The Wolof has their kingdom.
All right. Hold on before you go further. So you're saying that the Malian Empire, as we know it in the 13th century, includes Senegal.
Yes.
Where else does it include? I'm from the road with you.
Gambia.
No. Those are the same. So we're gonna keep them one and the same, even though we know that the Gambia is a small portion out surrounded by Senegal. So we're gonna continue them. Where else? Keep going.
Guinea-Bissau.
Okay, let's go. Where else we going?
Part of Ivory Coast.
Okay, let's go in a different direction.
Okay, part of Burkina Faso.
Yep. Okay, let's go.
Okay, part of Guinea-Conakry.
Now hold on. Before you go there, the reason that you said the last one that you just said, Burkina Faso, is because Askia Muhammad was beefing with them up there. But it's okay. I'm with you.
Okay, Askia came after Mali Empire collapsed.
Yeah, it's after. But I'm with you.
All right.
Okay, now where else we got? We spreading the empire.
All right. If we gonna go more Sierra Leone.
Okay, so now we're in Sierra Leone. As far south, because that would be considered south of the distant area if you're looking at it on a different way on the map. So the most southern part is Sierra Leone or further?
I mean, I don't know. What do you mean, or further?
How far? Yeah. So how far down the coast does the empire spread?
Mauritania.
So it goes as far as to upper northwest Africa into Mauritania.
Kenya is part of, yes, 100%.
Boy, you got Taharka. I bet Taharka in the chat, chatting away. I knew it. I knew it. He said flag on the play, leading the witness.
Is Tahaka here? I follow his platform though. Tahaka Maurice, right?
Yeah, keep going. So I got a question because you're expanding the Malian empire so far vast that I can't fathom that historically, right? No, but I understand why, right? Because to a Malian, your people go as far as in the designated areas that you're referring to. Is that correct? Am I saying that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's why I understand what you're saying when you're trying to expand it. So for the listening audience that may not know what you're saying that we are as far as our reach is, which means our people are.
No. I don't base on because of Mandingo people live there. No, they rule all way to that place.
Okay, so how do you know that the empire spread it into places like Mauritania? Was there a war? Was there a war that happened?
Okay. You have to understand Mali Empire when so Ouagadougou, Mali Empire came from Ouagadougou, Mali Kingdom. The people who found the Mali Kingdom, they migrated from Ouagadougou, and then they found a kingdom in Mali, the area called Mandeng. The kingdom used to be called Mandeng.
Okay. So
Okay.
the Nupe say that y'all don't come too far. The Hausa, the Hausa and the Fulani that are in Yoruba or Nigeria, as we know Nigeria today, they say that the Malian Empire does not stretch too far.
So where?
You said all the way to Mauritania and then as south as Cameroon regions.
I didn't mention no Cameroon.
You did say by well, you didn't say Cameroon.
No, I didn't mention Cameroon.
When I asked you about as far south.
No, the countries I include, I say part of Ivory Coast, part of Burkina Faso, and then Sierra Leone. And
Yeah,
then
that's what I mean. But where's Sierra Leone next to?
Sierra Leone is next to Guinea and
Right.
Liberia.
But that's also in that cross-cultural region where you get into where Cameroon, close to Cameroon and all of that too.
No, Cameroon is next to Nigeria, Togo.
Yes, it's next to Togo, Nigeria. So you're not in Togo either?
No, Mali, no, Mali did not get to that place.
Okay. Who was the king who ruled near Sierra Leone? The Malian king.
What do you mean? Who was the king?
Okay, for your empire to expand that far away from where your territorial land is, who was ruling that had that kind of fist that could extend the empire out, and who gave permission to the said Musa or whoever the case?
Okay, okay, because at that time there was no place called Sierra Leone, right? You agree?
There was no political what?
There was no country called Sierra Leone at that time.
No, yes.
Okay. So if you try to see the border between Guinea and Sierra Leone today, these borders were created recently, but the people who were living there pretty much are the same people.
You asked me a question.
No, I was
Okay.
making a statement.
All right. Okay. Not the way you ended it. I thought you was asking me a question. All right. Okay.
No,
So, all right.
I was
So
saying
what did you say about the people, the Nupe? You know what I'm talking about, right?
who?
The Nupe.
I don't know what is Nupe.
Okay. So, hold on. You're familiar with Nigeria, the most northern point of Nigeria, right?
Not really. I know Nigeria, northern
Okay,
Nigeria, a little bit.
I don't want to confuse you. I don't want to confuse you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So, who was the first Arab to come into Mali?
The first Arab who came to Mali, and what do you mean? The first Arab who came to Mali?
Okay, the first Arab from Arabia who came into Mali. Don't look like you. What I mean by that, I'm talking about the Badani. Who was the first?
I don't know.
Okay,
The first
that's
Arab
fair.
who came to Mali.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. So, how did Islam come into Mali?
Okay. Yeah. How Islam get there? Islam has came there through many ways because Islam was in Wakadu. Okay, the people who built Mali, they came from Wakadu, right? So and then the traders. I mean, there are many different, what they call it,
Now,
different.
Ouagadougou is close to Burkina Faso.
No, the Wakadu today is not the Ouagadougou of yesterday.
Oh, Ouagadougou. Yeah, okay, I got you. I got you. I'm back now. I'm back. I'm with you now. Go ahead.
All right. So there are people who claim. I mean, there are many stories. I mean, there are people who said the traders who people were doing trade, like the Julas, they were trading, so people became Islam get there. But Islam was in Ouagadougou before Mali. So and then the people who were in Ouagadougou, some of those people they moved from Ouagadougou to join Mali. That's how Mali became powerful because Ouagadougou used to be ruling Mali. And then Sumahuru country. All those people used to be under Ouagadougou. So and then Sumanguru declare independence, and then they take over Ouagadougou, and then from there, according to the story, Sumanguru was oppressing the Manding kingdom. So the Manding kingdom, the Sunjara, he escaped. He went to um, Kai, and then that's where he get help. And then they fight Sumanguru, according to the story. And then when they defeated Sumanguru, so he took over all those territories, including Ouagadougou. And then Tramakan Traore was the one Sunjata used to expand the kingdom, to make it empire.
Okay, so what was the Malians' beef with the I'm gonna say Masi or Mosi.
Oh, Mosi, yeah,
Yeah,
Mosi kingdom. Yeah,
yeah. So what was their beef with the Mosi kingdom?
it's about I believe it's a trade route, control over resources.
Okay. Do you think that they could have handled that a little bit differently?
Yeah, they could. I mean, because most of the reason why even the Mali Empire collapsed because they could resolve it differently, but they did not. So that's why it collapsed.
Did Malians participate in the slave trade?
You mean the Malian Empire?
The empire. Did
No,
it
before before the slavery, I mean Atlantic slavery, Mali Empire did not exist.
say it one more time?
Mali Empire collapsed before uh, Atlantic slavery.
Did not exist.
Now,
Okay. Were your people or relatives kidnapped and sold and traded?
yes, there are many Mandingos who became slaves. Yes,
Right. Okay. See, you switched it up when you said the Mandinka. So I know, just for the listening audience, they didn't understand that because we were talking Mali, Mali, Mali. But the
yes,
majority of your people are Mandinka,
yes,
which also speaks to how far the Mandinka stretch,
yes.
just so people could understand that. Now, Vino said that his daddy is has DNA from your region, your area.
Okay,
He claims to be of the Malian Empire, right? He think he from Mali.
okay.
So, but he says on another end that he is indigenous to America. Do you believe that black people in America are from America, been in America, and are not do not descend or have ancestry from Africa?
They are. I mean, they descended from Africa. Yes,
They all descend from Africa?
yes.
Okay. And do you think Vino is African?
Do I what?
I'm finna show you this dude. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna have to show him to you because y'all look just alike. Look, y'all look just alike. When I put you on the screen, people can see you. Vino, hit the link, Vino. Come on, let's get it in. Hit the link. I'm finna introduce you to your cousin.
I told them my cousins. When I called them my cousins, some of them.
Nah, when you see him, you're gonna be like, dang, that's my cousin for real. Was black people in America before the Europeans? Elijah.
Yes.
Was black people in America before Europeans?
Are they okay? Are those black people are Africans? Yes, those people. If the black people were here, they will be African.
Who taught you that Africans was in America before Europeans?
Okay, I believe with some of these people, what they claim those Mansa Bubakar coming to America
No,
before
no, no,
Europe.
no, not that story. Not that story
Okay,
at all.
not that story. Okay, so if there was nothing like those stories, no, I don't believe there was a black people in America.
Okay. Now that's why I said minus those stories because that's all you have is the story, that story that would try to associate or link Africa to the Americas, right? So let me ask you this. If you think that black people were in America before Columbus, would we not have other evidence that would prove that we were here before them, like our arts and crafts, foods, and rituals and things of that nature?
Yes, I mean, yes, you will have those things. I mean, it depends if they were around people, they are the majority. Because sometimes if you are minority, sometimes your culture is observed, so nobody sees it, and then you start being mixed. supposedly, if you put 200 people in India, in 100 years, everybody will disappear.
All right, hold on. I got chaotic truth in the building. He got something he want to say. He's a staunch Trump supporter, FBA supporter. He don't even know what the fuck it mean, but he a supporter.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing? I'm a foundational Black American, sir.
Oh, what is that?
I'm actually the king of the FBAs, to be honest with you, man. Yeah.
What's your DNA say you are?
I beg your pardon?
I know
What's
this,
your
I know
DNA
this
say?
guy.
You say, what's my DNA?
Yeah, what's your DNA say?
My DNA says I'm for well, in terms of like
what's your DNA say? You know where I'm going? What's your DNA
well,
say?
I mean, sir. Okay, how about this? If we listen, I don't necessarily believe in the what is that? What are those tests called? I mean,
No. What's your DNA say? You took a DNA test. What is it?
It's African. It's African. It's a country.
Okay. What's your genetics say?
It's different ethnic groups, but sir, we all come from the motherland. Sir, you even some parts of your DNA might come from the motherland. I don't know how much, but no, I'm a foundational Black American, sir.
So how could you be a foundational Black American and not acknowledge your Africanness?
Most FBAs are.
You're the king now. I'm talking to the king.
Well, most FBAs have African DNA. Now that's you can't deny that, but
so you said most. So what about all right? Because this question came up. And somebody sent me a video. So you just said something very unique here. You said most FBAs have African DNA. So what about the FBAs that have? Can you be an FBA if you have half that or none of that?
I mean, me personally, man. I would argue that FBAs have a certain phenotype, certain look, certain skin tone. Now, who am I, right? I'm just a guy on the internet. But my definition is typically darker skin individuals, bell pepper nose, thick lips, the C4 hair. Typically, that is my absolute definition of a foundational Black American.
You mean a person with African features?
Yeah, a person with that. So a person with more like African features, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for example, there's a guy that calls into my channel and he says Lena Horne is an FBA. What? I'm like, how can Lena Horne be an FBA when she's mostly white? She's mixed, right? I get it. She might have a couple of ancestors who are, I guess, indigenous to the land that are Black, but for the most part, that's a white woman. That is a white person, So this argument about FBA is it's never to me, right? Now I could be wrong, right? You could be right. It's not codified. There's no actual codification of it. Because I could always argue, people say Halle Berry, right? Halle Berry's an FBA. How can she be a FBA when her mother was from Britain, a white British woman? And we don't really know who her father is, So it's we get into tricky territory when we want to define who's FBA and who's not. Like they'll say, well, Cicely Tyson was an FBA, even though she's raised in the Americas. She wasn't raised in the United States of America. I mean, she wasn't born. She was born on the islands, but she looks Blacker than most Black Americans right now, right? So to me, it's like to me, it's a skin tone thing. It's a color thing.
Okay, so if we're basing this primarily off skin tone, then it would meet the merits of actual proof or the burden of proof, right? We would be failing or lacking there. So wouldn't it be more just to have the genetic makeup of an individual be substantiated on the grounds of who is?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. So have you done your DNA? Does it? I mean
absolutely.
Okay, so I do believe that there were people here prior to, first of all, I don't believe in the transatlantic slave trade the way that they are telling us it happened. I believe that the country originally was, and I don't even believe a lot of these people were even enslaved, right? To me, if you ever had a shitty job and you said, "Man, I gotta go slave today," I really believe a lot of these plantations were in either indentured servitude or people were working for damn near nothing, and they were pretty much forced to live on the land, right? Because where else would they go, right? So they were paid peanuts.
Hold on, but who would be the indentured? Well, earlier on, in order to establish an economy, you had indentured. There were South Africa that were indentured. So you up into a degree, but when the institution of slavery developed, and you had plantation workers, right? These people were bound to do free labor. I'm not talking about the contract workers because there is a smaller population. Not everybody was enslaved because you could take 3 to 5% of the black people in the population and they be free people of color. And they worked these significant jobs that were significant back in those times. It wouldn't warrant them to be enslaved. But what I want to understand, but you said something key. Right, that made the antennas go up. You acknowledge the slave trade, but you're saying not as they tell it. And then you said the plantation work was something along the lines of contract labor plus slavery.
Yeah, it may have been a mix. Like it may have been a mixed institution, right? So how we have a mixed economy, right? America just isn't solely just pure capitalism. It's a mixture of socialism here, obviously with welfare programs. So there's always going to be a mixture, right? Every plantation owner, every plantation is not the same, right? But I don't believe that millions and millions of what we call African people were taken off the coastline of Africa. I think.
Pause.
What's up?
I just want to highlight something.
Go.
You continue to say belief, so that means that you don't have the evidence for what you're saying. You just have belief.
Dude, when I'm
When I'm
on panels, man, I just talk about what I believe. And I always say I could be wrong. I don't have any evidence, but logistically speaking, right? It doesn't seem plausible. First of all, the amount of people that they said were taken from the continent.
Okay, so hold on. Let me ask you this: how many people are you saying that they said that was taken from the continent?
So when I was in school, we were taught it was 150, 200 million people over the course.
No,
of that's what I was taught in school. Right.
That's incorrect.
Right. So when I was a kid,
10 to 15, but somewhere around 12 million people surviving, 15 at the most, but you had a lot, but it wasn't one fair.
So you have a lot of
hundreds of years. However, hold on, because Elijah got something he want to say real quick to something that you said. I don't want him to lose his point. Go ahead, Elijah.
Okay, this is the thing. I can give me a fact because he has a belief, but I can give you fact. In Jamaica, in Haiti, you can tell these people they still speaking many African words. If they were here, you are indigenous here. Your language will be the dominant. And second thing, you say you don't believe slavery happened in dental service, right? If that's the case, if you are here, you will be allowed to speak your language. We can see that in Indians, who they brought them over there in Caribbean. We see that. In Haiti, their king, the first Haitian king, the title they give it to him is a Mandingo title, Suluku. It's a Mandingo title. I give you two titles here, my brother. Mansa, and then before Mansa, we have a title called Magang, and then Suluku. These are titles. The Haitian first president, like Poste Sulugu. If in Guinea Conakry, you go there, this Sulugu, people have these names. It still exists. Second thing, in Haitian word, like for art, like a woman, but we call it a Buddha. Haitian call it the same way. So many words in Caribbean, because the Caribbeans are not integrated to white culture because there was no white people there. In America, because they oppress them more than Caribbeans. Caribbean associate themselves, they speak more words. So that's the evidence. in Brazil, you can see there, Suriname, you can see African word in their languages. So I don't get it. If you say you from here, you were indigenous here, we should see your word in American English, in Spanish English, a Spanish language. That should be yo. That'll be you. But you don't have it.
Elijah, you broke up, but go ahead, chaotic.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I break up.
Yeah, you broke up, but we're gonna let chaotic. I think he kind of heard you or didn't hear you, but
Yeah, I didn't really hear him, unfortunately. But to continue what I was saying, um, again, I believe a lot of the things that we are told are over exaggerations, the game of telephone, or even just straight up lies, and it's to keep you in a mental state of slavery. Um, I really believe that the transatlantic slave trade, in terms of what we are told, is manufactured. I mean, what did these people drink on that boat, right? What did they eat? Where did they defecate at, right? Every day, right? So I really believe that the individuals already here, or there were already individuals here that were actually building the colonies and then countries up, or and then the creation of the United States of America. So when people like yourself, I'm assuming you believe that your people had already been here. A lot of people are shocked when I say
no.
I really believe that there were people here that look more like you than what we are told about this Oriental looking
All
Native
right,
American.
so pause right there.
Yeah.
We don't have evidence.
Right, we don't. Right, we don't. I agree.
So according to the evidence that we do have,
yeah,
the people didn't look nothing like me or you.
I mean, I listen. I
If
never
we're
claimed.
just speaking,
Okay.
but going back to something you said earlier about phenotype, if we're married to looking at someone and then denoting blackness onto what we're looking at, because you're going to consider me black, you consider yourself black, we consider Elijah black. If all three of us are on the camera, we're going to be quote unquote in America. We're going to be this group of black people. But what makes us different is we have to look at our genetic makeup, who our parents are, who our parents' parents are, who our parents' parents are, until it gets us to where it gets us to, and we're going to find different admixture between Elijah, me, and you, because his experience isn't going to be chaotic. Our experience, right? Because he from Mali. he from Mali. His indication and his story is going to be a colonialized version of something. Yours is going to be wherever you stand, and then whatever pieces we could put together that have been broken along the way, which would be how did I get Yoruba? How did I get Senegambian? How did I get Fulani? How did I get Hausa? How did I get these different admixtures in who I am today? So now you got to go figure out that story, and that story is going to put you on a plantation or a job with people working in that field where they commingle, because humans are going to have sex. So this is what I mean by the significance and the importance of who we are as a people. Your DNA doesn't lie. You might not want to trust the science because of ignorance, but the science behind who your parents are and your parents' parents are and your parents' parents' parents are is significant in your story as a black man in America. Now, to answer something that you said, bro, I'm just finna shoot you straight. We have zero evidence before Columbus got here of black people being in the Americas. As far as the transatlantic slave trade, I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, but there are journals, catalogs, and documents proving ship records, proving these voyages to and from places, bringing over cargo, which is what we would be, our ancestors would be considered during those times, from from as early as the 15th century, going into Europe, among other places, all the way up into the 19th century. During some illegal slave trade eras, you had people from that coastline over there. Secondly, archaeological record won't lie to you. They got slave ports, right? Where ships was coming to and docking from along that coastline as evidence of coming into. And then everybody argues, well, where's the ships? We've been finding ships buried, broken up, and at the bottom of ocean fronts in the Mediterranean, along the African coastline, along in the Atlantic on this side of the coastline, in the Caribbeans, and more. So what I'm saying is, everybody ain't lying. Everybody's telling their version, but everybody ain't lying about what transpired. That's why they feel guilty about it. You got to remember, the English and the Dutch, they wasn't friends. The Spanish and the French, they wasn't friends. All of these people were at odds with each other, even going to war with each other. That's why you had the Pirates of the Caribbeans. You have them in the Caribbeans robbing one another, right? We even have the stories and the DNA and other evidence that tells us what happens leaving those ports. We got names being changed. We even got these firsthand accounts of these early writers beating their chest about what they're doing to people coming from Africa. So what I'm saying to you is the documented evidence, whether you look at the archaeological record, anthropological record, genetic record, and otherwise, tells the entire story of what transpired. We don't need to believe. It's the 21st century. We got documented proof. But I do understand that you have your belief. So I respect it because you said you had a belief. Oh, somebody wanted me to show you, show you this. He might be familiar with you. I'm not on that end of what you talk about on your shows, but I've seen you a couple of times pop up on panels. So he says, do I really need to show you evidence of people calling themselves African American before Jesse Jackson?
Oh no, I'm well aware. That the term African American is new. I'm well aware of that.
Okay. All right. Okay. I didn't know because maybe he was probably assuming you were somebody else.
No, I'm well aware of that. Yeah.
All right, but look, man, I'm gonna end this show, man. I've been on a little bit too long. I need to get some food,
man.
But I appreciate you coming up. One day we're gonna have to have a show, and we can stream your way, my way, whatever way, and we can build on something.
Sounds good, man.
FBA.
I am. Have a good one, man. Salute.
All right.
Peace.
Elijah.
Yes.
You got something you want to drop?
Huh?
What up, Aziz? Damn, I let him get away before, and then Aziz is in the chat.
You said what?
Aziz? No. What you want to say? What you want to say about the brother that just came up real quick?
Yeah, because I mean he knows it, but they just lying. They know it. If you go to Jamaica, Jamaican language has so many African words in those languages. Haitian language, the same thing, but they will not question those. So if they were here and they have their own languages, so where's that language? How come those Africans who came here, they were able to maintain their language, but they could not. They could not maintain their language, and they are the indigenous. They cannot answer, and they don't want to answer those things. They will go pick up the picture. They use AI and fabricate stories. That's the problem these FBA have.
Yeah. I mean, I know that, you know that, but it is what it is when it comes to that.
Yeah, especially this guy.
Bro, listen, I knew
I
knew you was gonna say something stupid. See, this is why I said what you said, but I understand why you said what you said because it's your story. It's a part of your history. So you gotta hold on to that. But this guy right here, we heard it from my Mali partner. They was here before the Woods. See, he don't understand that. He don't understand that you also said without that story, you don't have anyone here before that. He didn't hear that. So that's why I said what you said is dangerous because we don't have evidence of anyone coming from Africa into here. As a matter of fact, we have stories from the griots even saying that people up and down that coastline was not seafaring people and did not want to deal with the chaos of the Atlantic during the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries. And then he's still in the chat making up stuff. Nah, they can't count the three in Abo. So listen, you remember I told you about the Wolof person? He's in the chat right now from Senegal. But now I'm about to get up out of here in a minute, Elijah. Anything else you want to say,
Yeah,
bro?
thank you, man.
Okay. I'll catch you later, bro. Look at him. Crying in the chat. You ain't nothing but a sucker. You always got something stupid to say to people, bro, because you want them to kick you. You want us to kick you out the chat. You want us to block your comments so that you can go cry and say something else. But I'm not going to kick you out, and then I'm not going to block your comments because, you know what I'm saying, you want to be disrespectful. You feel me? Like you literally just trying to be disrespectful because you ain't got shit else to stand on, bro. You don't. You got a myth. A bad myth. Your myth's so fucked up, it was created in 2017. Just like the whole FBA shit. It wasn't created in 2018 because Tone and Yvette and them started their whole little shit. Then around COVID, you niggas started talking that FBA bullshit. So it wasn't no 2018. That nigga Tariq lined his ass off. That was some 2021 type shit. You niggas running around here claiming to be something y'all ain't. Hey, Chaotic came up in here confident. He took his t-shirt off, put on his sports coat, you know what I'm saying, picked his hair out, you know what I'm saying? He tried to look real studious. And Chaotic was like, hey man, I'm the king of foundational Black America, brother. You talking to the king right here. You know, good microphone, you know what I'm saying? He got his fucked up background, which I think he need to change. But it's him, it's his vibe, that's what he liked. But he was, Chaotic was you know what I'm saying? That's how he came up here. You know, no shade, but that's how he came. So I mean, I done seen him before and I done heard him on Not a Coincidence bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Come up and bullshit over there and shoot us that crazy shit. Fuck FBA, nigga. That's how I'm rocking. Fuck y'all. You know what I'm saying? Anybody denying Africa, fuck you. That's where I'm at with it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Y'all you have no identity. You got no language. You got no culture. You got no history, right? You got no existence. You ain't got no genetic makeup, so you're a goddamn alien. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't got nothing. And the mere fact that you think you got something and you ain't got no evidence for it is laughable. Laughable. Because you can't do shit without Africa. Period, point blank, straight up and down. It ain't about trying to be Pan-African or none of that bullshit. It ain't about none of that. You can't do nothing in your existence without Africa. Period. Period. The lingo you got, African. The way you walk, African. The way you love music, African. The ritualistic shit you into, African. The way you switch languages, code switching and all, African. The genetic evidence you leave behind everywhere you go, African. Not no fundamental African type shit. I'm talking 74 to 90% African type shit. Hell, that's why you ask a simple question to these motherfuckers, this FBA, and say, what your DNA say? Oh, I really don't believe in it. But you took a test. So what the test say? I don't know, African like a motherfucker. What we talking about? What are we talking about? Facts. So why you here with, you know what I'm saying? Like, why you here? You know why you here. Because you know you can't escape Africa. Y'all make up shit. You culture vultures. Now y'all stealing these people's shit. My good brother, Chaotic, had a whole MAGA hat in the background, which I don't even trip on that because my brother, Satepa Rock, he fuck with, you know what I'm saying? He fuck with the MAGA movement. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I ain't gonna put it on Satep like that. Satep really, no. Satep is more strategic economically. So it's about what you could do for him economically more so anything. So if your economical policies is off from the way that he wants to do business and build wealth for his family, then he ain't fucking with you like that. You know what I'm saying? He don't care nothing about the social, shit like that. So that's his decision and what he'd stand on. But he don't fuck with everything Donald Trump on, bro. And I think a lot of black people ain't on the whole thing that Donald Trump is on either. So they got these little elements, or they just want to be anti something. You know what I'm saying? But that's none of my business. I don't care what your political worldview should impact your personally, just like your belief system. It should impact you personally. The moment you project that shit on the other motherfuckers, that's what a line is drawn, and we gonna bust your fucking head to the white meat, and you're gonna be. And when we bust your head to the white meat, guess what's gonna come out? Your Africanness. Straight up and down. I was finna end the live, but nigga, I'm back live. We going in. Listen. Ivan Van Sertima said you can't the African presence in ancient America. Van Sertima said that. But guess what we found out? He was wrong. Just like my Malian partner Elijah, he was wrong. We knew he was wrong the way that he said certain things, but I understood why he said what he said, because that story elevates Mali. That if you know anything about Africa, Africans stand on this. No, not Africans. More specifically, let's speak tribal, right? When you're doing with the elements of tribes on that continent, and you're talking about their history, the traditions, things that's married to them, they will always choose that elevation of their people over anything. Whether true, false, or indifferent, they're going to choose that. But that's where you have to draw this fine line and understand that there's a myth behind this, and then there's the reality behind it. So which side does this story actually fall on as it becomes the mythology or the reality of it all, right? And the reality of it all, and that's why I asked the questions. What griots, gelés, the griots, what griots are telling the story of Mansa Musa among the people in Mali? They don't do that. They're not writing epics or anything like that. He tried to justify it and say not everyone gets an epic. You're absolutely correct. But if they're writing about Askia Muhammad, and they got an epic on Askia Muhammad, and they got an epic on Sanjata, we know why they got it on Sanjata. But we know why they got it on Askia Muhammad. He wasn't even one of the profound people. How you don't give a one to Mansa Musa? And then we have the internal. That's why I kept saying we have people in Mali that tell us that there's no internal sources. This is supported by primary research. There's no documentation in Timbuktu. I meant to bring up the damn King's List to Elijah. The King's List shows you that Kankan Mali Koi is a usurper. He wasn't even in line. He was a Bush boy. His mother had no prominence. So how could he come to, that's where the story comes in, right? But hey, that's what research do. We do real research over here and we get primary. I have no problem with nobody telling their mythology. I can put it in perspective for me, and I know what the evidence says. The only person that has a mind like this is a dude like Vino. Vino will sit in the chat and bring up 1513 100 times. And 1513 in any source in 1513 is telling you the black people that were in the Americas was brought here by the Spanish. Soon as the 1513 source says that, Vino checks out. It's wrong. It can't be. You can't show me you can't show me these people looking like these black people in 1513. He gonna come up with every excuse to deny evidence. That is what I said earlier about occultists, about building a cult. My bro came up in here, Chaotic came up in here, said he the king of the FBA type shit. You the king of a cult. Every element in that whole movement is geared around convincing, denying. I showed you. He came up here and told you what he believed. Go back and listen to what we said earlier in defining what is a cult. Chaotic came up here and demonstrated the same behaviors we just broke down on the show. That was the perfect example of what the fuck, how you present information and then align it with a motherfucker's ideology. So yeah, I really don't too much care about all the other stuff that other people say. What evidence do you have that would support or substantiate your feelings, your belief? I mean, if you come out like chaotic though, and you from the gate and you tell me that what you believe, then I'm not gonna have a problem with your belief, because guess what? It's what you believe. It's not necessarily the facts. And that's where when we're dealing with evidence and you're trying to say based on this evidence, then we're gonna have a whole nother little conversation. And that's gonna lead us astray when you start trying to, make that shit be this, that, or third. You can say whatever, you can believe whatever you want. But when you start saying all of that other stuff, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. It is tricky. 1498 does not predate 1492. You don't know how to count. I am convinced now, right? I am convinced now that you don't know how to add and subtract. I asked you what was greater than. Is it greater than or less than? Is 1498 greater than or less than 1492? Is 1513 greater than or less than 1492? You keep bringing up these dates that we know in 1492, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, they were bringing Africans with them to the New World and ramped it up even more in 1500, 1501, 1502, 1503, 1504, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And on and on and on. Well into the 1800, the late 1800s, what we consider the 19th century during the illegal slave trade era. Fuck out of here. What is you talking about? It don't predate. What are you talking about, bro? You so busy trying to find something that you ain't finding nothing. You look like an idiot. That's why I hope that people, when y'all watch this live stream, y'all wonder who the hell is he talking to? Just look in the chat. The comments is there. Just look at what he's saying. He makes no sense to himself, but he said it's the confidence of stupidity for me. It's the confidence in his stupidity. He's confident in looking stupid. He's confident in being wrong. He's confident in exposing himself to his own ignorance. He don't know if 1498 is greater than or less than 1492. He needs to go back to school, which most of these FBA abos, you know what I'm saying? They need to go back to school. They can take online classes and solve a lot of their shit. Online got free classes, bro. You can take a add and subtracting class. You can go in there and do you know what I'm saying? You can find the shit that you don't understand on Corsica, bro. You need a new math teacher. Listen, see, this is the problem when you go to the penitentiary and then get a GED. You don't fucking learn shit. You're in the chat coming like a motherfucker that dropped out in the 10th grade. And I might be giving you two. You might not even pass the 8th grade. But you in the comment section on a YouTube video embarrassing yourself as a high school dropout. Because there's no way that you sniffed a college. No fucking way, bro. At all. I just got the word my credit score is 153 points higher than all you other motherfuckers my age. That's elite credit. He just keeps saying it. You ain't went to no 3 colleges, nigga. Vino, you couldn't get accepted to 3 colleges. There's no way you went to 3 colleges. I don't even junior college, a technical college. You know what I'm saying? You ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no way. Nah, you can't convince me of that. Show me your college IDs. Show me your college IDs. You ain't went to no 3 colleges. Where your college IDs at? Better yet, where your transcripts? Where your college transcripts at, nigga? Let's play that game. Pull your transcripts out. This nigga said you ain't put nobody on with your credit. Nigga, my sons are all on my credit. Fuck out of here. They all got good credit scores, nigga. They come into this world with 750s, 800s, nigga. Fuck out of here. You ain't got no damn transcripts. Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect and big. We know, yeah. Ain't no way, bro. He don't know if 1498 is greater than or less than 1492. We keep asking him this question, and he will not give us an answer. FBA is definitely a cult. They're denialists. They all have a belief. The rooted ruler of the FBA, as you can see, Chaotic came up here and tried to stick his chest out and say it's really him. But we know it's Tariq. He created their cult. They all share similar characteristics, and they all are denialists. As he says, some of them are full FBA, whatever the fuck that means, and then there's some half FBA, because there's a video out right now with somebody trying to get an answer as to who qualifies as FBA. And we heard Chaotic's version. His was phenotype. They had to have the certain hair. They had to have a certain nose and mouth look about them, and phenotype. That's what he said. Look, just the look. Don't you know how many people look black that ain't black, bro? That's what the Aborigines and down there in Australia. They look like they us, but they ain't us. So your measuring stick for that is stupidity. Federal Black Americans. I saw that trending a couple of weeks ago. Facts. Yeah, they could be working for the feds. You know what I'm saying? This fool still talking about what does 1492 have to do with South America? You don't have no black people in South America before 1492. You don't even have nobody near. Yeah, and this fool says he's an FBA Seminole. That goes to show you how stupid this motherfucker is. What the fuck is an FBA Seminole, bro? Hold on. I need to pause for station identification. We'll be right back.
We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. They had, in their search for Asia and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they had discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
Big guy, I got the game on the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black guy, repping the team, repping the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big guy, I got the game on the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black guy, Repping the team, repping the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it. There's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done. Just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck in the mud. I done came up. They got up here like I weigh. I made them double the funds. Niggas be hating. Probably cause they wifey like me and she wanna give me the buns. She got a friend. Told her that she can come too because two heads is better than one. My competition is none.
Come on, man. You a joke, bro. You a joke, bro. You a joke, bro. I was supposed to be ending this, trying to figure out how I'm gonna get some food. I ain't ate nothing all day. You know what I'm saying? But I might just go ahead and fast till tomorrow, bro. I ain't ate now. I don't know. I might just let it go. Yeah, you down here saying this stupid stuff. Just running your mouth, bro. Chicken. Yeah, you is big mad, man. Rim wrist. He can't tell you what a tether is. What he did was he heard somebody else say something, so then he turned around and he began to mimic whatever somebody else said something. So, as an example, that's really big. This is really big among the abos, right? So, if someone says that they're not African, then they'll say they're not African, and then don't know why they're saying that they're not African. You feel me? Like, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. And I know you're still probably watching Chaotic if you're still here, but you look African as fuck, my nigga, to be running around here talking about you are the FBA. That's why I said what I said, because you can't deny your Africanness and you admitted to that. So the mere fact that you were willing to compromise and say that you can't deny your Africanness, what the fuck is the point of FBA? All y'all can't have historical amnesia. I'm gonna tell y'all how close I am to writing a new article and then putting it on Same Tree Different Branch and then allowing people to download it and read it. And it may just be $1.99, $2.99, $3. It might just be a $3, right? Probably maybe $2.99. It's still $3. But the point is I'm about this close from being inspired enough to write this one thing that keeps coming across my mind and on my heart to put pen to paper and write and then flow it. I'm just, I'm brainstorming right now. So if I get motivated enough to do it, when I do it, I'm gonna do it in a way that's gonna walk you through a phase. It's gonna get you all the way up until how it concludes, and then it's a wrap. Because they don't read books, they don't write, and the shit they do write, they plagiarize the shit out of it, and then try to make it say what it didn't say. I can show y'all. I can go on the screen right now. As a matter of fact, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. What's this dude name? This dude name Top Catch, right? He like to get mad at motherfucker talking about why he's Shawn. Dan Calloway too. He like to talk that shit about why you show my book, this, that, and the third. I got this idiot book somewhere. Where this idiot book at? Man, if I show y'all how religious Top Catch really is, bro, and how he ain't what he's saying he is online, y'all roll over. Nah, it's got to be from 2023. I know it's in my Google Drive. I also got it in the email. Damn, man. Shit, I said, fuck him. I ain't even got this book in here. All right. I got it in my email. Let me go to my drive. See, it's people like Vino. You just let them run off because they don't know how to think critically, and they are full of pseudoscience. So you just let them run off. You know what I'm saying? He really want me to really block him. He want me to block him. Okay, he go this fool. Yep. The origin of the walking Quran. Syntax morphology, interface and a study. The rise of the transatlantic slave trade. Native populations of America, 14. Oh, do I want to do this to him? Do I just want to go ahead and pull out this work right here? The Native Population of the Americas in 1492 by William Denevan. The conversation is over when I pull this out. It ain't even nothing to talk about, bruh. When I pull that out, it ain't nothing to talk about, bruh. You don't want to smoke, man. You just want to, you know what I mean? You want to be in somebody's chat trying to distract the conversation. Then when you get on the panel, all that energy you had in the chat, you ain't got no more. You gonna tuck your motherfucking tail and be all nice and shit. Straight up. Okay. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. I'm still looking for this nigga Top Cat book before I go to my email. I can show y'all. And I can show y'all how they be plagiarizing like a mug and then how they be making up stuff. Like, they don't write no books, bro. That's why you only see a Dan Calloway and Top Cats with pseudo ass abo books. Ain't nobody else writing no books, bro. They ain't got nobody on that side of the argument writing books. The FBA niggas ain't got goddamn motherfuckers writing books. Man, my bad, y'all. Somebody keep hitting me up on my business page trying to act like they want to lock in my dog. I ain't got time for the games though. We're doing big business over here. Big business. And they ain't talking about what's your number. You need to be locked in. Bro, you ain't get my number. You can call it business number. Yeah. Vino, go on and embarrass yourself, bro. We cool. You can go ahead and do it. We know you stupid. You ain't gotta convince none of us, bro. We know you stupid, bro. People who catch this replay gonna be looking at this replay like, did he really say that? Told y'all I got bottom kids book. Let me show y'all something real quick. I can't show y'all too much. Look, you can't even say what is fist. I'm fist to look. This how we know you stupid. Nobody gonna take you serious, bro. Hold on, Nobody gonna take you serious, bro, when you saying shit like this. I'm fist to write a book. And you can't count like niggas. No, bro, we straight, bro. We ain't wasting our money on you. We know you can't even count. Look at this dude book, bro. Y'all see that? Y'all can't see the book, can you? It's something about not capturing that screen on that one. And his book says is how many pages he says his book is. His book's supposed to be 75 pages, but it's more like 43. Because a lot of this shit, like, he do shit like one chapter 4 pages, one chapter 3 pages, one chapter 5 pages, something might be 2 pages. He ain't it's not a chapter over here more than 5 pages. And if you go look at the 5 pages, it's not really 5 pages. So there's something along with the browser can't accept your screen. See, earlier on, I was able to share everything that I needed to share. Oh, no, that's because I was on Chrome. All right. Y'all can see the entire screen, right? Nope. It says the browser can't access your screen. I don't know what's up with this thing, man. It's more tripping. Like, it's more tripping, bro. See, I had the book on the screen. That motherfucker won't show y'all. You can't be FBA if you're from Central America. Spears is flying, pseudos is crying. Vino said his book gonna be 107 pages. You don't even know how to source shit. How the fuck is you think you finna write a book? You ain't even got 100 pages worth of information. You gonna get your book beat the fuck up. This shit gonna get beat up. And it's gonna be so bad you can't even recover. Yes, sir. You look trashy. That boy emotional. You know, ain't nobody clip is, and when I said no reparations for you, Vino. Damn, Shawn said you ain't had a book since Spades. Damn. You ain't had a book since Spades? We documented before 1870. Who is we? There's no FBA or Aboriginal documentation of anything before 1870. What the fuck is you talking about, bro? What is you talking about? Hold on. Let me just hit my boy up real quick. Boy, Kenny. Sound bites. Yes, sir. You stamped. Vino, where's the FBA or Aboriginal documentation of the early Americas? What is it? What is it, bro? What is it? Where your evidence at? You see how I could talk to other people that come on the panel, man? I don't get mad, want to kick them off, you know what I mean? Do none of that crazy stuff. But when Vino and all the elbows come up, bro, I'll be ready to set fire to them. Y'all see what I did? Still ain't no money. He ain't hit that link. He ain't hit that link, ladies and gentlemen. So guess what? Just because he ain't want to hit that link, we're gonna do this. Let's get into a portion of this article. Show y'all something. Show y'all something real quick. I'm trying to get there, but of course this thing loading. So I guess his name is pronounced Quijos or Quejos. First unidentified landfall was on May 3rd, 1525 at a river which he named Rio de la Cruz, River of the Cross, because he reached the shore on the date of the festival of the adoration of the true cross. No, I don't want. There we go. All right. Faithful to his instructions, Quejo took several. He didn't say Indians. He didn't say maroon. He didn't say Negroes. He didn't say maroons. He didn't say Africans or none of that. He said he took several Indians to train as translators, since the language of the area, probably form of a Muskegon, was unknown to his interpreters from the Chicora. He then sailed north looking at Chicora and the Jordan River. On May 9th, he found the cape leading into the Jordan River and named it Cape San Nicolas for the festival of the date. Entering in the Jordan River, Quejo initially met with the hostility from the natives because of the previous kidnapping of their relatives and friends. But the Indians were soon placated by gifts, clothing, and assurances that he would soon return the captives. After possibly a week of Chicora, Quejo continued on his assigned task of mapping the east coast of La Florida and looking for a possible strait to the Orient. He ain't even looking for the people that he's looking for. He's looking for the Orient. He first sailed south along the shore, probably to an area of Amelia Islands or Fernandina Beach, and finding no straight turn again and headed north. Quejo's track on this voyage is unclear, but apparently he entered both Delaware Bay and Chesapeake Bay. Quejo's rudder has been lost, but it can be inferred from his routing and a Juan Vespucius 1526 map that he named the Chesapeake Bay the Bahia de Santa Maria. Around the middle of July, Quejo began on his long sail back to Santo Domingo. Quejo's voyage set the stage for Leon to launch his plan to put a settlement on La Florida at Chicora. Leon's colonizing expedition consists of 6 ships and 600 persons, including women, children, and a number of black slaves. Black slaves. Who are these black slaves? There were a few priests in the company, but no soldiers. This was to be a peaceful encounter with friendly Indians who were supposedly ready to conversion to Christianity, or at least to live in Policia as good neighbors under their own rules. Leon stores peep game. So to live in Policia was a doctrine of the Dominicans and other advocates of Indian freedom. It allowed Indians with acceptable morals to live peacefully in their own villages, even if not baptized Christians. Leon's stores to support the colony include cassava bread, maize seeds, cutting for plants, cattle, sheep, pigs, and about 100 horses. Leon's fleet departed Puerto Plata in mid-July 1526 for a few weeks' voyage to Jordan River and Chicora. The ships reached the bar at the entrance of Winya Bay on August 9th when a disaster struck. Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo in the Historia records that as the vessel threaded their way through the bar, the flagship Capitana ran around and went down with all its cargo. But the crew and passengers, including Leon, managed to struggle ashore. Chicora and the River Jordan did not live up to the glowing reports that had been brought by Salazar, Guadillo, or Quejo. Leon quickly determined that the area was unsuitable for his colony, so he sent a scouting party inland, and a total of 3 explorations along the coast looks better than the better harbor with good soil and a large native population. The 3 coastal explorations, one following the other, covered much of the same ground from Winyat Bay, south to the area of St. Augustine, or possibly extended as far south as Ponce de Leon Inlet. The second coastal expedition discovered on the modern Port Royal Sound on the Broad River leading to Paris Island and Beaufort, South Carolina. They did not report this as a favorable site, perhaps because of the sighting of large Indian population, but named the river after Santa Elena because they had discovered it on the festival of Santa Elena, the mother of the Christian Roman Emperor Constantine. This river and the adjoining Cape Santa Elena later appeared in Juan Vespucius' map in 1526 and Diego Ribero's 1529 map, and widely uttered of Alonso de Chaves. The enhanced detail from Vespucius and Ribero's maps seen in figures 2 and 3 illustrate an extensive area covered by Leon's exploration. It also difficult to understand why Leon did not see the value of the site. It was later eagerly sought and settled first by the French under Jean Ribault. So, ladies and gentlemen, you see that map right now. They call it some shit way up north. Bahia de Santa Maria, and then Santa Eleanor, Florida. That La Florida is down in there. In 1562, then the Menendez in 1565, who considered it far more desirable and important, his settlement in St. Augustine. After nearly a month in camp with the makeshift shelters on the Jordan River, Leon settlers were wet, sick, mosquito-bitten, and discouraged. Let me skip ahead for his slow folk. But they don't never come up out of there. Look at that. The Gaule Indians. Bro, he never say black people, bro. These people ain't talking about no people that's black. The only black people that this dude know that when he came to the Americas that y'all want to put in this FBA statement were motherfucking Africans. Yes, sir. Meant that. All that. Y'all tripping, bro. I can keep going, bro. Y'all really need to learn something. Y'all really need to learn something. So again, if I scroll back up, it's going to tell you who was all on the ship and what they brought with them. They brought some slaves. Some. It ain't no whole lot of them. It ain't no 100, 200. They brought some slaves. When this whole rebellion that Tariq is talking about on his FBA page, y'all gonna be disappointed. You're gonna be disappointed because he tried to make it seem like it's a gang of these people, and then all of a sudden they just start intermingling with the Indians, and all of a sudden they got this large population where they built stuff and been on their own. Nah, ain't none of them FBAs been like that. That's why they gotta have that belief that they got. They gotta believe something. You heard Chaotic? He said he had a belief. They have to believe that there's some skepticism in the story and of the transatlantic slave trade happening, not happening, or one way or the other. They have to believe. They have to believe. Without that belief, you ain't even got substantial anything. Bro, y'all is funny, bro. I don't even want to get into all of that, bro. I'm on a Vino ran. Vino somewhere. Tiffany. Hey, what up, Tiffany? Hey, come here. Get on the panel real quick. I want to talk to you about something. I want to talk to you about your conversation with unbiased sports. He biased about everything but the sports. I'm gonna see if she gonna join. If she can, I don't know if she can or not, but I did put the link in there. If you still listening, I hit the link. Come on up here. What up? How you sound?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
Good.
That's good.
You good? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So tell me, what? First of all, what led you to Unbiased Channel?
Hold on. My bad. I'm sorry about that. my background. So I happened to look on my channel one day, and he was in the comment section. He came to me and asked me to come on his platform. I said, okay. Now I'm familiar with bias from back in the day, was some years ago. As far as how when people used to come on his channel and stuff.
Yeah.
So I said, okay. I said, well, this is interesting. I want to see what he got going on. So last night was the first time I was on his platform.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the platform was going to be okay. I thought it was going to be, pretty civilized. And it took a twisted turn. It was like the conversation started off okay. Then he started to say all kind of outlandish claims, which made me look at him like, what the hell are you talking about? So I don't know. You probably seen the video. We was going back and forth. I was kind of going off on. I was pretty much going off on him because it was like, dude, no. Wait, no. Wait a minute. I didn't sign up for this. I didn't sign up for this craziness. I wasn't prepared for the craziness I was going to deal with. I guess because he saw that I had made videos about FBA in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that what made him decide to basically reach out to me or whatnot, because I didn't know he identified as being an FBA. I didn't know that until I seen his videos.
Until your video.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know he was an FBA. I was like, okay. I'm like, let me just go ahead and give him a chance. Maybe I can give him the benefit of the doubt.
I seen you pull your DNA up.
Yes, I did. I thought maybe if I show him, because he had this preconceived notion that I had no Caribbean in me or something. And he kept going back and forth, kept talking about Jamaican people. And I'm like, why are you so stuck on Jamaicans? So, anyways, I showed him my DNA. I showed him my ancestry DNA.
Mm-hmm.
And with the ancestry DNA and the 23andMe, they very similar, but the only difference is with ancestry, it doesn't show your Caribbean, and for whatever reason, they don't show your Caribbean background. I guess because it's not as advanced yet, so it's a lot of stuff they gotta catch on to. So, yeah, I was showing them. I was basically showing him the similarity, and then like with ancestry, it shows your tribe, but with 23andMe, I don't see my tribe on there, but I do see the diaspora, like, you know, because
the breakdown.
Yeah, the diaspora breakdown and also the Caribbean breakdown. That's the only thing I see on 23andMe.
Yeah, they still updating.
Right. So I'm showing him that, and he's instead of saying, "Oh, well, how much percentage do you have in Caribbean?" I'm like, there's really no percentage per se. And so I put into the conversation, I said, basically, it's going off the African ancestry that I have.
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at it, like when I show him the 42.2% Nigerian ancestry, I would tell him that a lot of us have a lot of Nigerian ancestry.
Facts.
Okay. And so a lot of that comes from the Nigerians were not only brought over here, but a lot of them were brought over to the Caribbeans and the Caribbeans, and the Caribbeans were taken from their land to being brought over here to America. So that's where a lot of that comes from. So and anytime he asks me a question, right, will ask my opinion about something, he shuts it down real fast and quick. I'm like, okay, dude, you asking me for my opinion, but you're asking me a question, when I try to answer your question, you just shutting everything down. So he just going on and on about how he a teacher and he teach elementary school students and he knows a lot about this information, and then he kept going on about the Jamaican people, like he's still going on live right now about me. Now he been live for about the past 9 hours.
I saw he was live, and I seen he had your name in the title, and I was like,
me. Yes, he was addressing me because of what I said about the FBA. I said
the
FBA is a cult.
They are.
Yeah, and I said they said tripping.
They're a cult.
And I said they said tripping, and that made him feel some kind of way.
Mm.
And he didn't like the fact that I said Tyreek Nasheed was a pimp. He said, "Well, you gotta prove that Tyreek used to be a pimp."
He said it himself. Tyreek if he want proof, then all you got to do is play the video where Tariq was brandishing his ability of being a California pimp in his time, in his day. He literally was saying that. Like before he got into the whole hidden color stuff, he was touting himself as said such pimp. So that's crazy for him to sit there and deny it.
He said, "Well, Tyreek wasn't no pimp. He was a Mac. He was writing a book about macking." I said, "Well, what's the difference?" He said, "There's a difference between macking and pimping." He said, "See, when a guy macks a female, right, and he's trying to talk to her, he's trying to spit some game to her. But a pimp," he said, "a pimp is trying to sell women into prostitution and trying to make money off of them and control them." I'm like, okay, but you don't think pimp Mac women, you don't think they do that? He's like, "No, there's a difference. They can, but there is a difference." I said, okay, whatever. So he said, "You gotta be able to prove that Tyreek is a pimp. You just can't say that." I'm like, okay, whatever. So
okay, so they're talking about his book Macking is what he tried to divert it to. But he was asked about being a pimp too, and he kind of handled that a little bit differently. But that whole thing about Mac, man, I mean, he's from California, bro. They talk that pimp talk. So him trying to deny all of that is crazy talk, because Tariq Nasheed is known for talking too much and talking about that whole pimp stuff. So, and then now he's trying to correlate it from instead of pimping now to macking, and that don't make no sense, because people ain't macking on no female for this, that, and the third, right? why was there some type of financial gain? Like he's known, like in the area where he's from in Cali, that was a big thing, pimping, pandering. He was doing all of that. Dude, you conscious now. We get it. You moved on from something that you was a part of. Great. But yes, it's a cult. You're not wrong. It defines a cult based on the breakdown and the structure and the elements of what makes it a cult. So you were right.
Mm-hmm.
And the other part of that, I think that he was beat up on, is that even when you pulled the DNA out and you asked him, has he taken a DNA test? By now he should have already taken a DNA test because he's been around.
He said that he asked me how much it cost for the 23andMe, and I said, well, I took it some years ago. So it was probably like around 2019 when I took it. It was like, I think it was like $50 at that time. I can't exactly remember the price. So I'm like, he was like, oh yeah, it's $50. Oh, okay, then well, yeah, I might need to go ahead and take that. I said, yeah, I encourage you to do so. I encourage you because you're gonna find out a lot of information.
Right. Well, here's my thing as it speaks to unbiased. And showed this earlier in the show. Unbiased was his channel, his Upstart channel was all about Islam, and then he would do sports talking here and there, and then he would get into these religious arguments for years. But as of late, and when I mean late, as in the last few months, it seems there's been a shift in his content, and I would have to scroll back a little bit to just kind of peep it for myself. And then I started seeing the FBA stuff come up, and then the RBG stuff come up, and I'm like, wait a minute. But his most viewed content is stemming from those things. He used to beat up on Tariq and Umar. He used to have things to say about both of them. Now I'm confused about the brother. I just think it's really a game that he's playing for attention and unfortunately views.
Oh yeah. He bragged about how long he been on YouTube. He said, I've been doing YouTube before YouTube had lives, and
14 years is his oldest video.
Yeah, I was like, okay. I was like, okay, cool. But then he goes on to talk about Jamaica is a shithole, the Caribbean is a shithole.
Don't he look like he got some of that in him though?
Yes. And he's like, these titters, I'm about to go in on y'all titters, this, that, and other. You titters don't know what you're talking about. You titters wasn't here prior to this time period. It wasn't that many of y'all here. I'm like, what is going on with this dude? So, and he had two guys. I think one of them was from the Congo and the other one was from Trinidad. He had them on there earlier today. And every time he asked them some question, he kept cutting them off. Just kept cutting them off. You know, whenever like they tried to respond, he just cut them off. So, but he got upset with me because I just basically wasn't going to go for that. I wasn't going to let him try to use some form of coercion. I wasn't going to let him try to manipulate me like he tried to. He used a video about the lady from Rwanda. So the lady from Rwanda asked she did an interview with somebody.
Yeah.
And somebody had asked her, what do you think of the Black American culture or Black culture? And she said, well, the Black culture is fucked up. And she was like, excuse my language, but the Black culture is fucked up. She was like, I don't believe they should be over there. They should be right over here with us. And so I'm listening to her explain why she think it's fucked up. And then he asked me, he said, well, what do you think about that, Tiffany? Do you agree? I said, well, yes, I do agree that the Black culture is fucked up here in America. He's like, how is that? That's not true. How is that? She don't know what she's talking about. She lying. I said, we can go into a lot of details about why the Black culture is fucked up here.
Right.
And he's like, you know what? I'm about to kick you off of here because you lying right now. I'm about to kick you off. I said, okay, go ahead and kick me off. I don't give a fuck. And then I said, fuck you, bitch ass nigga. And I left. Like, I told him on afterwards. And you know, his people on there, they going in, they trying to call themselves going in on me and whatnot. You know, basically oh, she too aggressive, she too mean, she can't agree to disagree, she can't find a common ground or whatnot. And I said, well, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but it was so hard because he was just saying stuff that was just crazy. He was just all over the place. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? Are you serious?
Yeah, but what do you need to give him the benefit of the doubt for when it is he who you don't deserve to get F him. Like
okay, when I say benefit of that, I was trying to say, okay, let's have a civilized conversation.
Yeah,
let's try to find a common ground.
Yeah, I got you. Now you was just trying to. You're right. You're trying to be the bigger person.
Yeah, but it didn't work. It was like I was trying to listen to him, but I mean, you should have saw my facial expression. I was just looking like, what the hell is you talking about? Where are you getting this from? How do you come up? What?
But why he kept asking you for a source, but I really didn't see him showing it.
Right. So, okay. So, like, for example, we was talking about Jim Crow.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So in the video, we was speaking about Jim Crow, and I told him that, Jim Crow also, like, there was some part of Jim Crow taking place in the North for a little bit, but that's a long topic. But anyways, I told him we was talking about Jim Crow, and he was talking about the Haitian people. Were they here before Jim Crow era? Was the Caribbean here? I was like, yeah, they was here during the Jim Crow era. And I gave him the list of the people that was here during the time period. I spoke about Kwame Ture. I spoke about Kwame Ture, Kenny Pardiel, and Harry Belafonte and Cicely Tyson. Okay, I spoke about that, and he was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, they was here prior to 1920, around 1920." I was like, "Yeah." And so then he was talking about the Haitian people in New York. I said, "Well, there's Haitian people also in the South, in Florida." He's like, Florida didn't have no Jim Crow laws. I said, yes, Florida did have Jim Crow laws. You can look this up. He's like, no, Florida was the South. I said, Florida is still the South. What you mean it's still the South? And he's like, well, the Jim Crow laws was nothing in Florida like it was in Mississippi and all these other places. I'm like, I said, okay, let's go into the Jim Crow laws in Florida. So I was reading the information where they was talking about the separate restrooms and separate, they couldn't go on beaches. They had to go to they couldn't go to, like, they had to go to separate schools and just different things. He said, oh, that's it. He said that is soft. I was like, excuse me. He's like, that's some soft shit right there. That's not Jim Crow, that's some soft shit. I'm like, did you just sit here and say that the Jim Crow laws in Florida is very soft? Do you know what those people had to go through? Do you know what they endured? You couldn't even go through half of the things that these people done went through out here in Florida. What you just said is very disrespectful. How can't you sit here and say you are FBA, or you say you supporting the Black Americans, right? But you just downplayed Jim Crow laws in Florida. He said, well, why Dr. Martin Luther King didn't go down there to Florida? I was like, well, how are we supposed to know that he didn't go to Florida? And when Dr. Martin Luther King spoke, he was speaking about the racism in general, what Black people were dealing with. He's like, well, but Dr. King should have went down there to Florida. I'm like, bro, is you serious?
Yeah, he's serious. Seriously stupid.
And then somebody told me that he said something about Fred Hampton and COINTELPRO. Well, no, he said he support COINTELPRO, and he said fuck Fred Hampton.
I just told me that too, but I ain't got the time. Was that all in the video where he kicked you off?
I don't know if he said it in the video, but somebody came to my page and told me that they had to block him because he was saying that he was supporting COINTELPRO and he was dissing Fred Hampton and the Black Panther Party.
See, I heard that too, but I ain't got no timestamp. Somebody came over here and said that about him. And I'm trying to figure that part out. Like, if y'all got information of him saying that, like, we want that timestamp. That's stuff that we want. We want to deal with that. Like, that's a claim, a hefty claim. It's a disrespectful claim for that matter.
Right. It is disrespectful. So that's making me question him more. How do you gonna sit here and talk about black unity and you want, you know what I'm saying, you want the best for black people, but you just sat here and disrespected the Black Panther Party, right? And Fred Hampton, and then you talk bad about and you basically just downplayed Jim Crow in Florida. Like how make it make sense? So I say you basically taking the talking points that Tyreek has and using them. He talking about, well, what you trying? No. What you trying to say? I said, well, basically, Tyreek is your leader. He's like, no, ain't nobody my leader. I'm my own leader. I said, I can't tell because it seems like you can't think for yourself because you starting to sound like him.
Right. It's crazy. But nah, you were definitely right. It is definitely a cult. And
like I said to him, I said, it's no excuse. We in a day or age where people can get online and find out information. You can use the AI, the little GPT chat thing.
Chat GPT.
Yeah, you can use that now. You know what I'm saying? You can go online and look up information. You can go to archive.org. That's a public library website. You can go to Amazon and purchase books. Hell, you can download the auto books. You know what I'm saying? So there's really no excuse. There's really no excuse to not utilize these resources. You're in the age of technology. It has become more easier and more advanced. And I feel like if you can look up anything else, you can look up information about slavery. Boom, it'll be right there. About African Americans and the connection with Africans and the Caribbean people. You'll find the information. I mean, it's not really that hard. It's just like people just trying to make it harder than what it is.
That's right. So I commend you for going over there. I haven't been over there. But I commend you for that. I think you try to do what you can in the amount of time that you did. I did see, as I just kind of scrolled through the rest of the video to see if you were still a part of the conversation, like the last few hours of that. There was a brother up there just talking that he had on the screen.
And
that was weird. Oh.
Yeah, and the way he talking about the tithers this, tithers that, I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, I said, bro, if you ever if you go to the streets of New York and you come across anybody that's a black immigrant or that, you know, that was born and raised and you talking that nonsense to them, I'm quite sure they're going to do something to you.
He ain't doing none of that. Like this whole tethering talking point, that's how you called him out when you said we started dealing with Tariq, because that's exactly a Tariq move. That's definitely a Tariq move. So, you know, it is what it is at that point. But yeah, I'm glad you came up because I definitely was curious about that whole situation as it pertained to how you even got into that discussion. Look at him. Look at V-Note in the chat. He's upset. Like I said, they get all that whole word from.
He had FBA too, huh?
Well, he claims to be an Aboriginal. So, but he also claimed an FBA as well. But he thinks that he's an FBA Seminole, which he's neither. With his daddy having DNA from West Africa. But they don't know what that word means really, or the way that they're trying to impose it on people, claiming that they're this, that.
I don't even know much about the word. I hear the word all the time, but I don't even know much about it. I'm like, what is this terminology? Where they get the terminology from?
Yeah, they're reliable on a lot of Tariq Nasheed's talking points. similar to that of a Dane Calloway and Top Cats. They stay on that.
Top Cats. I don't know who Top Cats is.
Yeah, Top Cats are Avo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, but yeah, it was a quite interesting show. It was a quite interesting show. It was very interesting. So I could say that for a fact. Yeah, but I couldn't go any longer with him. I couldn't do it anymore. I'm like, all right, look. I said what I need to say. I'm gonna let you have it.
yeah, let them have effort. But that's really all I had. Let me see. So I'm trying to see what Vino got to say because he bringing me back to this source that he wants to talk about called The Discoveries of the New World from the First Original Onto the Year of Our Lord 1555 by Antonio Galvano. And it's an area in here that he wants to talk about specifically, but he will not, and I repeat, he will not say it in the chat because he don't really read books. You know, they like to cherry pick, right? And so there's this portion of this book, and I'm gonna put it on the screen because I really don't really need him to tell me because this is what he keep trying to refer to. So he wants to talk about Balboa's account of 1513, and we've already done this with him before. I don't know if you're familiar with Balboa or not, but yeah. So I'm gonna show you real quick because I gave him a chance to try to say what he wanted to do with page number, but I want to show him something. He thinks that black people been in America before 1492, and he thinks that they discovered black people, and these black people that look like me and you and him is evidence of those people. So this is out of that book, and it says in the year 1513, Balboa hearing speech and news of the South Sea determined to go thither, although his company dissuaded him from that action. But being a man of good value with those soldiers that he had, being 290, he resolute to put himself into that jeopardy. He went therefore from Darien the first day of September, carrying some Indians. So let's just be clear. The first thing that they denote here is that he was carrying some Indians. So it's him, his soldiers, and Indians of the country with him. Now, these Indians were of the country with him to be his guides. He marched over toward the land, sometimes quietly, sometimes in war, and in certain place called Carica. This is what he says. It's 1513. He found Negro captives. You hear what I just said?
Yes.
He found Negro captives with curled hair, and never up to that time were others seen or known until now. In all these parts of New Spain, Golden Castile, and Peru, this Balboa came to the site of the South Sea on the 25th day of said month, and on St. Michael's Day came into it, where he embarked himself against the will of Chippus, who was the lord of the coast, who wished him not to do so because it was very dangerous for him. But his desires, desires to have, it's bad English, known that he had been upon those seas, went forwards, and he came back again to the land of safety, and he returned with great condiment, bringing with him good store of gold, silver, and pearls, which they took. So really quick, in just reading that, which is what Vino wanted to get into. In reading that, look, you ain't have to tell me the page, bro. I already knew where you was trying to go. I got there on my own merit without you even saying. But even in this account, they are clearly, they didn't say that they found Negroes there. He called them Negro captives, something that you left off, that you kept arguing in the chat this entire time, and they called them Nick. Does it not say that, Tiffany? Do you see that, or am I blind? Let me scroll. Let me scroll over right here, where you see this word right here. What he called them?
Negroes.
Negro what?
Negroes captives.
So the Negroes that he saw were captives. Now you trying to no. Now you trying to add captives of war. So one more time for clarity, because we just read it and we didn't really go fast. He went therefore from therein the first day of September, carrying some Indians of the country with him to be his guides. And he marched over toward the land, sometimes quietly, sometimes in war, and in a certain place called Karika. He found Negro captives with curled hair, and never up to that time were others seen or known until now in all these parts of New Spain, Golden Castile, and Peru. What are you trying to say here, V-Note? We can continue to read it.
I don't think they say anything about Indians being captive.
Right. They said Negro captives. Them Negro captives ain't people that are indigenous to this land. They were captives. You just ended
I
up
think you thought about the concept about the curly hair part.
Nah, that ain't what he's saying. He trying to say that the Negroes was already there. Who was these Negroes was already there? Them Negroes was captives. He's trying to make it sense. Look, he putting it in the chat. He putting it in the chat. He don't understand the story. What he messed up at was the whole notion of the whole notion of them not being captives. He kept not saying captives at all. He stayed away from that. Now he's like, what does captive mean? What you mean what captives mean, bro? Like, you tripping, V-Note. These people were not indigenous to this place, bro. They were clear separate from the Indians. They weren't Indians. They weren't indigenous. They were captives. So who captured them and who did this, that, and the third? Like, you tripping.
Vino,
he can't count either. So,
Vino, the main thing I'll tell you to do is do your research. If you can get online and find pseudo information, you can find accurate information. You got the chat GPT on your phone. If you got the chat GPT on your phone, all you gotta do is type in the information, it will pop up. I just answered your question, sir. I answered your question.
You don't get it.
But since you want if you want a direct answer, I'll give you that. The people that was captive were African people that came from Central West Africa.
He's still gonna deny that. And his reason for denying that is because he can't fathom. He can't fathom that. Like, his maturity level is very low, and He don't comprehend what he read. And we've been telling him that for quite some time, but he just, I don't know, it's one of those issues where he'll bring it. The positive thing is he'll bring you a source, right?
Right. But it doesn't line up with what he's saying.
Come on, you already know.
Yeah.
He died his source, but then he'll negate all of that to go even further with his stupidity. Like he'll double down on it for real, for real. He'll double down, dummy.
Who get to Panama?
The Spanish brought him there, bro. They told you that in the sources. When you're talking about Balboa's account, they telling you that. These Negroes
what he's trying to do, he's using what I call manipulation tactic. He's trying to manipulate and trying to use some form of coercion to get me to say what he want me to say. I'm not going to do that, sir. I'm not going to say what you want me to say, beloved. I'm not. Now, I don't know. You can try that with somebody else, but I'm not going to say something that's going to fit your narrative.
That man said, how do black people get there? They were captives. They were brought over there. 15, 13. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm not going to play those games because I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do.
The Spanish brought them over there, bro. That's the answer to your question without all the crazy stuff. Without all the crazy stuff, bro. That's the answer to your question.
Yeah, that's many books. You know what? I recommend you to check out Gerald Horne. Yeah, check out Gerald Horne. Also, check out Dr. Henry Louis Gates. If you watch PBS, you will get the answer. You will get a lot of great answers from his documentary. He does a great job of breaking things down. So you might want to just go ahead and tune in to PBS and check out Dr. Henry Louis Gates. Look up Gerald Horne. Even read Dr. John Henry Clark.
He definitely ain't gonna read him. He anti-reading. He don't really read.
Okay, well, you need to watch PBS. Yeah, PBS is great. They have a lot of great documentaries, great historical information. Yeah, you need to check it out. Many Rivers to Cross by Henry Louis Gates. And he also does the DNA test with various celebrities, help them to find a genealogy. Yeah, I think you should watch him. I think if you watch him and you tune in, you'll pick up on a lot of information. Trust me. It's going to change your thought process. And I also encourage you to take a DNA test. Now, I know you're going to say DNA test is not real, it's false, it's fake, etc. But I encourage you to take it because I'm telling you, once you find out, you'll be able to learn how to connect the dots. Science and history go hand in hand.
Tell him that again because he don't understand.
Science and history go hand in hand.
He ain't read this book either. It's another one of those books where he ain't read anything.
Mm-hmm.
And we keep telling you, bro, you got to start reading this stuff, bro, before you start just putting up something because you thinking it's saying something that you wanted to say and it don't. The mere fact that they distinguish 3 different groups of people and you talking 15, it's the time period is justified, bro.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you gonna start seeing black people over here around that time. Duh.
And then another thing too, slavery. If you think that slavery was some make believe stuff, it's really not. And it's a lot that we don't know about slavery. It's so much more that we don't know. We have to uncover the information. It goes so deep. It goes so deep as far as the epigenetics, which means that that's above genome, right? That means your gene expression opens up. Okay. So it's like it's a transgenerational thing that's taking place. I mean, you talking about your great grandmother or great grandfather enduring slavery, and it's all that they went through is passed on down to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They don't like that. There's too much right in there. Too much right in there.
Yeah, it is. So that's why it's important that you study science. It's important that you study science and history. Once you study science and you learn how to connect the dot with history, it will all make sense.
Now we got Peter Mortar. Now we go to Peter Mortar. What page, Vino? What page in Peter Mortar's book, bro? What page in Peter Mortar's book? You want her to look at this for what? What page in Peter Mortar book? You gonna see it. You gonna see. He don't even do nothing. He just don't put the book back there. Tell her. Now watch. We're finna go to 286, and this is a common thing with this brother, right? We get you seen his first move of behaviors the first time. He gave us a source, and then he wanted the source to say something the source don't say. Now we finna go to 280. We finna go to 286.
Is it De Orbre Novo?
Yeah, we finna go to 286 in this book. All right. So now watch what it say when we get to 286. $267. And we've been over this before with him and the same shit. He just, I don't know. I just think he got a learning disability. And I understand because, most people got them. 283. So look, he don't start us right here at the beginning. He take us to 286. $286. Let me zoom in. Right here in 286. He don't tell us where. But this is where he's stuck, right here in his top paragraph. So you're really on 285. Okay. It says, the natives worship no other god than the sun, who is the master and alone worthy of honor. Nevertheless, they accepted instructions and they will rapidly adopt our religion when zealous teachers come to instruct them. Their language contains nothing rough of difficult understanding. All the words of vocabulary may translate and written in Latin letters, as we have already said was the case in Hispaniola. They are a warlike race and have always been troublesome neighbors. The country is neither rich in gold mines nor does it possess fertile soil, being mountainous, arid. Because of its precipitous mountains, the temperature is cold. And the chiefs wear clothes, but the bulk of the people are the content to live in a state of nature. The Spaniards, listen, the Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. There's a footnote to this. Now listen to the footnote. The footnote says the mysterious fact has been asserted by too many authors to be refused credence. The author's explanation of this existence of these Africans in America is possibly the correct one. This is on September 26, 1513. The men who accompanied him numbered 66. Let me continue. It says they only live in the region one day's march from Karakura, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships in these mountains. The natives of Karakura carry an incense war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune for these two people. So I'm gonna pause. Now watch what he's saying in the chat. As none of this helps him, because they still saying that these black people are African. It is clearly telling us that these people are African. What is your notion? What's your argument, Vino? What's your argument now, Vino? What's your argument? Everybody that you keep bringing to us is associated with Africa. Every last one of them. And I have no problem in the 1500s of black people being spotted in America somewhere, because you have the Spanish making trips in this direction, accidentally or otherwise, because they're trying to get to China. So that whole revolt about, Africans escaping and all of that, it's a reality. But that does not matter. They don't see a bunch of black people here. They're specific. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in the province, or who they calling Negro slaves. We don't know who them people was or where they came from. It don't say that in this source. The source don't even say that. But they call them slaves. And you finna make a whole nother claim that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. So really, you giving people that wanna say that Africans came to the Americas, but this doesn't say that they're before Columbus. This is clearly saying that in 1513 that these black people were found by the Spanish, and they were slaves, and they were African. Why do we keep on rehearsing that? What's your next source you want to use to put Africans in the Americas? Because that's all that's going to end up happening. Everything that you're going to talk about is going to put Africa in the Americas via the Spanish. And you really need to read this whole book, bro. You need to go back to the beginning of the book.
Okay, Vino, I got a question. How serious are you about this knowledge?
You sound like somebody else that we heard asking that same question.
Yeah, how serious are you that serious about this knowledge? Because you seem to think that slavery was a joke or something. I don't know, and it's quite sad. I'm assuming that you're young, like very young.
No, he ain't. Mm-mm.
So he's older.
Yeah, in the 40s.
Oh, so you in your 40s? Oh, well, that's a damn shame. You in your 40s? That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. You in your 40s. You would think somebody in your age group would have enough sense, will be a little bit more wiser. Baby, I can't help you too much if you're in your 40s and you still talking crazy like this. I really can't help you that much. Only thing I can say is you need to get your brain evaluated or something. That's fine. He can call me auntie. I am an auntie. I'm not ashamed. I am an auntie. And I have a great niece. So that's fine. Go ahead and call me auntie. If you had a real auntie, I'm quite sure she'll go across your behind.
Yeah, he tripping with no map, man. He tripping. All the way. He tripping. See, he gonna keep on. That boy, that crazy. Special ed. He's special ed for real. But you know, that's where you gotta start. You gotta read the whole book, bro. You can't read a book and then you can't look for cliff notes, right? Or cherry pick some stuff to try to figure out, because this is the only portion that you're trying to argue about, and you don't even know what this place is that they're talking about. And because you could easily go back to figure out who is it that Balboa saw, because when you read other accounts with Balboa being more specific, it tells you that people were bringing these Africans in the region since they were coming over here. When Balboa gets to that same area where he sees these people are of these African people that he's relating to or mentioning here. He know dang well where they come from, bro.
Man, oh man. I got a question. What's the fascination of being Native American? What's the fascination with black people jumping on board saying I'm indigenous, I'm Native American? What's the fascination behind it?
To be anti-African. That's just the honest truth about it all. At the end of the day, is to be every bit of anti-African for a reason. Well, what other reason would you have, to kind of deal with it?
Well, let me ask you this, Vino. Do you know any Native American languages?
Nah, I don't know. He don't. He can barely talk.
I'm just curious to know. Here's the thing: it's nothing wrong with being African descendant. It's nothing wrong with that. I understand that you've been taught to hate yourself, and I know that we want to fall into narrative that our grandmama or great grandmama or somebody in our family say that we got Indian in us. And some of us do may carry Native American bloodline. Some of us do. Some, not all of us. But still, you still have a lot more African in you, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with being African descendant. It's nothing wrong with being connected to that part of you. You know what I'm saying? You carry on the tradition of those African people, what they left behind. So there's nothing wrong with it. It's a beautiful thing. But we were taught to hate that part of us.
Boy, that crazy, special ed.
Yeah.
And he man, let's see. See, there you go. We was here before the woods. So we Americans. We are the new world, not the old world. You hear that?
What's the woods?
He calling white people peckerwoods.
Oh, the peckerwoods. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he has no evidence of being here before, and he keep thinking it. He thinks that way for a reason. He thinks that that he's always been here before these people, but he don't have the evidence, and I don't think that he understands that genetically he can't get no truth out of that, no matter how he trying to slice it.
No, you're not gonna get the truth out of it. I mean, it's nothing. Here's the thing: nothing wrong with being African descendant. It's beautiful. We come from various tribes, multiple tribes,
right,
throughout the Central West African region. You know, that is like a beautiful thing, in my opinion. To come from multiple ethnic groups like that, and they all had traditions, practice. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I wish people can get out the mentality of being anti-African. However,
this nigga said he of Mayan descent.
That's wishful thinking. That's very wishful thinking.
Mayan descent, bro. That boy say anything stupid.
Yeah.
Anything.
Wow.
Get it up, bro.
Mayan. The most common book that people like to use is Ivan Van Sertima book. They came before Columbus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I think people get a misunderstanding of that book because come to find out that he really didn't know per se. It was just his speculation.
They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear you say that. I be saying that shit to him all the time. Like he didn't know what he was talking about. He ain't had the evidence. He didn't. He relied. I mean, he relied on some stuff that he shouldn't have, and ultimately it ended up costing him.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the totality of his work,
mm-hmm.
He relied on other people. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I got all the Leo Wiener's works, and we went through that a few times. But you even show him. He said, "I just showed you 2 different sources." So listen, the 2 different sources that he showed, both of them say that they're African. Vino, are you African? You just told us that you're not African. You just told us that you're not African. But the 2 sources you brought to us clearly state that these Negroes were African. And now we established that they're referring to Africa. You say you're not African, you're of Mayan descent. I'm confused. So you didn't bring us a source saying that the people that they found, the Negroes that they found were Mayans. It said they were African. Now you American. Bro, shut the hell up.
The problem is a lot of our people deal with so many identity crises.
Yep.
And they don't know where to fall in. And what I'm looking at is the bandwagon and people jumping on a trend.
Definitely. Definitely a trend.
So.
Definitely a trend. The man just literally sit here and told us that he's of Mayan descent, but gave us 2 sources that took us to goddamn Africa. That's a special kind of guy right there, I'll tell you. Very special.
Now, if he would have said that he was a black Seminole, then I would have been like, okay, you getting somewhere.
He say that too. He say he the Seminole.
I said black Seminole.
Yeah, but he gonna say he a black Seminole. But his black Seminole meaning that he been here. He ain't no of African descent. Just know. And we tell him clearly that the black Seminoles were people of African descent. Then he brought up the whole maroon shit. And we try to tell them the maroon, that's people of African descent. Those are Africans that you're talking about.
Oh, that's what Tyreek also incorporated with the FBA. He brought in the maroon history and all of that. Yeah, he tried to add that on to the FBA.
It's crazy. That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I found very interesting about Tyreek, some years back, it was not too long ago, probably around 2017 or 2016. He did a documentary on the Haitian Revolution, the Haitian culture.
Right.
Which I thought was pretty dope. You know, he had the scholars, you know, people from the Haitian community. I thought, okay, he on to something. But then that's when they start having a turn around like a few years later. I'm like, you done did a documentary about the Haitian Revolution, the culture. Now, all of a sudden, you got to change your heart.
Yeah, he was putting the hustle in right then and there. He seen Dan Calloway eating. He looked at them numbers Dan Calloway was doing, was like, I can pull some people from here. All I got to do is start doing that. Everything for him is a new hustle. And he can suck people right on into it because people gullible. Like they're afraid of that. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's they don't have that time. But like you said, there ain't no excuse. If you got this or you got that, you can find an answer to it. But are you going you know, go behind it to make sure that that's the right information and, you know, do what's necessary? Like some people don't want to do that work. And they don't understand, you know, online you can say anything, but can you prove it?
Right.
And he think if he sent us these two little sources, they supposed to prove something. The two sources that you provided prove to us that Negroes from Africa were this, because it's talking about the same account. So it's not two separate accounts. It's the same account. Let's not get that misconstrued. But those Negroes that were found and given two versions of the same account were from Africa. So I don't know how you could, you know, hang your hat on using that as your source. You tripping, bro.
Well, I gotta step away. Are you gonna be here any longer?
No, I ain't gonna be here too much long. I'm gonna probably end up ending the song.
Okay, then. All right. Well, I appreciate you having me on here.
Same, likewise. Appreciate you coming on. Enjoy your evening.
All right. You do the same. Peace to the chat. Shout out to the chat.
Appreciate you too.
All right, then. Peace.
All right. There y'all have it, man. Tiffany pulled up on us. Let us know what that issue is. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. Bro, I need to go get me some eat on the Gorilla. You like this now? Yeah. I want a salad. I want a salmon salad. Yes, sir. That boy in the chat getting beat the fuck up every which way. Every time he bring a source, he get beat up. You didn't prove nothing. It proves they was in Panama before the Euros settled. No, it doesn't prove that they was in Panama when the Euros settled. Because those two sources that you brought, and you sit there and simply stated, when I brought you to who those people was in Panama, when I brought you to who those peoples was, bro, clearly, we did this the other day. I don't even understand why I got to do it again. But we sit here and went through this book. And when we went through the book, when we went through this book, African Maroons in the 16th century Panama, History and Documents. When we went through this book, I told your dumbass right then and there what the situation was. And you refused, so we began to read it. And even when it gets up into Sir Francis Drake's excerpts and informations on to Balboa and his bullshit, we found everything that we was looking for that gave us the answers. And it even told us that they were bringing black people to this region, to this area during certain time periods. And you kept saying, well, Columbus didn't go to Panama. He didn't have to fucking go to Panama. He wasn't the only one traveling after 1492. There were several voyagers. How the hell you get all these other names of people that you're trying to use as your source? Goofy troop. This is a clear indicator that you don't know what the hell you're talking about, and sometimes you just be running your dick sucker because that's all you know how to do. Pause. Weird ass nigga. I be trying to give y'all the real deal information, man. But you be running from it because you scary. I ain't never met some dude as scary as you is, bro. You like scared. You scared of the truth. I ain't never seen that before. I ain't never seen a person scared of the truth. Ever. Ever. The whole time, bro, I gave you the book, told you that you need to read the book. Clearly, we went through the other excerpts of Balboa's accounts. We got the justification of why we were seeing blacks in Panama. We learned about these things. We start to see that all of these people, these voyagers, in the early 1500s, they was bringing Africans with them to these areas. And here it is, you trying to ignore it. You trying to ignore it, bro. You trying to ignore it, bro. And that's a problem. Like, you don't understand it. What up, Unc? Like, he don't understand it, bro. We can't keep you. He's stupid. He thinks because he gave us a source, it supports what he's saying. Africans first entered Panama alongside Spanish conquistadors. Nuflo de Alano, a free colored companion of Balboa, participated in the first transitmus crossing. As in other parts of the Americas, conquistadors owned slaves and frequently relied on enslaved persons to bolster the ranks of the conquest campaigns. Many Africans who arrived during the conquest era filled auxiliary positions attending to their owners or overseeing their owners' economic interests. Their duties include managing enslaved indigenous persons in rural estates. As early as 1515, some royally owned slaves toiled in Samaria clearing roads to connect mining camps to the city. I can just pause right there. In this period, African labor was essential to Spanish interests, but constituted a small fraction of labor needed in the Nasset's colony. I don't have to go no further. We talking about your boy Balboa. We ain't gotta do all it. Bro, I don't have to do this back and forth with a dummy. You clearly brought two sources. Both of the sources that you brought didn't even agree with you. What they basically said to you was who these Negroes were. It is thought that the Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships in the mountains. That was a claim, but it told you that the Spaniards found Negro slaves in the province. This is talking about Balboa and all of them. This is your same shit, bro. It's your same source, bro. From one to the other, it's your same source, bro. You cannot get around what this shit is saying to you. You can't. You can't. A place called Carica, he found Negro captives with curled hair. In both of these two sources, they both call these Negroes captives. And in the source that I provided you, straight down the line, to give you even more insight, it tells you that these motherfuckers was being brought over here. Since they were doing is shipping, they were bringing black people with them. And you said, nah. But the two Negroes that they talking about in the two sources you brought up were people from Africa. So I don't understand how you could operate in that manner. You started to make yourself look really, really, really dumb. And I hate doing you like that because I know you got a learning disability. And you don't know how to read. You can't comprehend. But you're going to have to chill out with that stupidity. You're going to have to chill out with that stupidity. You know, you just relax, bro. Shawn, each time he bring up Panama, I ask him about it. He just can't comprehend well. Goodness. I don't get it. I mean, every source that he bring up just don't agree with him. It tell you that the Negroes was captives. What the fuck else you want him to say to you, bro? Yeah, he running wild, bro, all day long. But listen, man, I might be back tomorrow, man. I'm gonna end this joker. I need to either make me a smoothie or give me some food. I've been on this BSing all day. I appreciate all y'all tapping in, man. Y'all make sure y'all like the show, share the show. You know what I mean? You want to go back and do what you do, then go back and do what you do. Don't none of them boys really want to get into it. Tyreek either. They avoid real information at all costs. FBA is a cult. Clear that up quick.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find your own genealogy? Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Shawn P, Shawn, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call that apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. After the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Shawn P, Shawn, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You got TKO genealogy.
Good afternoon, good people. It's your boy Shawn P in the place to be, man. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. If for any reason I sound choppy or whatever the case may be, please let me know, man. So I can try to resolve and fix whatever it is going on. Before we get started, I do want to shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all tapping in, tuning in. You know what I'm saying? You dig. It is going to be what it's going to be, when it's going to be, what it's going to be, how it's going to be. Period. We got a nice little show today. We're going to address some lies of the Aboriginals. We're going to address the FBA a little bit and a few other things. And I'm not slacking or lacking or letting up on none of these cowards. At the end of the day, none of them. And I'm just standing on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, they getting no playing my wrath for none of that they talking about. Like, for real. And we're going to make sure we handle our business the way we supposed to handle our business, y'all. So again, man, like the show, share the show. Before we get going, I want to show y'all something. I want to show y'all something, man. Before I even get this show on the road, I'm gonna show you what kind of person or what kind of people you're dealing with, right? They're sick in the head. Yeah, these dudes are sick in the head, like real bad, sick in the head, bad, like down bad, sick in the head. So, what you getting at, Shawn? What you mean? Well, I'm about to show you, and I'm gonna let them rock out for a little bit too. And then I'm gonna get into my shit. Hold on, before I get going, let me answer a couple questions in the chat. And again, peace to everybody in the chat tapping in. Listen, man, these abos, they want to be y'all so bad, bro. These people, hold on, let me take it off the screen. These people want to steal the indigenous people's culture so bad that they're willing to do anything. Anything. If they see the word aboriginal or indigenous, they will migrate to that with no understanding of what this author is referring to or talking about. I'm gonna show that. I also got a bone to pick, and the reason why I'm telling y'all you got to give up. They came before Columbus. You got to give up. They came before Columbus, because Leo Wiener says that the people that were here in the Americas, they didn't have shit. They didn't create nothing. They didn't build anything. They got all their shit from Africa. One of his largest arguments is especially because it's a whole book, volume 2 is dedicated to tobacco in different forms, and he makes a whole argument in that book. He claims that smoking tobacco was an African thing, and it is where the Indians got it from. Like, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up at all. And it's like beyond pathetic. Damn, I ain't get it again, bro. Like crazy. So I want to show y'all this shit. Yeah, he a disingenuous junkie. He disingenuous, bro. You see, he was on drugs. Yeah, he was a supremacist. No verifiable sources at all. That's correct. Always Win says, you're trying to tell me you from Africa. Sounds like somebody having an identity crisis both ways. Are you talking to somebody in the chat? Do people do that with African too? What are you talking about? Let me clear something up for you. This ain't about no scholarship. Quit playing with OTK. Scholarship is all I get. What's going on, Gullah? All you gonna see is scholarship. All my sources in the description. The information that I'm gonna bring ain't nothing but all I did was information. Whoever you are. And I hope you get back in the lab. And you want to know if we're African, we're absolutely we are descendants of people that come directly from the continent. And when a black person in America before the arrival of Columbus and any Spanish, put it to you like that, north, south, or central, who we are, we was on them ships with the Spanish, straight up. And then this dude said this right here. FBA DNA is not the same as African, but yeah, we just had a brother that came on the panel last night who claimed to be the king of FBA, who got DNA, and it's the same. So you psychologically you out of your mind because we read the statement when Tariq Nasheed put the FBA movement shit together, the FBA movement together. It's off the backs of knowing about the blacks that were brought here to America and built America. Where did them black people come from? He keep dismissing that in that statement, and none of you niggas can tell me where them black people that he talked about in his opening statement in that 1526 article, in that 1526 assessment that he's using from that Spanish guy. Who were those people? They came from Africa. And it wasn't a whole bunch of them either. It was like 11 of them. They revolted, ran away, skirmished off. 11 of them. Whoop-de-doo, 11 people. They didn't integrate with Indians or none of that shit. So when someone else came later, they found them, and that's why they called the Negroes captives. You don't even know the history of the story behind who he's claiming. So I don't even know what you're talking about in the chat. So what you really need to do is stop listening to niggas on YouTube and open up a book and read something. That's the problem with you niggas. No FBA blood. What the fuck is FBA blood? What is FBA? What does FBA DNA look like? What's the haplogroup? What's the mitochondrial? What's the mtDNA? What's that? What's the autosomal DNA? What is it? Tell me what FBA DNA look like, nigga. You want me to drop the link? I ain't even got to get into my shit. We can get straight to it. You got some sources? Let me know in the chat. I ain't reading no more of the chat. Let me know if you got sources, if you got a presentation together, whatever the fuck you got. I don't even know who the fuck you are. You just in the chat typing. Both of you niggas. Nah, break out my face now, bro.
See him come out.
Exactly. That's all they got is Twitter fingers. So again, if you claim to be FBA and you claim to say that FBA got different DNA than other motherfuckers, show and prove it. You have no distinct haplogroup that separates you from being a descendant of Africa. You're gonna carry the same admixtures and haplogroups as other black people in America. But you FBA. Ain't nothing special about you, nigga. You 3 years old. You a child. If we just really want to be real, you a pandemic movement, my nigga. Fuck is you in the chat talking about? You a pandemic movement. Ain't shit about you settled. You have no history books. You have no history. You have no culture. You have no language. You have nothing. You're illegitimate, nigga. You came about behind a pandemic. You a COVID baby. You a COVID baby. I am calm. Don't confuse my passion for who the fuck I am with not being calm. Just because you carry yourself a certain way, I don't have to carry myself a certain way. You on my platform. I give two shits about who you are. You on my platform. I will bring you up, let you talk, beat your ass, kick you off. I require evidence. You claimed in my chat that FBA DNA is different from other people. Prove it. Prove it. You claim that FBA DNA is different from other people. My nigga, it's teaching time. Let's go. Hey man, Port, what up, Port? What's good with your brother? I see y'all got TikTok back, man. Y'all did all that, you know what I'm saying? Shoe showing. Now y'all done got y'all bullshit back, brother. I'm happy for y'all, man. I really am, man. I am excited that y'all were able to get your shit back. I don't know how long y'all got it back, but you know. You know, you got time. Man, that motherfucker, he was his this dumbass nigga in the chat, MAGA guy, TikTok back. Motherfucker, he responsible for the shit getting removed. Remember, he wanted that shit gone years ago. And then the Republican Party wanted that shit gone because it wasn't American-made type shit. So I don't care nothing about no TikTok. Nigga, I ain't got no TikTok. Fuck out of here. Y'all got TikTok. Y'all consumed with that shit. I ain't consumed with that. I don't give a fuck. But I'm glad y'all got it back. I don't care nothing about what you talking about. Go deliver them groceries though, Matthew. That's what you better do. Go Uber Eats. Make you an honest living with Uber Eats. What do that? I put the link in the chat. Don't do all of that. Many West Africans are phenotypically indistinct from primates. What the fuck are you talking? Bro, I don't care nothing about none of that shit you talking about in the chat. Hit the motherfucking link. Let's get the cooking. Let's go. I stay ready so I ain't got to get ready. Let's go. You see me post that link in the chat. Don't duck the fade now, nigga. You claim that FBA is different from motherfucking Africans. Okay, prove it. Look what he says. This is his proof. Proof, Shawn. Please look up Lucia woman, a black woman. This how slow you is, bro. Lucia is not a black woman. Lucia is of the same shit them people is down there. Guess what she got? The same goddamn DNA as these Native Americans that you see in my chat popping up. She got the same haplogroup them motherfuckers got. Them Sonora people, they are all the same people. And you ain't even got Lucia DNA. You don't have it. You got Lucio's DNA, and Lucio's DNA goes back to the Paleo Indians. The Paleo Indians was crossing the bridge, the Bering Strait, the whole 9 yards. You ain't even got shit. Lucia can't be your grounds for argument. So you're going to have to do better than that. You claimed in the chat, haplogroups do not define genetic descendancy. Yes, what the fuck do you think a haplogroup is? Go read the definition of a haplogroup. Then you said FBA DNA has factors that do not exist in any African Bushman savage. Then you call motherfuckers Bushman savage. Listen here, bitch. Yeah, I'm saying it just like that. So children, I apologize because there are kids, teenagers that actually watch this channel, gain information and knowledge just so that they can prepare themselves and defend themselves against stupid people like you, grown, dumb motherfuckers that didn't graduate. I'm calling you that. Oh, shit. Here she go. What do you want?
Hey, boo.
Oh, no. What the fuck do you want, bro?
Yo, Shawn be doing me dirty. I'm just coming as a gentle reminder that your channel is getting new people here. Everybody don't know what a haplogroup is.
No,
So,
he's saying this shit in the chat.
No, but he's one person in the chat. But let's just say there is a silent watcher who feels like they're not even able to make a comment. So there's more people that are
because I can answer.
No, but I'm saying there's more people watching than there's people commenting, right? So you might have to say, well, a haplogroup is da 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 da. So what is it that you're trying to say?
We got shows on haplogroups. If y'all interested,
see what I'm saying? Like you know what? I'm really into plants, right? And there's some people who break down like how you know when to make a cutting, how you know when to transplant, how you know they don't be like, you know what, watch my archives. They don't do that. They actually break that shit down. So I'm just saying, as a YouTube watcher, watching another YouTube channel,
to you, right?
Because you're stubborn as fuck.
No,
that's what it is.
I'm telling you the truth.
You're stubborn as fuck. You're stubborn as fuck. But you know what? I know Ben who be watching these channels. I know Kofi and all of them that they gonna be like, you know what? Sis was breaking it down. She was telling you the truth, and they gonna come back in the background. They gonna tell you.
Do you understand why I'm not listening to what you're saying?
Be wrong and strong. Be wrong and strong, Shawn. That's you. And this is me.
I'll ask you a question. I ask you a question. Do you understand why I'm not listening to you right now?
Because you don't give a fuck.
Nope. Has nothing to do with
it. Okay, go ahead. Tell me. I don't know why. I'm answering you. Do you know why? No, I don't.
You said you was in the chat, right?
No, I'm not. I'm on the fucking panel right now.
You just not.
But right now, I hit the goddamn link. I'm answering you. I hit the goddamn link.
Okay, so is this not your comment right here? Do I need to put it on here?
Go ahead, put it.
This your comment, right?
I don't know what I was talking about at that point.
Listen, it ain't about what you was talking about at that point. My point is this: I was dealing with somebody in the chat, so I'm not.
But everybody in the chat don't know they can't prove it.
Let me finish. I'm trying to.
Okay, go ahead.
Finish.
Go ahead.
I'm dealing with somebody in the chat, so therefore I ain't even paying attention to what you're talking about. Right, wrong, or
you never paying attention.
You're not listening. You're not listening. Let me finish. I'm almost through. I'm dealing with somebody in the chat that's making claims and then saying that they can prove it. So I am not thinking about that. Now, hold to your point, since you came up here and say, well, what about the silent listener and this, that, and the third? What the hell you trying to go off on? If that person shows up, guess what, Shawn?
They're not going to, because that's what silent means.
Hold on. You don't know that.
Okay, go ahead.
You don't know
that.
Go
ahead.
What do Shawn get to do?
Ignore them.
No, Shawn gets to explain exactly what a haplogroup is.
What's a haplogroup, Shawn?
Now I'm gonna kick you off.
He make me sick, y'all. He make me absolutely sick, y'all. He make me sick on real life and in fake life. YouTube life.
You want me to drop your social in the chat? I just want to know.
Oh, you know what? These threats is getting a little old, Shawn. You know what? I'm about to unfriend your ass right now. Let me go unfriend you right now because it don't seem like we friends. We like fake friends because you gonna be keep throwing this in my face. Cause what people gonna do right now is be like, I'm gonna find Shawn P on Facebook and I'm gonna go through all his friends and find
Good
who
luck.
melanated
There's
is.
like 6,000 of them motherfuckers. You ain't finding. You ain't gonna find them.
Okay, well go ahead and try to find who melanated is from Shawn P's.
Look. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I wasn't paying you no attention. This is why I wasn't paying you no attention. Look at the comment of this motherfucker in the chat.
No, but that's a fake person. You know what I'm saying?
It's an abo.
Yeah, they are abo. If you a genealogist, you wouldn't be an abo.
No, he's a geneticist. He's a
geneticist. If you was a geneticist, you wouldn't be an abo because your genes go way beyond your grandmother and your great grandmother. So tell me when you can tell me what 1/64th of your DNA is. And if that 1/64 or 1/32 of your DNA, or no, not even one, tell me if 8 out of 32 of your ancestors were indigenous aboriginal. You know, that would at least make you 1/4 Abo. But right now, you talking about your grandma, your great grandma, miss me with that bullshit.
See,
You feel me? Because
see, now you feel like I feel. You see how you just got away from all of that? Oh, you just came up here. But these people don't know, Shawn.
they don't know, Shawn. It's people that no, but for real, it's people that's watching that they too scared. You just camped in the algorithm.
I get that, but how many times? And listen, this is okay. So this is the thing. When you go to grade school, when you get to the 5th grade, do you go back to kindergarten? Does your teacher go
a little bit? Okay, I'm glad you said that. I work in the school. Listen, I work in the school.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm asking you a question, and I need your honest answer because this is going somewhere. So do we have to review the same thing over and over at the beginning of every show?
To a certain at the beginning of every show, I think it's
Vincent Racking Yellow show.
Who?
Vincent Racking Yellow, the epidemiologist, the virologist, the epidemiologist. He's an expert in the field of virology. The reason that I'm asking you that is because he's not going back at the beginning of every new show.
But I don't even know who he is. I'm talking about the Negroologist that's providing this information. Who the Negroologist? Because I'm gonna tell you,
if we do a detailed review on what these things are and it's archived and people are interested in it, you definitely need to check out the page to review those things because you're going to.
But Shawn P, I'm not trying to be against what you're saying. No.
It's going to be interesting to you as well. My point is, I'm trying to move forward. I can't go back to level 1. Because you just walked in the door.
You know what you could do. No, see, listen. When you say you can't, that's a lack of creativity. Because what I'm saying is, you don't listen. Listen. Don't respond to part of what I'm saying.
It's not about haplogroups,
brother. Don't respond to part of what I'm saying. Listen to the entirety. What I was going to say is that what you could do.
You want me to do something your way? Nope. So guess what you gonna do?
Dios mío. You know what? Yes, you listen. You know how to run somebody because I'm not gonna do this. All right. Buenas noches.
Nope.
Enjoy.
So every
Buenas
time I go live,
Buenas noches.
Melanie on the platform and she's gonna recap and she's gonna provide.
Okay, so then shut the hell up. Shut the hell up then. Let me do it. Okay, so I'm going to give you the Negro woman version of what was the word that we had to do?
Or you on your phone?
I'm on my phone.
Okay, so I just had a question.
Listen. So the word was a haplogroup right? So for everybody who don't know what a haplogroup is, right? So like long millions of years ago, right, when we came about from a particular region. That region, and when we came about, we had a particular like a fingerprint or thumbprint or identifier, right? And as we moved around the globe and we started to evolve, even though you might not agree with evolution and we evolved, that's your imagination because we actually did. And when we evolved, we changed and our print changed and we have identifiers from when we went from point A to point B to point C to D, E, F, whatever. We changed, right? And we can actually track that. And that is what Shawn P means when he says your haplogroup. Your haplogroup identifies a time period and a region, because in that region, the people in that region have the same haplogroups, right? So you can't get around you being in that region but gotten a different. No, you're going to have a haplogroup that identifies you with your region and your time period, right? So when he says, okay, you was there at this time, well, what's your haplogroup? That's why he's asking you, because science has already done that work. You can't undo that work. It's already done. We already know at this time period, these people was this way, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, elemental P, H, I, Q. Oh, we already got the damn letters, right? And the shit is the time period is already established. Don't come trying to remix it. Just tell us what the fuck, where you place in it. See, that's what he mean when he asking you the questions. He wants to understand you through this lens. That's it. Punto final. Okay. Go ahead, Shawn P.
No, I need you to recap all the other stuff so they can be up on game with that as well. Or this how you want to do?
What other part? What other part? The haplogroup or what else?
Definitions.
No, what was the other definition? What black mean? What I got to define? I don't understand.
He says haplogroups do not define genetic descendancy. So what do haplogroups do again?
So if my letter comes up with, let's say it's K, right? I don't know. Like where did J markers come? Educate me on. Where's J? I heard J before. Where is J? J is the Middle East.
J marker. The J marker, you're gonna find it in Europe, but it migrate. It's not migrates, but it's coming from the L lineage of out of Africa. And
okay, so the L, I know the L is an L3 and L4, right?
L3.
L3 is like the original one, and then it left Africa.
L3 is responsible for no. L3 is responsible for the other haplogroups all over the rest of the world. L3 leaves out of Africa and is responsible for the development of the other haplogroups as it began to mutate and adapt in other regions.
Okay, so this person, when we start talking about J, right? For you to get from L and then you get to J, so clearly J came after L.
Yeah, J came from L.
J came from L, right? Mm-hmm. So if you're in like Northern Africa, right, that those people migrated out. So the person saying you can't determine that, this is literally a time lapse. What part they not understanding? You can see the time period when they was in L, and you can see the time period when they got to J, right? So clearly J can be indigenous to whatever area, because they got to at least acknowledge that the L people came over there to make them the J people, right? Just like the y'all, so quote unquote Aboriginals, y'all ain't always been there, because it's clearly a time period when you got there. It wasn't 50,000 years ago. This is recent, well, not recent, but they wasn't original, but I'm just saying the indigenous people around 12 to 15,000 years ago. So 12 to 15,000 years ago, that's when the indigenous Americans came in. So all you, as a quote unquote Black Abo, gotta show is that y'all been there 15,000 years ago, and you be in there. Why are you trying to argue with science? when the science can help you confirm your shit. Like, what's wrong with you? You're bugging. Okay, go ahead, Shawn.
Okay, that's it. You ain't got nothing else?
I mean, Black African power, big up to Africa. You know what I'm saying? What? I don't know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm what they call a teller, Shawn. So I be, you know what I'm saying? I keep.
What the hell is the teller?
Listen, that's just a slur that Black people want to create for each other.
I'm being sarcastic, right? I'm being sarcastic because they claim to be using it in a demeanor that's insinuating some shit when they don't understand what it means themselves.
Right. They just want to, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I want to say before, when I was a young child,
what do you got to
before
say
anybody knew was an immigrant, they were still calling people Haitian booty scratchers and African booty scratchers. Anybody who was dark skinned was an African booty scratcher when I was coming up. It didn't matter if you was born in Africa or not. You see what I'm saying? So all these abos want to be throwing these slurs. They know they was in school. Anybody who was dark skinned and had nappy hair, they called them African, right? Not only that, but if you part of the beginning part of hip hop, everybody was proud to be African. It was all about it's African centered. So all this FBA bullshit, and they want to down and disregard African culture. It's like literally some new wave fugazi shit. It's like fake. It's like, I mean, Tribe Called Quest was African centered. Like every all the hip hop, it started off African centered. Look at Queen Latifah's first video. I'm just trying to say, ladies first. She had a whole African crown and shit on her head. Like, this is totally. I would say, isn't she FBA? Like, I don't know why she didn't have an FBA crown. I don't know.
I don't know.
Like, so
FBA, though. I can't say that she was FBA.
You think Queen Latifah's Caribbean?
Who said that?
I'm asking. Like, if she not FBA, what's she gonna be?
I don't know.
Queen Latifah FBA.
I don't know what she claimed.
MC Light is FBA. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, man, those are FBA sisters.
Yeah. I don't know what they got going on, so I can't say. But nah. So I want to get into the show though.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. You're good. I need to play this video, and you know what I'm saying. I'm letting the people in the chat handle the people in the chat because the people in the chat can handle new faces. Now, this dude is stupid in the chat. Virology is the study of viruses. Yeah, you dumb. Look, so what you think about this comment? He says the FBA DNA has factors that do not exist in any African Bushman savage. Call them fucking savages.
Well, what about the indigenous savages? I understand. And as long as that Takabaro, as long as they can acknowledge that there are indigenous savages, and I would argue that the indigenous savages were more savages than the African Bushman savages because there is evidence of African civilization. And if you cannot provide evidence of your indigenous civilization, it's just shit is just in your imagination.
So here it is right here. So I'm gonna do this one more time before I get the show started.
Oh my goodness.
We 45
minutes. Hit the link. Or
he or she. We 45 minutes and I done dropped the link twice. And you just
listen
in the chat.
Let me time. I'm on your channel because I will time they ass out until they pull up. They need to time. They need to pull up if they making these these large claims.
We have DNA. This is my point. Is what I said earlier. We have DNA sequences that are sequences that African DNA do not have. How do you know that?
So Takavaro is saying that there's some.
No. So no. Y'all remember yesterday when I said that people were claiming to be a totally separate group of people than the people that came from Africa? You remember when I said that? So now this is a new claim. This is a new claim. You claim to have different DNA sequences than those from Africa. How did you come to that conclusion based on what data?
That's crazy. Like over 90% of my DNA come from Africa. So I don't know.
And how long you been in America?
My whole life.
But 90% of your DNA come from Africa, and you've been here your whole fucking life.
My whole life, 90% of my DNA is not indigenous to this land. Over 90%, not 90, over 90% of my DNA. So I want to know where his DNA comes from. If it's so, concrete and it's so, it should be overwhelming evidence. They shouldn't be running from them DNA tests. They should be like, look, we could prove this shit. Bang. It's on 23andMe, Ancestry, African Ancestry. All y'all can't hide from this. To me, if it's overwhelming, take your test, bro. The fuck?
Jarrell said, take your line like a motherfucker. Yeah, we know he lying. We know he lying, bro.
Just saying, I want at least one abo to just be honest and just say, you know what? I just can't indigenous you tether. What does that mean?
I don't know.
She
So listen.
tethered.
Yeah. So I'm finna get on with this shit. So really,
you're a little PP man. What about that? How about that? You're a little penis man who only feels big on YouTube. I'm sorry, Mossy Warrior Clan. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to talk about no.
Yes, I'm saying I'm sorry. I'm apologizing, Shawn.
All right, so y'all know our brother V-Note, right? He likes to come over in the chat, make faces, say all kind of things, bring up the same rehearsed argument over and over and over again. Well, somebody sent me was like, hey, you see your boy today? And I was like, no, I did not see my boy today. So I guess, when was this? Oh, this was 2 days ago. My bad. And it was like, you see your boy? I like, nah, I ain't seen him. What he doing? He said he was on BAP channel. So I said, okay, cool. I'm gonna see what's going on, right? I ain't watch it, but I skimmed through and then I seen like a couple of things and then I went back. Then I heard him say a couple things and then I ended it. I watched like a minute and a half of it. So I want y'all to pay close attention to this, and then I'm gonna get into the show, and then I'm gonna share some sources, and then I'm gonna talk about Skin. I'm gonna talk about Wiener, a little bit of Wiener, one of his claims. And I think I need to start doing that with Leo Wiener's work, since everybody wants to use Ivan Van Sertima's book and want to keep on bringing this shit up. We're just gonna beat it all the way up, and it's not Van Sertima that we beating up. We're going to talk about the information in Wiener's work that is used in Van Sertima's works. So I just want to show y'all how he will make a claim and then he will not have the evidence for the claim. And then we can expound on that. And then I want to show you that he's doing the same thing, right, that he did in Africa that Europeans did in Africa to Africans, to the indigenous people or the natives of the Americas. And it's a trend. So before I get into that, though, I really got to play this video right here, and I want y'all to hear this shit for yourselves. And I'm gonna let it play up until where I really want to stop. But it's gonna be about I ain't playing no 30 minutes of this. It's gonna be enough. It's gonna be enough. Listen to this.
Word, gangster. What's up? Good morning. You doing all right this morning? Man, grand rising. I don't really have a morning unless somebody died. That's right. So Grand Rising, happy waking back to you, and hopefully you ain't got no morning this morning. You feel me?
Grand Rising. What the hell? That ain't no Abo shit. Grand Rising.
Nah, man, I was, nigga heard a curveball last night on the Smoke Channel. I was just trying to get some clarity.
Let's talk about it. I didn't get to hear it. What was the curveball?
The curveball to me was, I guess, saying that some in 1934, a case law where Indians ain't Americans and Americans is Americans. Did I get that right, or I don't know?
I don't know. I've never heard of the case law, so maybe we can get into that. I've never heard of that, but it kind of makes sense, though.
All right. So my question about it is, because it really wasn't no breakdown last night or whatever. I mean, I guess they thought it. I don't know if they did break it down, but I didn't get the breakdown. But I guess they saying that, well, if you know your history of being an American and I guess having lineage, you're just an American. And it ain't got nothing to do with no tribe. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or nothing. It's just the history. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, you sound about right to me, brother. I mean, it sound right to me. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm saying, how can you be placed in history if niggas don't never see you in history?
Oh, you don't think that Americans is in history?
It got to be some type of history. It got to be some.
Hey, I want y'all to listen to this again because there's an admission of guilt here by Vino, and it kind of throws AP off, and he's kind of stuck here. Listen to what he said again, real close. How can you find yourself in history when you ain't in history?
Where Indians ain't Americans and Americans is Americans. Did I get that right, or I don't know?
I don't know. I've never heard of the case law, so maybe we can get into that another. I've never heard of that, but it kind of makes sense, though.
All right. So my question about it is, because it really wasn't no breakdown last night or whatever. I mean, I guess they thought it. I don't know if they did break it down, but I didn't get the breakdown. But I guess they saying that, well, if you know your history of being an American and I guess having lineage, you're just an American. And it ain't got nothing to do with no tribe. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or nothing. It's just the history. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, you sound about right to me, brother. I mean, it sound right to me. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm saying,
listen, they just making up shit on the fly. Oh, it sound right to me. But listen, here you go. He finna say it right here. It's pivotal. 22-minute marker. 22:11. 22:11-minute marker.
Can you be placed in history if niggas don't never see you in history?
One more time, Vino.
You're just an American. And it ain't got nothing to do with no tribe. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or nothing. It's just the history. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, you sound about right to me, brother. I mean, it sound right to me. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm saying, how can you be placed in history
so
if niggas
all
don't
you
never
have
see
to
you in
say is
history?
my grandma is Indian?
Say it one more time.
No.
No. Listen to him. That's why I'm gonna play it over and over, because there's two things that I identified in this early part of this conversation. One, V-Note is totally confused about what this thing it means to be an American when he doesn't understand why AP keeps saying I'm an American, I'm not an Indian. He's trying to make this path. If you pull up the Black Law Dictionary and look at the term of what it is to be an American, it defines it there. And he's trying to hang on into one of those sentences from an earlier description out of that Black Law Dictionary. And we've showed that before. However, he isn't clear because he don't even understand. He just trying to claim, he ain't trying to claim indigenous, and he ain't trying to claim aboriginal, because those things are more in sync with Native American peoples here in the Americas and other places. So he's trying to make a distinct path for his own stance called I'm just American. And y'all got to pick up on that. So V-Note is confused because he's trying to get on the same. This is what I mean by cults, right? V-Note is up here asking AP about some shit AP that started, and he heard AP say, and then V-Note is lost and confused about it because he was on Smoke Signal channel where the shit was said, and now he's waking bacon with a dummy, and this dummy is over here trying to facilitate some information that he can't even clearly understand, and he listening to him running back to him, and then he just gonna say, sounds kind of right to me. No, motherfucker, he asking you a question.
She said, sound all right to me.
He's literally asking you a question. And
what was that dude named, the one with his girlfriend, and they was kind of like crazy on you and Not a Coincidence channel all the time. They said that they be like American or like they wasn't calling themselves.
You talking about the Goof Troop dude, PNF.
Yep. What was the girl name? I forgot her name.
Kira. She changed her name on YouTube so she can't be tagged. Kira.
Oh, Kira.
Something like that, whatever her name is. But yeah,
she might be somebody that I be seeing on Smoke Signal channel. Because this one chick that no matter, every time she see me, she time me out on Smoke. And I'm a mod on Smoke, so she got to be one of those super mods or whatever they call it, super mods. Because I'm a mod on Smoke, but every time I go over there, she don't like me, so she just time me out and I'm a mod. But it might be Kiara.
All right, hold on. So I'm gonna play the video.
And it ain't got nothing to do with no tribe. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or nothing. It's just the history. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, you sound about right to me, brother. I mean, it sound right to me. You understand what I'm saying?
Don't ever see
you placed in history. So how can you be calling yourself this American and nobody see you in history as that? That's V-Note's question. He's trying to understand the identity issue here. He's saying, yeah, you saying that we this right, and I'm fucking with that. But how can we say we this and then niggas can't find us there? Or when we researching, we can't find nothing that put us there. V-Note, when you're researching, you don't even find the shit that you trying to claim to be right now. It's all made up. At that point, bro, your light bulb should have went off, and you should have realized that this shit's just all made up. It's a belief. He didn't even justify why he was doing it. So he didn't give you a definition. He didn't tell you why. You just read back. I mean, you just tried to repeat some shit you heard him say back to him, and all he could say was, it sound quite right to me. And now you asked him the most pivotal question that you've ever asked anybody on any platform, because you trying to rock with this shit. And he says this one more time.
Where Indians ain't Americans and Americans is Americans. Did I get that right? Or I don't know.
I don't know. I've never heard of the case law, so maybe maybe we can get into that in another. I've never heard of that, but it kind of makes sense though.
All right, so my question about it is because it really wasn't no bro. They did.
See what I mean? Now y'all can hear it for the 5th time. Y'all can hear it clearly. They were talking about a show on Smoke Signals. The shit came up that Indians ain't Americans and Americans ain't Indians. We're separate. That's what he's claiming to be. And so now Vino says, now that he ran it back to him, right? Because now he just he can fuck with just being American. Now the problem with that is, so where were we in history calling ourselves American? Because he had, listen, even though he's cherry picking information, he's got to be able to find that somewhere to substantiate what AP is saying. And he know based on them same 3 or 4 sources that he always try to use to argue about black skin and all of that shit, he can't find that. So now he's at a compromise. He ain't against AP, but he's at a position to where he can't really commit to that because he ain't got no evidence for that to even make it look like he can argue on behalf of that bullshit. Listen to him.
Did break it down, but I didn't get to break down. But I guess they saying that, well, if you know your history of being an American and I guess having lineage, then you just an American. And it ain't got nothing to do with no tribe. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or nothing. It's just the history. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, you sound about right to me, brother. I mean, it sound right to me. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm saying, how can you be placed in history if niggas don't ever see you in history?
You don't think that Americans is in history?
Where was you at? Other than that,
damn, Vino.
Even though it understanding on why Smoke Signal and AP is called and A1 is calling themselves American. He don't understand it. So now he like, if that's the case, where can how can we find ourselves in history? And then AP, he confused now. He like, what you mean? You don't think we in history? Because all the documents that have been presented and written clearly distinguish the Indians, the Africans, and the white man themselves, whether they be Spanish, English, Dutch, British, whatever the hell. It doesn't matter. They categorize them in three different categories. Vino is stuck because he don't see who he claimed to be black-skinned people calling them American. So he wants to know, like, well, how can we be that? How can we call ourselves that and we can't find ourselves in history? Because now if he can't find a single source of people calling themselves American in history, according to the only information that he is familiar with, that he's cherry picked out to try to use to argue against everybody. He's compromised. So here we go. We're going to continue it, and I'm going to let it play a little bit more, and then I'm going to get into something because AP showed a source on here that he never read, but he showed a source on here, and he tried to play people, especially like Vino gullible ass. But I'm just giving y'all an example of what I mean by it's a belief. It's a belief. They have no evidence. They just keep creating a new direction. They clearly ain't standing on business because they ain't got no business to stand on. And they FBA.
Thank you. So what are you saying, Vino? What are you getting from it? Let me pick your mind a little bit. What are you getting from it, brother Vino?
He ain't even listening to Vino.
Brother Vino.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Hold on, man. I'm kind of. Hold on, real quick.
Questions to start the show off. Ms. Rael, good to see you. Roger W, good to see you. King Serpentine, good to see you, brother. Make sure y'all support that channel. Share the live stream. Y'all know they've been tweaking with my algorithm. They don't want to push the boy channel.
Y'all make sure y'all share Shawn live and share the algorithm.
So y'all gotta
you know
help.
what I'm saying?
I mean,
like and subscribe
we
and share.
we gotta do away with it. Then
God damn it. It's way better content. Shit. It's way better content. This is actually, you can verify it and it has sources. So fuck what you heard. Share this, like, subscribe, and let's kill this abo shit. All right, go ahead, Shawn.
They down for the American Aborigine. You know, we have no vitriol, disdain, or ill will intentions towards anyone. Okay. Hey, my nigga Vernell, what the fuck you over there doing, Vernell? No, I'm just playing. That my nigga though. I got a cousin named Vernell. That nigga crazy as batshit too. Trap Moses, Reginald Jones, Ghetto Child Clinic. Good to see y'all up in here. If y'all don't mind me asking y'all to do me a favor, Sosa Ama, good to see you in here. If y'all can do your cousin a favor real quick, do your motherfucking little uncle a favor real quick and share the live stream on whatever social media outlet of your choice. Just share it at least one time with the hashtag BAP News. That's BAP News, all one word.
Don't share that shit.
Make sure y'all hashtag.
Vino.
My question is, if you ain't an Indian and you saying you're just an American, what is that? So you saying that niggas is just Americans?
American.
This is crazy.
So we can have an understanding, brother. You know what I'm saying? Because when I have a conversation, I want to make sure that me and you can have an understanding before we go away. You feel me?
Right.
When you talking to me, I want to make sure you have an understanding, brother.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Cliffhangers.
Sure, it sounds
So he
crazy.
didn't even
I
go
didn't
to
know
the
that
Black
they was
Law
having
Dictionary.
these
He
kind
went
of
to the
conversations.
Yeah,
This
I just told
crazy.
you. So if you're not Indian, you're American. But look what an American is. One of the Aboriginal peoples discovered in the Western Hemisphere by Europeans. So now, once you get that understanding that is his argument, is the first point of the etymology of what an American is, now you attack that. We ain't got to play games with them no more. Because according to his claim that he is an American, then you go by the first accounts. So every description you get of Europeans when they encountered the first peoples or these Aboriginal peoples, you see what they say, and ain't not one account of them saying that the motherfuckers were black. They look like V-Note or AP. So now they in Schitt's Creek. So if he wants to commit to that, then he runs into. What you doing? Trying to get on your laptop?
I am on. Yeah, it's just how you got good ears.
It's loud. All right.
My
So here we
apologies. That's why I'm on mute.
Here we go.
Originally one of the Aboriginal peoples. Okay, so what is an American, brother? You know?
Okay, you say originally one of the Aboriginal people. What's the other people's names?
The other people are called the copper color races. Well,
copper color races.
It don't say that in that. It doesn't say that in that explanation. It doesn't. So now listen. If you hear me very closely right now, ladies and gentlemen, what have the Abos been arguing for a few years? That they are the copper colored people. AP just said that he is an American. He is going to be one of the first people that the Europeans saw when they got to the Western Hemisphere. The copper colored people are a different group of people. You know why he's reclassifying away from that copper color argument? Is because YK the Truth extracted information that we have provided also on this channel to show you that those copper colors, their hair was totally different from the people claiming to be of copper color, and also there's some other genetic analysis that went into that. So he is clearly trying to say when they talking copper, they talking Indian. When they talking American, they talking me. Everybody should get that. He is clear now. So you take him for what he claims, and then you take him for what he shows. Listen to him. He didn't mix this whole game up. It's a new ball game now.
Niggas that's the Indians really ain't from America, and some niggas that saying they American, but ain't really showing no history as American.
I don't know, man. I think people just confused. I don't know who the hell said that. I would like to know who said that last. This case law, I would like to know. Maybe I could chop it up with them, you know, because I have a different perspective, and I don't feel like no one is obligated show family records to a bunch of stranger weirdos on online that you physically never met. I think it's absolutely strange.
Niggas are talking
to the land, and I'm
once again, Vino went to him for answers and clarity on something he heard him say before, but was said on another channel. So he came to where the first person was claiming to be this American shit at, and that was him. Now he ain't even got clarity on it. And to double down on a simple fact, he said, I can't connect you to the land. You're going to have to do that. You're going to have to do that. And now he just heard AP say, we ain't the Indians. So the whole time Vino was up here pumping that he was fucking the Indian. Now he done heard out of AP mouth, we ain't the Indians. Listen, the point of me showing y'all this is very critical here because it is at the epicenter of every argument. And the reason that I say that is because you got people claiming shit that ain't even real. Case in point, they're no different than these so-called FBA, but stupid people. They don't know nothing. We just literally heard this dude say what he was saying. But then just yesterday, on my platform, just yesterday, he brings us two accounts, two sources about the same account that is referring to some Negroes that were captives in America, and he trying to find out who them black people was. And them ain't the Americans. And in the source, it tells you that they're Africans. When you start marrying everything that's given in the description from Balboa around that time period and going into that information, we know. See, there's a problem. But that ain't it though. Listen to it; it gets better.
Original. That's your job. See, the
That's
job.
why I said, yeah, I'm gonna do what I'll do, but I'm talking about other people that's talking.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do what I'm about the other people that's out here that's black, supposed to be from the land, and giving it up like that.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. You know, everybody's not an Indian.
All right, so my question is, if you ain't an Indian,
Vino is of the belief that he is an Indian. And then AP says, everybody ain't an Indian. And then he said, okay, and if you ain't an Indian and you just American, and then what is this? Now Vino is even further more confused, yet he holds the position that he knows his history. And he don't, he'll lie. But he claims to say he knows his history. That's what he claims. My bad, I thought I hit play.
I'm glad that you asked that, right? So now I'm gonna go to the term American. So we can have an understanding, brother Vino. You know what I'm saying? Because when I have a conversation, I want to make sure that me and you can have an understanding before we go away. You feel me?
Right.
When you talking to me, I want to make sure you have an understanding, brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to leave cliffhangers. When you ask me to show something, I'm not going to say you do it yourself or you got to pay me, okay? So look, you ask what an American is. This is a noun, American, 1570s. Originally one of the Aboriginal peoples. Okay, so
how the hell you just fucked that all up? This is what I mean by they making up shit on the fly. You just sit there and called yourself an American, and then the other people are the copper color races. All you got to do is just let them talk to each other long enough. They're going to show you how stupid they are on both sides of the coin.
The Aboriginal peoples, meaning the group of people that reside here, the original people.
Okay, yeah. So them people got history, right? So they in certain places over here, right?
Look, it said the Western Hemisphere.
So, all right, so they over here in the Western Hemisphere, so the people in some type of time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like almost all the people that you hear about in history, from the inventors to the legislators to the landowners, they were all American, brother.
It was just all American, right? Just the whole American niggas, just American. It was just one big group, huh?
Yeah, of course we started being
colonized.
Of course we started being colonized, so different areas will be colonized from different people. So the British might have control of one area, the Spanish might have control of another area, the French might have control of another area, and within those sanctions, they're going to be mislabeling now the people, and so 3 different spots might have 3 different mislabeling terms. One might be called this, one might be called that, another one might be called something else. Are you an Indian?
Yeah, definitely. Seminole. I'm West Indian.
Indian Seminole. Like, how are you? Y'all just people that's listening to this live at the time that they were listening to this. This doesn't even make sense. AP is claiming to be an American. The first people that the Europeans saw with no evidence. He said the other people were copper colored people. So he makes a clear distinction. And then V notice on the panel, he say he's Seminole, he West Indian. You got 3 different descriptions from 2 different people sitting on the platform.
So Vino is West Indian?
You heard what he said. This is the first time we ever heard him say West Indian. He trying to claim Panama.
I mean, he need to stop bringing up Panama. Why he keep bringing up Panama?
I don't know.
I don't understand his logic, behind that. Like, it's actually in his lineage? Like he knows?
No, because because there are sources out there that talk about these black people in Panama. So what he trying to do is gravitate toward any source that he's saying that that's his evidence that he could use to claim something. You understand what I'm saying? Like what he's doing.
But if you was to be like, they're black people in Panama, right? Wouldn't it benefit you to say like what type of black peoples in Panama? So like, let's say there was
his argument is just to say that there's people that look like him in Panama.
But how does that help your argument when you can find like descendants like slavery happening in Panama? Then what? Like, what do you as a
saying? His argument is that he is the people that been here before the Peckerwood. Have you not listened to his argument? That's his.
So should he? What I'm saying is that does he just totally ignore the evidence of slavery being in Panama?
Yes, he only cares
crazy
about what the source says, and I don't understand. I'm trying to tell you,
that's crazy.
No, I understand that, but you gotta understand what he's telling you this on 50 different channels. But
let me tell you something. What he's saying, he would never, like, let's say he did he was like going to Google, right? To be like, I want to go to this restaurant. Let me see what the parking like is out there. And then he Googles, and everyone in the comments say, you're gonna get a ticket. The parking is crazy. There's never any parking, X, Y, and Z. But if you want to, you could pay $15 for the parking lot around the corner. 9 times out of 10, you're gonna at least have your $15 to prepare yourself to pay for parking because you're gonna figure there's not gonna be any parking there. So when you do your Google research, it's saying that people from Florida are the descendants of enslaved Africans because there was slavery and they came from South Carolina and North Carolina and Virginia ports, right? Why the frig would you concentrate on the minority of people who might have been here? Let's say it was like 200 Africans. 200 Africans in the whole America is not the majority. We always been here.
No, that's not his argument. I'm gonna break it down for you one more time, just so everybody can fully understand. If you have not paid attention to the sources that he used, every source that he uses gives a date. And in those dates that he have for those sources are where black people are, where they say they found what? Negroes, the keyword Negroes. But when you read it further, it'll say Negro captives who were from Africa, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But his argument is, how did these Negroes in Balboa's account get there when they wasn't there? Nobody seen them before. So how did they get there? So he's trying to make a claim that he's been here because he was the first Negroes that was in the Americas before the Peckerwood got here. That's his argument, his claim to claim. None of the shit that you logically try to make.
But if they're captives, how do you know that captive wasn't brought there?
Listen, he doesn't know. He is trying to use a source to justify his belief. It's biased. He admitted. I don't think that y'all are putting this together. He's already admitted that he does biased research. And then he only accepts what the source says up to one point. After that point, the source doesn't matter anymore. Whatever it says after the fact, he said, nah, this is why, that's why he challenges his sources. So you're asking a question that even he doesn't know the answer to because he doesn't know. But if you sit back and you listen to him long enough, he is trying to justify a black person being in America before Europeans were in America, no matter how they got to America. Period. He doesn't know. There's a gap in his information. He's not reading the shit for what it's saying. He's reading the shit for what he wanted to mean to him. It's like people in the Bible. When they read the fucking book, they read the book and start looking for themselves in the book. And then they don't see themselves, so then they start claiming shit that they think that that's fucking meant for them when it ain't even meant for them. That's what he's doing with these same four sources. That's why he's limited. So listen to him. Now that you got these distinctions, listen to what he says.
West Indians are in the islands. Are you
West Indians? West Indians are the whole Southeast.
Nah, no, those people in the South.
Let's go from Virginia all the way down.
Yeah, but those people are documented as American Indians. You understand?
How they documented?
Well, I'm gonna pull it up.
He just simply told AP that he was West Indian. Then he doesn't understand what an actual West Indian is. So he's trying to denote something. Which goes back to why he keeps using all of these counts from Sir Francis Drake, Balboa, and the likes, because he's trying to put the Negro in America before the European. He don't care about nothing else. His whole claim to fame is he was here before the Peckerwood. He came on the show and said it the other day. He says it in the chat all the other times. Now he's there. The point, me showing you this video is to expose three things. He does laps on all these different YouTube channels, and he's projecting the same idiocracy on every one of those channels. And he know he can get away with it on these other channels because it's different. But he ran up the other night to separating Indian from American, and it confused him. And now he's like, but based on his limited information, he can't rock with that because it doesn't justify who he is. But he has problems with it. But then he like, nah, okay, I see what you're saying. You're using American to separate from the Indians. But I'm Indian though. I'm West Indian. Now he ain't. First he was an Indian, Seminole. Now he West Indian.
You ever heard of some of those Southeast Indians?
He a whole diaspora.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to see what the name. They just name American or they name something.
See, that's what I'm saying. If you keep listening, he's finna tell you why he tripping, because he don't know. These are two people that don't know shit having a conversation about shit they making up or shit that they believe. None of this is fact-based. All of this is speculation. Vino has a story. He's trying to stick to the story, and he's trying to find the information that's going to help him stick to the story. No matter what it is, if it's right, wrong, or indifferent, it's a story, and he's trying to stick to that story. Just listen to him. He finna say it all over.
Yeah. Well, the first name that's on there is called American. So they're usually called American Indian. You understand what I'm saying?
All right. So where the other Indians come from?
Well, according to history, they migrated over information.
All right.
See, they made another distinction. So now he is saying that these people that they're claiming to be Indians are Americans, and then the other people that's claiming to be Indians, they came from Asia. But when you go back and you look at history, and you go back and you look at the records and all the evidence that is compiled, you don't have two separate groups of people containing different cultures. You don't have separate cultures here. You don't have the elements of different ingenuities here. You don't have different rituals here. You don't have these festivals.
Shawn, that's because all of that was taken away from us. You don't understand, Shawn.
I'm finna kick your ass off. No.
That's the problem. You need to work. Listen, you need to ask the creator, right? Because I know you ain't a God-fearing man. You need patience. Because all I'm doing is saying the same things that they will be saying to you. You know, we don't know our tradition because it was taken from us, not because we ain't have it. So now you got to work around that argument. You can't be like, because that's going to be a real argument that they have. They feel, yeah, it is.
Prove that you're an American. I just told you. I don't have to work up. No.
So I can prove. I can prove I was an American. I mean, you what you want to see? You want to see my enlistment paperwork into the military? What you want to see?
I'll say this real nicely.
I don't got a green card.
I haven't made a claim. The burden of proof is on the claimant. If AP claims to be an American, where's your
speaking scholastic? You ain't speaking Negroish. You gotta speak. You gotta speak to the Negro.
Oh, that's your problem.
That ain't my problem. I didn't create this environment because if I would have created this environment, hello, I'm a college graduate. I'm actually just in my right young age. I'm actually an adult student returning back to college. I just started school on January 5th, Shawn. So I'm not averse to education. I got a syllabus.
Are you listening?
Everything.
Are you listening? What does speak Negro mean? What the fuck does that mean?
I'm gonna tell you that. That's not speaking for the college student, graduate, X, Y, and Z. That's what I'm saying. So when you start speaking about, like, I know, like, right, I work in the elementary school. Listen, I'm being very specific. I work in the elementary school, and I can't say certain words because I know my students won't understand it. So I know I have the ability to convey the same message, but using words that they will understand my message. So are you doing that? Are you employing that strategy?
What is speaking Negro?
Speak the Negro to you got the analytics, bruh.
No.
You know who the freak your audience is. Don't play me like I'm stupid. Because you know very well who's tapping in and who ain't.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. So what is?
Yes, you do. You get the analytics to your channel, Shawn.
It has nothing to do with nothing. I asked you what is because you said
go ahead and play. Go ahead and play like you don't know. Then we can both do that.
Asking you one more time. What is speaking Negro? Because what the fuck? How is that going to even
speak to your audience? That's what I'm trying to say. That's it. And so I'm answering you. When you're not speaking to your audience, I'm gonna just call it out. That's it. You don't gotta get offended by it, Shawn. You don't gotta get offended by it.
You calling people stupid.
I'm saying if you're not speaking to your audience, if you're not explaining terms, I'm saying don't get mad at me for recognizing and calling it out that you aren't providing. You're not being clear. You should take that as feedback and not get so defensive.
I'm not defensive about anything.
Okay, then. Well, then we can move on. Then
what you're saying does not make sense because you're saying people comprehend what somebody is.
Yeah, I mean that's a good technique to try to shift the blame that I am insulting your audience as opposed to actually addressing it. That's clever and that's cool. That's the angle you want to do. I'm cool with it, Shawn. Listen. I got one video. If people check my channel, I got one video. I'm not a content creator, so I ain't hurt at this. We can keep it moving. Okay, you can blame me.
I ain't blaming you. No, I'm trying to get you.
I'm saying we can okay. I hear what you're saying. I'm calling people stupid. Yeah. All right. I'm saying we can move it on. I'm saying I'm answering you. Are you calling people stupid? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a big difference.
All right, let's keep it moving. It. I just said yes. All right.
You just said you teach kids.
That is crazy.
You said you teach kids, right? So you have
no,
to.
I'm not. I'm actually not a teacher. And anyone who knows Melanated, I'm not a teacher. I said I work in a school. That's what
this is saying, bro. Come on,
right. I work.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I work with the students.
What you just said. Listen.
Yep.
You have to listen first to respond, not to argue.
Yes, sweetie. Go ahead.
That you have to say things that they can relate to at their level, but that's because you're an adult. We're talking about adults.
But all adults don't have the same knowledge. And that's all I'm trying to say is that you got to call somebody stupid to say they may not know something. That don't mean they stupid.
I ain't talking about knowledge right now. We're talking about relating to another adult.
Shawn, listen, I'm not arguing. If you want to say, you said, why don't you just say you call the people stupid or da. I said, okay, yes, we can keep it moving. We don't got to be stuck there. I'm not stuck there. Okay. Some people are stupid and they may not know. Now what? Can we enlighten those people too? Can we? Because to me, those stupid people are part of my community. They might not be part of yours. They're part of mine. And I want them to understand what a haplogroup is. I want them to understand what these legislation is. I want them to understand the difference between AD and BC.
They don't even know anything about DNA or know the science.
They may know a little bit. You don't know what they know. That's the unique part of the position that you're in as a content creator is that they could have came across a freaking Port City channel before they came across your channel. They could have came across Umar Johnson channel before they came across your channel. You don't know where the fuck they from. You don't know what sector they from. They could have came from the manosphere.
They already know.
They could have came. No, but listen. They could have came from the manosphere. They could have came from the manosphere or what's his name? Duke Jackson or whatever. So you don't know where the frick.
We saying the same shit, so ain't no need to explain what a haplogroup is.
You don't. I don't see that. I will tell you. I've heard, and you know, no shot to you, brother O'Shea. Right? I've heard his name many of times, and I don't know. Was his channel Kumbunga or some shit like that? But I don't know none of his manosphere in content. All I know is the content that he has. That it really is. It kind of seems like he's shitting on Africa, to be honest with you. But I don't know none of his content about that. It don't come on my timeline.
Where the pseudos are.
Huh?
You everywhere the pseudos are.
That's his. I think I want to say it's his own channel. How is that a pseudo? He's a pseudo? I don't know now. You know how I found out about him from y'all motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? I'm everywhere the pseudo's at. Y'all motherfuckers told me about some damn O'Shea and he pro-black and he African first and all this shit, and I go on his channel and all you do is talk shit about Africa.
Look what Zane said.
What he say?
Nah, that's purely comprehension issues. What else Zane said? They know their prerequisites.
Who know? Zane, listen.
Brother Zane is diabolical. Yeah, that's what she's doing right now.
He said what?
You being a public defender.
Listen, I'm not listening to Brother Zane because Brother Zane
saying that time.
No, Zane is nice.
A public defender. You trying to
Zane is nice. I'm not even defending him. I'm saying
listen to you. I didn't say this. The audience.
I'm saying that if we gonna persecute these people, right?
Who we persecute?
I like when you have the evidence, right? The evidence.
I can't get into it because you keep on crying about dumb people and you want them to act like they know something they ain't gonna get in the first time. So if they watch a whole video on that shit or read
Shawn, all I'm saying is instead of calling them dumb, you should say why they're dumb, because then I would agree with you. That's all. You should be like, you're dumb. That's what I'm trying to say.
Who am I calling
Whoever's dumb? Whoever's dumb.
Right, and why am I calling them dumb?
That's what I'm saying. Say why you calling them dumb. That's what I'm saying.
Why am I calling them
whatever?
dumb? I think I'm
Oh,
saying
my.
it. Why? I think I'm telling you why I call this person dumb.
No, you be like this dumb motherfucker. That's how you be going, Shawn. Cut it out and acting like you
So
don't.
you not listen. Okay, so that all right. So now it's your comprehension because if
All
I
right,
call
it's my comprehension. Go ahead. Go ahead. Blame me.
if I call
Ain't
somebody
there an R&B song? You can blame it on me. I don't care. Just fix up.
If I call somebody a dumb motherfucker, there's a reason why I call them a dumb motherfucker.
Lies you tell.
I played what they
right
said.
now.
I either played what they said or I put it on the screen when they said what they said. So when I called the other person in the chat a dumb motherfucker, I put his what
You
he
might
said.
call him a dumb motherfucker though before you show it, and so you need to stop telling these
I put what he
blatant
said.
lies.
No, I don't tell blatant. You can go back and see it. When I called him a dumb motherfucker,
Here
I
you
put
go.
a ass comment on the screen.
Okay. I ain't gonna argue with you. You good?
You is. You've been arguing the whole time you've been up here because you was a pacifist, an apologist for dummies.
What? Yeah,
Bro,
listen. You be insulted. Now I see why nobody wants to join the motherfucking channel with you because you freaking wanna
You
give me the.
I'm gonna have to do you like I did Honey Clark. Do I need to pull back up all the from Not a Coincidence channel to over here and all the other things? Show you where you've been. Look, you want to mute yourself. Where you've been, the stupid people apologists.
I'm a stupid people apologist.
Yes.
Well, listen, if you want to just instead of doing that, if you want to just you can show the chat room.
Put one in the chat.
Hold on, listen.
Put one in the chat.
On.
Hold on, I'm finna put a poll in the chat. Goddamn, what
Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't give a motherfucking fuck.
Hold on.
I don't give a motherfucking fuck. Because you know what? I want.
I'll meet you. Put a one in the chat if y'all think Melanated is a dumb people apologist. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that she is not a dumb people apologist.
Motherfucker muted me. God damn it.
I just told you that I was muting you.
I was cussing your ass out. That's why I couldn't hear you.
That's fine. Listen, put a 1. Look, they put ones in the chat.
I'm unfriending his ass right now.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think that she take up for dummies. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that she don't. It ain't
take up for them. What?
Yes.
Listen, I'm not even. What's the one that y'all converted? The one that was an Abo and he became African on.
So Kevin is behind us. Hold on, real quick before you go on. Kevin is behind us, but he did say this about O'Shea. He said O'Shea Jackson has a Western paternalistic attitude towards Africa. Like he can speak about Africa better than Africans can speak for themselves.
Okay, all right. What's the one that y'all that was the Abo?
Look, Thomas, Oklahoma. He tried to give you some credit. He tried to say sometimes 1, sometimes 2. It just depends on the person because if it's V-Note, then everybody gonna say 1. If it's somebody other than V-Note, then we're gonna be on a fence. You might,
so ask me this. Why would I get timed out in Smoke Signal's channel if I'm not channeling the information?
We ain't talking about where you go listen to Abos act stupid. We ain't talking about them. We talking about over here where we witness.
Oh, over there. Wait, so you telling me so sometimes I'm like pro Abo? You got me fucked up, Shawn.
No, we didn't say you pro Abo, but that's where you go hang out.
Wait, that wasn't the question. That wasn't what your question was. Your question wasn't.
What you were.
So wait. Where am I going to hear? Hold on. Where am I going to hear Aboriginal content if I'm not on the Aboriginal panel?
You an Aboriginal apologist on Not a Coincidence channel.
No. I call not a coincidence. I say not a coincidence. Everyone in the chat right now could tell you on Not a Coincidence channel. Not a coincidence is the apologist. He be making friends. He be playing nice with them on his channel.
Not a see. You see how she tried to do you, bro?
I do tell him that. I tell him that all the time. Look at that. I don't see not a coincidence.
No, he got it from you because you came up there like
Absolutely not. Not listen. Me and that shorty Tiara was going at it. Not a coincidence. He gave her a wrench when me and her was going at it. He made her a freaking mod on his channel because I was like, fuck that. She be mad disrespectful. She talking about our ancestors. Fuck that bitch.
Look,
straight like that.
Hey, the men in the chat agree with me. That's all I'm gonna say.
The men in the chat, Thurman. Wait a minute, Thurman. Why you gotta win? Listen. This is violation right now, Thurman. Thurman. Thank you, Sutek. Sutek, no. Sutek, no. He like, yo, I ain't gonna do my shit like that.
Sutek been on TikTok. He don't fucking know.
Hey, listen. That's his. Everybody got a mission, and I ain't mad at my brother for doing his mission because he's on TikTok, he's on freaking Clubhouse, and he's assassinating them motherfuckers over there.
Hey,
trust me, he's doing a good work. He's doing a good work.
The Aboriginal apologist on this channel.
Abo, listen, I know very well them Abos.
Not a coincidence, is it? Not you said not a coincidence is the apologist on his channel.
Because he has to be. He's trying to be neutral, and he wants them to feel comfortable with hitting the link so that he can refute them. So I understand his position, but especially like what was the not just Tiara. It was Tiara. When it comes to the Abo ladies, they be coming up there saying that most pseudo things. Not a coincidence. Be like, yeah, sister. I be like, yo, nah. She's talking bullshit. Like, and he be like, man, you gotta chill. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not me. They start talking about the slave trade was in reverse. I'm like, kick their asses off. They disrespectful. Fuck that.
But when it's the man, though, you be listening.
Pure black. Why are you sitting this out? I'm not understanding what is going on with my brothers.
Yeah. All right, so let's get back.
Ramon said I'm an Abo apologist. I do not support.
We ain't listening to her right now, y'all. We ain't listening to her right now. We're getting back to the show. I muted her for a second. She don't want y'all to think that she an apologist.
This is disrespectful, but you know what? I'm not piecing none of y'all out no more. Fuck chat. You feel me? Listen. This how y'all want to see me? All right. Because you know what? Y'all all pull up to the same damn Abo chats that I do, but I want to be an Abo apologist. Ramon be there. Thurman be there.
Yo, this is crazy.
All of them be there. All of them be in the goddamn chat. But because I got a few Abos that say peace melanated, right? That's what make me an apologist.
You got a whole ranch over there.
I'm a woman. Hello, I own a vagina. Men are going to want to be cool with you.
You've been
listen
as an Abo.
I have a vagina. I'm sorry. No. Men are going to want to be my friend.
Willie, I'm sorry about your Detroit Lions, but Willie said, I seen Melanated Goddess clowning on Smoke's channel, Shawn P, and I personally heard her to be nice to the mentally impaired.
Wait, who is the mentally impaired? Willie, come on now. Put a name on it. Don't be sensitive with it. You know what I'm saying? Say it with your whole entire chest. You're gonna say it. Speak with your chest. Who I'm nice to. I could tell you who I'm nice to. I'm nice to Root Words. Root Words is a flippity flopper. 1 minute he's down with the Pan-African side, the next minute he's not. When he disrespect me, I disrespect the fuck out of Root Words, and he know it. And then you know what he do? His ass apologize.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
It don't matter. Listen. Hit the archives. They don't know people. I don't need nobody to vouch for me. That shit's recorded. I can stand 10 toes down on what I do.
5 toes. All right,
but I'm gonna tell you what. You know how many Pan-Africans don't touch melanated?
Look what she got a Abo fan club.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, she got an Abo fan club. Got you. That's
Who's
what
my Abo fan club?
Yeah, Willie. You're right, Willie. You're right.
Who am I? I'm a transformer. Midwest. You can kiss my East Coast ass right now. God damn it. Midwest.
I'm finna melanate it. I'm finna play the video, okay? All right.
I got an Abo fan club.
Yeah, get over it.
All right, so the black people migrated too, right?
Are there black people that migrated over here too?
Yeah, because it's black Indians, so they must have migrated with the Indians, right?
Oh, okay. So all right. So when you deal with the term Indian, it's just a term. It's one of the earlier terms that was put on us by colonists.
Okay. I was just making sure that. I was just making sure that the Indians is the niggas that's from the land.
Yeah. So when the colonists came here, they said, "Fuck it, we can't even distinguish these niggas." So everybody from the West Indies all the way out to the Americas, all these niggas Indians. All of them. We don't give a fuck.
Hello? What the hell happened? I'm listening and I don't know. Oh, okay. Done clicked yourself off. I guess Sean P done clicked himself off. Yes. And just in time for all of y'all talking shit about me being an Abo apologist. Listen here. I'm not even an apologist. So let me tell you the Abos I'm cool with. What's his name? One truth or a truth. He cool. You know what I'm saying? He seemed to be cool with the whole, African stuff or whatever, even though he don't say he African and he want to say he Abo. I don't believe none of that shit. But on a normal, he definitely brings distance between himself and some of these Abos because they be on some other shit that he not on. So that's why I'm like, all right, he got some damn sense or whatever. Root words is just a cordial, polite person. So it don't matter if you believe in something totally opposite of him. He gonna at least be like, peace to you, greetings, shalom, whatever. He gonna greet you and be polite. And I'm not a negative person. So if somebody say peace to you, melanated, I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna be cordial. I'm gonna be nice. You know what I'm saying? That's not me. So I'm nice to him. I'm nice to Smoke. Smoke keep holding on that one day I'm gonna realize I'm Aboriginal. But it's all, we disagree, but we are cordial towards another. It's a dude in his Smoke chat named Live something something. Outside of them, it ain't much too many Abos that actually rock with me. I don't know. So y'all tripping, thinking I'm the Abo favorite or I got me a fan club. A bunch of them is dudes and they all be like, call me a bitch, call me a tether, call me all this other stuff. And yeah, they be real stupid and dumb and ignore history. So I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Where's Shawn at? 'Cause I can't keep talking about these Aboriginal people. But I could tell y'all about plants. Listen, I'm starting to obsess over plants. Obsessed. See what I'm saying? Like we like arguing this shit over this crazy history. The reality is whatever you call yourself, Aboriginal, Indigenous, Native, Indian, African descendants, Moorish, Hebrew, Muslim, Christian, whatever, melanated, copper colored, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself, right? All of those people are in a particular position. The ones who aren't in that position, we ain't the same people. That's very clear. How the hell do we change that position? Definitely not by spending months and years, because pretty much since COVID, this whole abo shit been conversation. So for 3-4 years, y'all abos have not made progress towards anything. Ain't no Aboriginal textbooks in colleges. Ain't no Aboriginal majors in the colleges. You're not pushing out damn scientists, engineers, nothing, right? So when that's what we need to be on as Black people. This freaking, if you're indigenous, that shit ain't getting you nowhere. This is stupid. Okay, Shawn is back. Hey, okay, I can shut up.
Yeah, you need to.
Okay, so when niggas is connected with, so when niggas is connected to Indians over here, is them the real Americans or is them $5 Indians?
Well, this is when observation comes into place.
All right, so what about the niggas that was before the $5 even came in, that was running the shit and putting shit down?
Okay, so before the colonists,
them niggas gotta be founders. I don't know how niggas is coming in later in 1930s, looking at the definition from 1930 and saying, "Oh yeah, nigga, this is what."
Listen to what he asked. He said, "What about the people that came in and was putting shit down? Who came in and who was putting shit down? Because y'all didn't go to war with them people when they crossed the Bering Strait, because they didn't see none of you motherfuckers for hundreds of years. As a matter of fact, they don't even come across nobody that share a distinctively separate culture than them until the Europeans arrived. That's why you have this whole Clovis culture shit spreading all the way around. So who was they coming to put it down on? That's not making no sense. The mere fact that you don't even have an idea, you can't even justify why you even saying what you're saying. And then he don't even know what you're saying because both of y'all on two different pages and y'all having this dumbass conversation.
But it is. I don't even know how that makes sense.
Yeah, so before the colonists, there was no.
You say there were no Indians before the colonists? Okay, so where the Indians come from?
Pause. So this is significant. He said that there were no Indians before the colonists, but he don't clarify what it is that he's trying to say here, because he could either do two things. He could say that we got to let them get it all the way out, but he could say two things, and these two things could be very manipulative in an argument. But remember, they ain't showing those sources, so you're getting what you're getting right now. Well, hold on one second.
It's a term. It's a mislabel.
All right, so you saying they was Americans? Okay, so they was Americans. Now they was Americans. They was called Indians, and they back Americans.
I'm saying people that live in China is called what?
They call all different names.
People in China is called what? Different names?
Yeah, different names.
Okay. People in Nigeria is called what?
Different names.
Okay. So people in America will be called what?
Different names.
All right. Now let's do it a little different. When I name a continent, you're gonna put a people to it. Or when I name a country, you're gonna put a people to it. China.
Different countries.
China. Name the people.
We got
China.
You got China. Yeah, but you got Asians and Mongolians.
Don't Chinese people who live in China?
Yeah, definitely.
Don't
But they Asian though.
Don't Japanese people live in Japan?
Yeah.
Don't Nigerians live in Nigeria?
All right, so if you're saying from the north, from North America to South America, everybody's just one, right? It's just one label, right? Is that what you said?
Oh, talking about when the colonizers came?
No, yeah, before the colonizers, from goddamn
before the colonizers, I believe we just had our own identity. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so when the colonizers came, did they call them Indians?
All the people in Americas?
Yep.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe they simply called the people here Indians. Hell yeah.
So how the Indians ain't here when the colonies get here?
Because the colonies is the one that named the indigenous people here Indians. That's why. So before the colonies, there's no labeling. After the colonies, there's labeling. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother? You know?
Okay, so it's just the labeling, but the people it's still I guess
they is who they is. No colonist names define who you truly are.
But they put the American name on it.
No, the American name came from the indigenous peoples.
No, it didn't.
Oh, okay. Are you talking about that one group in Central America?
No, the name did not come from the indigenous peoples. The name America does not come from the indigenous peoples. You just sit here and show Vino a definition of the etymology of the word America, and then you say it based on those Europeans, it was the first people that they saw. They didn't see nobody that looked like Vino or AP. They didn't see nobody that looked like that. You literally just showed him the etymology of the word America, and then he simply asked you that question, and you're going to turn around and say that? Bro, like y'all are making shit up.
Well, they had a group in the southeast of North America. They ran into a group in Central America that also used that term as well. We've been American. Hell, Alberto Vespucci named himself after America because he was so intrigued and influenced by those indigenous peoples that refer to this land as America.
Right. That one little group.
Where is the source? So they do this for like 40 minutes, y'all, like no cap. That's why I couldn't listen to it. So I only listened to like a little bit of Vino saying all this confused shit, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it live. Like these niggas is dumb. This is what I mean by that. Look, 42 minutes between the two of them, and we don't even know who the first peoples are.
What was your family doing? Where is these niggas at?
Oh, now I understand what you're saying. I mean, it's just, you know, people are going to lie and people are going to try to tell it, you know, and it is what it is. You know, we just got to do our best to get.
Vino, you ain't gonna never find none of the shit that the motherfuckers was saying in there because he's dumb. He's so dumb that he told you to go get this book about Tennessee as if I'm not in Tennessee and I don't already know about this book. And in this book, they ain't talking about nobody that look like you, Vino, or AP in this book. And they tell you that throughout the histories of this book, upon one of the ladder of these mountains in a gap through which the Indians passed near the head of Brasstown Creek, they're explaining all of this shit that's going on in the state of Tennessee. These rivers, these mountains, the counties, the names of the counties, all of that shit earlier on in the book. The reason that I know, because in this same book, I made a post and tagged AP in it and asked him to justify some information that came out of this book as it was refuting his position. They continue in this entire first chapter, naming all the little small towns, rivers, creeks, hot spots, and places. I'm talking everywhere. All throughout east to west, north to south Tennessee. The rivers that run through it, that connect to other spots, all of it. If you open the book, they ain't saying nothing about nobody in the very first chapter of the book, but the damn Indians. AP just told you that he ain't no motherfucking Indian. He an American. He confused you, and you like, what is an American? Then he told you an American is who the people first saw when they came to Americas. Well, we know that's a fucking lie. Because AP ancestors were enslaved by white people. And he keep on trying to hide that from y'all. Hold on, let me call Denzel by his real name. Denzel, his people was enslaved by white people. He wasn't indigenous or aboriginal to no land. Them motherfuckers was slaves on both sides of his family. Slaves. And I want him to stick his chest out. That's why he's saying, oh, it's weird when you show people your family and all of that shit online. No, it ain't weird. It is you being inquisitive enough to want to put your family's lineage together so you have a true a true version of what went on in your family. And you getting help from other people. It just so happen to be people that's online because motherfuckers is doing this shit every day. Smoke Signal don't even learn about his people in Oklahoma if it wasn't for not a coincidence. Had it not been for not a coincidence, helping putting them pieces together, he don't even know about who this slave master was that owned his goddamn grandmama, aunt and granddaddy. That was vital information. Even though he tried to downplay it, dismiss it, and push back off of it, but that was critical information. Because it brought him all the way to the motherfucking person who owned his people. And she was an Indian. Like I said, you ain't gonna find nothing in here talking about no Aboriginal or indigenous people. It's only gonna be that y'all, and I'm saying Aboriginal or indigenous in the sense of how y'all use the word. This book is merely talking about not only the landscape of the state of Tennessee from top to bottom and all its intricate pieces and points, but it also talks about where the Indians dwelled all over this motherfucking place. And even how the name comes about in specific areas of places. That is significant, which is also how I call AP lying again. Because he was trying to say some shit came from some shit it didn't even come from. Listen, when I tell you they only talking about Indians, I don't play no games. In the country within the limits of this state called the Chickasaw Purchase between Tennessee River and the Mississippi. The Chickasaw. Is he Chickasaw? No, he said he ain't that. He American. He American. I dare him to claim Chickasaw. And then you really got him. They ain't talking about no Negroes, no blacks. They ain't mentioning none of that shit about Tennessee. He can't run that old Aboriginal bullshit on the state of Tennessee. These motherfuckers put a whole jack move on the state and ran Indians up out of the territory here. And we know that for a fact. They document that shit very well. I'm gonna give you another piece of this shit. Because Tennessee used to be a part of North Carolina. Where it go? Did I skip past it? Nope, they down in Columbia. Perfect. All right. The motions progress from west to east, and these earthquakes travel. See, that's all I'm telling you. Travel progressively in that direction, agitating and alarming in succession the countries of America, Europe, and Asia. They telling you how this shit came about, bro. They ain't even talking about no people in this whole beginning. And he told you to read this book as a good book. How the fuck is it a good book and he ain't never read the book? How? Why do you want to know about the land and how it came to be? Why would you want to know this? You ain't got no people in Tennessee. But see, me and him from here, from the state of Tennessee and Sutek. And it might be a few other people. So we can gain plenty of understanding in this direction. However, we wasn't always here. We ain't even claiming to always be here. Like literally, if you read this, you read this, you're gonna have more questions. You're gonna be like, but wait, I don't see the Americans in this. You're gonna be like this. This is how you're gonna be. I read that I was looking in the source you gave me the other day on the show, right? And I was trying to find the Americans who you say you is in that book you gave me, because I was just trying to, you know what I'm saying? I was just doing, because you told me to go look. And so I was just doing my due diligence, but I did see that they mentioned the Indians, the Chickasaw, like a lot of times in the book, like the Chickasaw was real deep and heavy in this book. So is you are the Chickasaws the real Americans? You're gonna say some stupid ass shit like that. You're gonna ask them based on that. Look at that. Of the Indian summer in Tennessee. The Indian summer in Tennessee. In Tennessee and North Carolina and Virginia, a part of the year is distinguished by the name of the Indian summer, which is said not to be known in other parts of the world. About the middle of October, or a few days sooner or later, commences. The weather is fair and warm, with a hazy or smoky appearance of the atmosphere, and causes agreeable sensations. Hold on a second. It continues 2 or 3 weeks. Ain't that what the source say? Continues 2 or 3 weeks, and sometimes more. And it immediately succeeded by cold weather. Talking about the fall. This ain't got nothing to do with none of that. All of this. And then it just talks about the weather, comes down and says how cold it gets until it gets near April. And then it starts talking about spirits. The animal spirits are exhilarated by wind from west and much more, so by one from the northwest. In any part of the west of the winter, the wind is seldom from any point beyond the south and the southwest. All of this ain't got nothing to do with AP. I don't know why he gave you this book. You can just flick through it. You're not gonna find nothing that's gonna say anything outside of the fact that they're saying what they're saying about the rivers, creeks, weathers, mountains, all of that. When they start talking people in this book, they talking Indians and Indians only. Outside of archaeology, Indians only. Indian business. And I ain't talking about people claim to be copper color. I'm talking about Indians who are kin to them people that crossed the Bering Strait, which AP said they are more recent people. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know how he came up with that, bro, but he can't. I mean, he can tell y'all anything. He can't. He couldn't even. He just pulled this up and then started showing this and showing that. And now some people gonna be looking in this shit and they're gonna be looking at it biasly, not knowing, like, yo, this ain't talking about what you was just mentioning to me on the show at all. And you know why he can show you shit like this? Because he know you ain't gonna fucking read it. Before entering upon the Aboriginal history of Tennessee, a short comparison of the Mexicans with the Hindus and the Persians, and of Natchez with the Mexicans, will it concede very much contribute to the understanding of the many Aboriginal relics with which we met in this country. This comparison, therefore, will be made first between two political institutions of the Mexicans and the Peruvians. On the one hand, I said Persians earlier, but now he says Peruvians. On the other hand, with those of the Hindus and the Persians on the other. Secondly, between the religious practices of the Hindus and the Persians on the one hand and the other, and on the other, thirdly, between the cosmical history of the latter and that of the Hindus and the Persians. Fourthly, between the vernacular customs of the Hindus and Persians and those of the Mexicans and the Peruvians. Ancient authors considered the Hindus and Egyptians as the same people. And I believe that the one was a colony from the other because of the sameness which was found in their religion, government, customs, sciences, and arts. A similitude with one is therefore equally so with the other. The Mexicans and Peruvians, like the Hindus, invested their princes with despotic power. And like the Hindus, the Persians, Chinese, and Cyclonese that dominated them with children of the sun. The Persians called their princes brothers of the sun. The Mexicans, like the Hindus, divided the people into 5 or rather 4 castes. The Mexicans had post roads or carriers through all parts of the empire, an institution first invented by Persia, by Cyrus, or soon after his time, and which has now introduced into Europe before the time of the Augustus, and not into the states of the modern Europe till very later. Y'all listening to this shit like, what the fuck is this author talking about? He don't even know. He told you that early on when he read it. He said he believed. The author literally said that he believed. He has no knowledge of it. And believed that the one was a colony from the other. In the very first in the second paragraph, very first sentence. I mean, the second paragraph, the very first, he rips it right there. Ancient authors considered the Hindus and Egyptians as the same people and believed that the one was a colony from the other. How the fuck are the Egyptians and the Hindus the same fucking people? Anyway, before he gets religious, the lands he talks again. Remember, this is about Tennessee. He done took you from trying to get into Tennessee to Mexico, to the Peruvians, to Egypt, to the Hindus, to the Persians. We ain't even in Tennessee no more when he started talking about description.
Don't forget Panama.
Oh yeah, you can't forget Panama. Can't forget Panama. And he continues on with his Egyptians, Hebrews, all that shit, all throughout right here. He don't even come back. He talking about Vishnu. There's no reason. This is what I mean. Why the hell would he give you this as a source to read? He didn't justify or qualify why he was giving you this. He didn't take you to a page.
Because black people been everywhere, Shawn. Black people been everywhere. You gotta familiarize yourself with their arguments, though. You know what I'm saying? We are a universal people who's been part of the universe.
In the middle of me explaining to data that they wrong.
I'm just saying, when you say how, that's going to be their answer. So you got to have to that answer because they got an answer. It ain't a good answer. I'm not saying it's a good.
I already dealt with
it. It ain't a good answer. They think we're universal,
and that's incorrect.
Listen, man. Shout out to everybody dealing with this motherfucking snow and shit in the Northeast because this is some bullshit. I'm out here walking my dog at 11:19 p.m. in the snow.
And you interrupt.
But go ahead.
Now the only thing that comes up is a necklace of black beads. Again, I don't understand why he gave you this book. Because it ain't gonna take you or answer the questions that you're looking for. Mexico is all through this and some religious junk. But you ain't even gotta trust me. You ain't gotta trust me. Go back and look for yourself. Go to the beginning of the book. You know, similar to the books that you ain't even read, and I'm gonna give you an example of what I'm talking about. I'm finna show you how you don't even read books, because one of your books ain't even got no fucking source in it. The Natchez compared with the Mexicans, the ancient inhabitants of Tennessee with both. Chapter 5. Read it. Go read it. The Cherokees. I'm trying to tell you right now, they ain't talking about no black people in this book at all. You would never see black people. It's always going to be the Chickasaws in the state of Tennessee. They're telling you specifically Chickasaw, Chickasaw, Chickasaw. That's who they're claiming to be aboriginal to Tennessee, is the Chickasaws. That's the gist of the book. But to kind of double down on things, let's go to Vino's book, right? Let's go to Vino's book from yesterday. So real quick, we're going to come back to page 82, which is the discoveries of the Antilles Indians made by the Spaniards, and Indies made by the Spaniards. The first beginnings of the discoveries of the Spaniards with the continuation of the discoveries of the Portugals. So I'm going to come back to this real quick, but I'm going to go to the fucking back of this book. Here's the back of the book. It's the last page in the back of the book. 259 or 259. What are sources? Are they at the beginning of the book? They definitely aren't at the end of each chapter. They're not at the end of each chapter. Is this book incomplete? Potentially. But I'm just using the book because this is his source. So we can't go in and cross-reference his source because his source don't give you a source. So you can't substantiate it. So you don't know why the hell they mentioned black captives in the book without no description of or mention of, because it doesn't say so. The other book, on the other hand, ain't like that book. Here's the difference. Go to the back of this motherfucking book, and you see the difference. You see that? I'll be like, nope, don't see no sources at the back of the book. Oh, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. He didn't put them at the back of the book. This is how you know that they don't be reading no books, bro. Like straight up and down. He got the bibliography beginning on page 49. With this long ass introduction. His introduction longer than the one we got in the Spills of the Mossy books. And we got fucking 6 authors in that damn book. But I just want to show y'all. I keep forgetting they ain't got school. So yeah, you see me flipping through, right? But you see it's a bibliography right here. But it ain't the same in the other book. I can't make this shit up. I ain't dismissing the book. Nope. I'm not going to dismiss the book. It's just missing information. So I don't think that this book is complete. That's all I'm saying. And they got an English translation, and then they got the, you know what I'm saying, regular shit written right here. But we ain't got all the information. And this is where Vino gets stuck, because he can't verify where the source is saying where these Negro captives from Africa came from. Well, how did they get there? So he looking real.
Well, I mean, he did Vino describe how his Malian ancestors got here? I mean, I think that's probably a starting place. No,
Nah, he don't. Nope. He ain't never said that. He said he ain't never said that. He think the DNA test
Vino's my
important.
African brother. He think people supposed to be ignoring that. Nah, bruh. You one fourth, one fourth or 50% African. You know what I'm saying? If it's your grandfather, that means
More
okay,
than
you
that.
one fourth. I
He
mean,
more than
at the bare minimum, you're one fourth African. At the bare minimum, we suspect it's more, but you can't deny. So sounds like you're every bit of a tether as well. Because guess what? It was some good old African heritage that imparted upon you by your African grandfather. That's how that's gonna crumble. Like you're not gonna, you can't let him off the hook like that.
I ain't
Even
letting
though
him off.
I'm the Abo apologist, but you know,
You will, unless it
I'm
come.
gonna just say my little.
I said until when it comes to Vino, you ain't no apologist no more. You at his neck, and the only reason you at his neck is because he mentioned Panama. And
Oh, you
if the
see,
other
Sean, you ain't right. You ain't right.
the
You
other
ain't right. Cause
if the other
I
Abos
was
did that
calling
shit,
Smoke Signal. I was Smoke Signal, calling him Smoke Hawkins all the time, referencing his whole Hawkins situation.
that's his name.
But
No, that's his name.
you want to be selective. You want to be selective. But I'm equal opportunist Smoke. But you want to point
No,
out
you ain't.
only.
That's me.
All right.
I'm
See what I'm
equal
saying?
opportunity.
Like, no, you equals disrespecting. That's whatever.
I
You know
just
what I'm saying?
I give it, but I get it. Hey, anybody can get it. I'm the true definition of anybody can get it.
No, you be ready on the cusp. You be wanting to give it. That's
Listen
why
to what he
anybody can
said.
get it.
Listen, how the fuck can you verify something with something else when you don't even got the goddamn source to verify, you dumbass? You just literally sat in the chat, Vino, and said that dumbass shit. I just sit here and showed you that your first source that you showed did not even have no goddamn sources in it, and you gonna say that you verified it with another book. How the fuck do you know how to verify with another book when you using the book? No, mother, you gotta use the book you gotta get the source from the book that you're using. You can't use another book and a whole nother author that ain't even saying the same shit. They're using an example or a portion of history, but they're not, bro. It's written by two different authors. You can't say you verified it by using a whole nother source. No.
Where you gotta go? Listen, if
Your
he in the
methodology is
absence,
flawed. Your methodology
he
is flawed.
he's not going to be able to show any evidence. It's very clear because the link has been posted. Vino, all you had to do is show your screen. I think the topic that Shawn is on is very evident. You're scared to come on here and deal with this topic because you know you can't, right? So Shawn, all he's doing is rubbing it in your face at this moment because he knows you can't defend yourself, right? Everybody, okay, right. Everybody knows you don't have you don't have. That's the reason why, because you always jumping on, right? So this is a shocker right here. You're not jumping on because you don't got nothing to say. So he's just being a bully right now, Vino. We know you in the wrong. You don't know shit right now pertaining to this topic. You can't defend yourself. Listen. It's an L on you, but you still a brother. You still our African Malian brother, West
Nah, see,
African
there you
brother.
go again with the apologist shit. The motherfucker
He's
just
he's a West African. What you want me to do, Shawn?
he disrespected Africa, and then you want to sit here and say you still
We
my brother?
and we disrespected the Indians like how many times?
Like, bro, like you. I mean, goddamn.
How many times? I know we be like, woo, 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 woo. They live in teepees and shit. We make fun of them too.
No, we don't.
Fuck them motherfuckers. Like,
no, we don't. Nah, we don't. We don't. We don't.
Yeah, cut it out. Yes. Okay. Well, speak for yourself.
Nah, exactly.
Speak for yourself.
Don't put me in your shit.
I'm just saying, no, I ain't talking about my shit. Speak for yourself, because the rest of your abo killers, they be out here for the juggler, okay? They talk about they living in teepees. They don't have no culture. They don't have no history. Yes, they go for them too.
You tripping?
They definitely not.
Let me get back to my. Walk your dog.
We back in the house, but go ahead.
Yeah, water your plants. The little fire you got. As we look across the globe, humans display an astonishing variety of skin colors. This is for Vino, because he's stuck on skin tone. This is also for other Aboriginals out there that love this whole thing about everybody the same. Black people. Oh, he black, he black, he black, he black. Show me the black people in Central America before the Peckerwood type shit. So in no other species do we find such a broad range. The reasons for this diversity are rooted in human evolutionary history, and offer some of the most compelling examples of natural selection at work in the human lineage. We can understand skin color in modern humans only by looking back at our evolutionary past. In the earlier chapters, which I skipped over because I want to deal specifically with color, they talk about these things. So with most species of our close primate relatives, the old world monkeys and apes, have lightly pigmented skin color with dark hair, which is probably the ancestral or primitive condition for the entire group to which these animals belong. Their skin contains differing combinations of apocrine and acrine sweat glands, our closest cousins. The African apes have mostly eccrine glands, as humans do. From this information, we can deduce the ancestral conditions of the skin of the last common ancestor of the chimpanzees and humans who lived around 6 million years ago. It was probably lightly pigmented, covered with dark hair, and endowed with the preponderance of eccrine sweat glands. Significantly, this skin likely had the ability to develop more melanin pigment in response to sun exposure. In other words, to develop a tan on those surfaces that were not covered with hair, such as their face and hands. What happened to the hominid skin after our lineage is split from that of a chimpanzee during the period from 6 to about 2 million years ago? Human evolution was confined to Africa and was dominated by species belonging to the genus Australopithecus. The Australopithecines, as members of this group are known, were made up of at least 8 distinct species. One of these species may have been the ancestor of the Homo lineage, or closely related direct ancestor, although this issue is still debated. Before the evolution of the genus Homo, hominids as a whole exhibited shorter stature, more ape-like limb proportions, more ape-sized brains, and generally more ape-like lifestyles. The Australopithecines do not portray any anatomically signs that they engaged in high-energy, long-distance sojourns that seem to have characterized Homo, meaning they're nothing like us, right? They don't have that same high-energy drive or ingenuity that we have. Rather, they were walkers and respectable tree climbers, an ability that would have served them well during foraging or when they were threatened by predators. The Australopithecines were not yet naked apes. Their skin was probably very similar in the last common ancestor, or chimps or humans, that is, light in color with a coat of dark hair. The skin on their faces and hands likely had the potential to develop darker pigmentation. As the animals got older and were exposed to more sunlight, but in the terms of their skin, they still look like apes. The earliest known members of the genus Homo are recognized in the African fossil record beginning 2 million years ago. Compared to their Anthropocene predecessors, these hominids had generally larger bodies, larger brains, longer lower limbs. Their skeletons lacked grasping toes that characterized their tree climbing forebears and instead bore the long legs of powerful long-distance walkers and runners. Their higher activity levels and longer daylight exposure we have been able to reconstruct for early Homo required that the skin of the species be essentially hairless and endowed with a high density of eccrine sweat glands in order to facilitate heat loss, which was explained in chapter 3. This situation created a new physiological challenge for humans, protecting naked skin from the high UV levels in the equatorial sunshine. Dense, hairy coats protect the skin of most mammals from UVR-induced damage because the hairs themselves absorb or reflect most short-wavelength solar radiation. Once most of all of the hair is lost, however, the skin is highly vulnerable because hominids at this stage lack the technological wherewithal to protect themselves from the sun with clothing or shelter. They had to adapt biologically. This adaptation took the form of a marked increase in the melanin content of the skin, and it represented a major change in skin's appearance and function. So earlier members of the genus Homo, the ancestral stock from which all later humans evolved, were darkly pigmented. Now, here we go. I'm going to say it one more time. Early members of our genus Homo, the ancestral stock, which would all later humans evolve, were darkly pigmented. You know, these super conscious woke folk that say that black people was all over the planet, which melanated goddesses came on here earlier with the shim sham flim flam boom bam. This is why I'm getting.
We always been here. We always been here. We did black people traverse.
Really?
I don't believe any of this stuff. I'm just telling you that's what they say. I don't believe that.
Can I finish?
You think I believe that, but I don't.
No.
But go ahead.
Thank you. This
There's
continues.
so much snow out here. Oh shit.
You know your mic's still hot. This contention has recently been supported by genetic evidence demonstrating that strong levels of natural selection acted to produce dark pigmentation in these human ancestors. Why wasn't dark skin a liability in heat? After all, dark objects absorb more radiation and become hotter in the sun than light ones do. Physiologists and anthropologists have carefully studied this topic over years, mostly in investigations of human endurance under extreme environmental conditions. These studies demonstrate that darkly pigmented skin itself does not perceptibly increase the body's heat load in the face of intense solar radiation. Infrared radiation is the type of primarily responsible for the heat buildup caused by the sunshine, and dark skin and light skin absorb infrared radiation from the sun to nearly equal extents. By far the most significant factors in increasing a person's heat load of an external temperature, humidity, and the amount of heat the person generates as a result of exercise. So dark skin did not work against Homo's ability to tolerate heat. By the time the genus emerged, then about 2 million years ago, our ancestors' skin had become nearly modern in its color and hairlessness. Most of the evolution of the genus Homo was played out in Africa. Most of it was played out in Africa. Fossil evidence from Ethiopia shows clearly that ancestors of modern Homo sapiens existed around 155,000 years ago, and that the fully modern people evolved soon after. Completely anatomical modern people started to make their way out of tropical Africa 115,000 years ago, based on our knowledge of the fossil record near the Levant. By the time modern humans started leaving tropical Africa, they were culturally competent people. They made and employed a wide variety of tools. They used fire and cooked. They had sophisticated command of language. The pace of this modern human diaspora began to quicken around 100,000 years ago. But because so many of these migrations involved coastal routes, our physical record of them is sparse. Much of what we know comes from the molecular evidence combined with information from the bones and stones. These bodies of evidence show that fully anatomically modern people were established in Africa around 70,000 years ago, in Australia 60,000 years ago, and in Europe 50,000 years ago. As modern people moved into these far-flung environmental diverse places, their bodies and cultures adapted to the new circumstances. One more time. When people left out of Africa, they mutated and adapted to the circumstances that nature provided around them in order for them to survive. That's what transpired. One of the most important adaptations had to do with their skin color. Here we go, Vino. What my colleagues and I have learned in our own research on the evolution of skin color is that melanin levels in the skin represent a compromise, which has been struck by evolution through natural selection. This conclusion in itself is not new. What is new is the establishment of the causal relationships between levels of pigmentation and human productive success. Reproductive success, survival to reproductive age, successful reproduction, and the survival of offspring is the basis of natural selection and the final arbiter of evolution. In the past, most explanations for the evolution of dark skin focused on the protection it afforded from the UVR effects that were detrimental to health, but they did not necessarily affect reproduction. For example, sunburn, sun-related skin degeneration, and skin cancer. But these effects cannot be invoked as the primary drivers in the evolution of dark skin because they have little impact on an individual's reproductive ability. Because reproductive success is what evolution is all about, adaptive explanations for given trait must demonstrate some reproductive benefit. UVR influences several chemical compounds in the body that are vital for successful reproduction, including DNA, folate, and vitamin D. Therefore, skin pigmentation should be dark enough to prevent or slow the breakdown of important biomolecules in the skin by the UV, but the light enough to permit the production of the important biomolecules catalyzed by UVR. In other words, melanin is the governor. This theory is based on two long-standing observations introduced in Chapter 4. The first is that the longer wavelength UVA destroys the B vitamin folate. A lack of folate reduces reproductive success because it inhibits the production of DNA, which is needed for cell division. The second is the short-waved UVR synthesizes vitamin D in the skin. A lack of vitamin D adversely affects reproductive success because it impairs the body's calcium metabolism. So different levels of skin pigmentation have therefore evolved to balance these somewhat contradictory needs. Evolution has produced two opposing gradients of declines of skin pigmentation. What's the first one? From darkly pigmented skin at the equator to lightly pigmented skin near the poles. I'm gonna say that one more time. The first climb grades from darkly pigmented skin, which we look at the equator, we get the darkest pigmented skin, and we get the lightest pigmented skin when you go near either pole, north or south, corresponding to the need for photo protection. The second climb grades from highly pigmented skin near the poles to darker skin near the equator, allowing UVR to penetrate the skin for vitamin D production. Between these extremes, these clines, we find people with moderate levels of genetically determined pigmentation who have enhanced ability to tan depending on seasonal UVR levels. This is why the white man, right? They get out there in front of that sun, it'll whoop them to a degree they turn dang near red. Light-skinned people, fair-skinned like myself, I can get a little bit more browner. Sutek can get a little bit more darker. But the blackest of the black, you really don't even see all of that. If you live in a part of the world that receives very high levels of UVR, which is what I just basically mentioned, it is highly advantageous to have as much melanin in your skin as possible in order to protect your DNA and folate levels from damaging effects of UVR. The extremely dark tones that we see among people in equatorial Africa have evolved to meet this need. So when you see the super blacks, there's a reason for that. Them super blacks need that. They're near the hottest regions of consuming those UVR rays. Although dark skin provides excellent protection against harmful effects of UVR, it's also greatly slows the process of producing vitamin D in the skin because melanin is such an effective sunscreen. People with very dark skin must spend more than 5 times as long in the sun as those with light skin in order to make the same amounts of vitamin D. So if you have Honey Clark, she is vitamin D deficient. She is super light, almost white. So she would have to be out there in the sun long enough to consume more versus somebody else. I mean, not to consume more because she's so light. When she getting beat up, she getting beat up. But people with darker skin, they got to stay out there a little bit longer. If you're getting vitamin D that well, you're going to be deficient. Melanated is why her name melanated is black as hell. She ain't got to be out there in the sun all day.
What you trying to say? What? See?
What happened? Mute your black ass. Mute. As ancient members of our own species first moved out of equatorial latitudes, the exposure to UVR rays, and especially the UVBs, which stimulates vitamin D production, was dramatically reduced. You have to think about it. When the L3 haplogroup leaves up out of Africa and it starts going in other places, when these people traveling to these other places, they are specifically telling us that their exposure to the sun became totally different. So there was an adaptation that was forced. Those genetic pressures created situations to where something had to change. But listen, it says, under conditions of low UVR, their dark pigmentation tended to slow or prevent the process of synthesizing vitamin D in the skin. Therefore, as humans moved out of the tropics, natural selection promoted the lightening of their pigmentation, what they call depigmentation of their skin, in order to facilitate the photosynthesis of vitamin D. See, Honey Clark started in equatorial Africa, mixed outside of equatorial Africa, and then she was up there in Russia, and that's how she became as light as hell. That ain't really what happened to her, but comedically, that's a good example for how she got like very, very light skin, although we know that's admixture. Using remotely sensed data of UVR levels at the Earth's surface at the precise doses of UVB necessary to synthesize vitamin D in human skin at a specific latitude, we can calculate the potential for production of vitamin D in the skin in various geographic locations. Near the equator, the UVR levels throughout the year are adequate to manufacture vitamin D, although the rate is considerably slower in darkly pigmented people. As we move out of the tropics into the middle latitudes, from about 25 to 50 degrees, there is not enough UVR to produce vitamin D. The skin of a lightly pigmented person during at least 1 month of a year in the latitudes above 50 degrees in the far north levels of UVR are much lower. This is why you see those people that I think I showed y'all before that look similar to the Native Americans, but they're in Siberia. They have a specific diet that drives them to eat a certain way so that they can get some of the nutrients that's needed to generate what they ain't getting from the sun because of the conditions and the weather and all of those things. But anyway, when the levels are average of the entire year, they are insufficient to permit enough vitamin D in the skin and lightly pigmented person to maintain normal health. This was a real problem in human evolution. It is also a big problem today because the farther north you go, the harder it is for you to make vitamin D in your skin. For people with darker skin who filtered out a great deal of the environment UVB with their built-in melanin, these vitamin D zones have a different shape. The safe zone for vitamin D production near the equator is narrow for people with dark skin than it is for people with light skin. At high latitudes, it is almost impossible for dark-skinned people to produce vitamin D during most of the year. A recent study of school children in South Africa that compared the vitamin D levels of darkly pigmented and albino children offered dramatic evidence. The darkly pigmented children had significantly lower levels of vitamin D and consequently required a substantially higher dietary intake of the nutrient to attain the same physiological levels of the albino children. Strong natural selection for adequate vitamin D synthesis in the skin was the main cause of the evolution of lightly pigmented skin in human populations at high latitude. Modern humans had to become lighter as they moved into regions with lower levels of UVB. This same vitamin D imperative also likely affected earlier hominids living outside the tropics. The ancestry of the well-known Neanderthals who lived in Europe and West Asia about 300,000 to 30,000 years ago can be traced to a European stock of early Homo. Neanderthals are not closely related to modern humans, but they inhabited many of the same places and experiences of the same environmental conditions. It is therefore reasonable to infer that the members of their lineage developed lighter skin in the course of their adaptation to life in low UVR parts of Eurasia, possibly through different genetic mechanisms than those that brought about skin lightening in their ancestors of modern Europeans. Although we cannot be certain, it is likely that Neanderthals also became somewhat hairier in the course of their evolution from tropical antecedents. Thicker body hair would have provided a smaller measure of extra warmth to their naked skin. Neanderthals survived the inimical climatic conditions of the last ice age, largely because of their cultural capabilities. They took advantage of natural shelters and used fires and simple body coverings made from animal hides to stay warm. Like their modern human counterparts in similar latitudes, Neanderthals probably had the ability to tan when the UVR levels were high. In regions where UVB levels fluctuated dramatically with the seasons, evolution of the ability to become temporarily darker during the periods of higher UVR intensity and then faded as UV levels fell would have been favored. In short or layman terms, like I told you earlier, if I'm outside during the summer, all summer, By the fall, I'm going to be darker than I was. I'm going to be dark. But by the winter, I'm going to regain my light skin because of less exposure to that damn sun. So my intake is less because of the conditions of the seasons that we go around. But if I am somewhere like in the Caribbeans or near the equator, as an example, Turks and Caicos, where the sun is just consistently beating, the temperature is 85 degrees year round. The difference is that the humidity level in Turks and Caicos regions it makes it feel like it's 105 or 110 or 103 degrees every day. But the temperature say 85, but the humidity level will push that shit up 20 degrees. No matter what. Moving on. This explains why native peoples of the circum-Mediterranean area and other inhabitants in the zone between approximately 23 to 40 degree latitude have excellent tanning ability. I want to make it very clear. You know those people in the history books of the early Americas that call people tawny, that the Abos tried to stake claim to the word tawny? Those olive looking color people, which is also descriptive in a lot of the earlier text in the early Americas, olive and tawny. Those are clear indicators of those peoples of those regions who have the ability to tan the way that they is, so their skin looks the way that it is. And I'm talking about the Spanish and the Italians, because y'all see them often and they have this distinct tan look. Anyway, people with very light constitutive pigmentation never tan or tan very little, whereas those with moderate to dark constitutive pigmentation tan profusely. Even among people with ostensibly similar levels of constitutive pigmentation, considerable variations in tanning potential exists. In all people, facultative pigmentation fades over the course of weeks and months until the genetically determined baseline color is restored. I just mentioned that by talking about myself in the summer and then how I am in the fucking winter. The uneven distribution of active melanocytes in people with very lightly pigmented skin often causes them to develop small spots of pigmentation, freckles, following sun exposure. Freckles occur more frequently in very fair-skinned individuals. They tend to appear early in childhood and mostly disappear with age. Freckles darken and fade with seasonal changes in the UVR exposure, much as a tan does, because people with freckles are at much greater risk of developing skin cancer than those without them. They need to reduce their UV exposure as much as possible by routinely using sunscreen and covering up when outside. Relatively light-skinned people are not the only ones who tan. Tanning is also an important aspect of how darkly pigmented people have adapted to high levels of UVR. Dark-skinned individuals can tolerate longer sun exposure than the light skin because their natural complement of melanin confers sun protection. In contrast, the SPV of moderately pigmented skin, such as we find in Southern European or Central Asia, is only 2.5. For most people, including those with naturally dark skin, exposure of the skin to peak UVR will make their skin darker because UVR stimulates their melanocytes to produce more melanin. Not to go over your head, V-Note, because I know that you don't understand shit that is being read to you right now. And even those of you who are listening, when we're talking about a natural history of your skin, how it came to be, the process of that stimulant, why we have these different shades, is all due to what we know today as natural selection and those genetic pressures and your natural environment. You would have to be in a distinct environment to get certain exposure or be absorbed to certain exposure. That's why when you go to Florida, you see a lot more blacker people, skin tone wise, right? In the South, not only Florida, but like Georgia, South Carolina, you know what I'm saying? In the South, Texas, you see more dark-skinned people down here. Not to say that it ain't none in other places, but what I am referring to is there's more browner skin tone or darker skin tone down in, and I'm just speaking over here. Whereas if you go to Oklahoma, where V-Note is, it ain't a whole lot of black people unless they migrated to Oklahoma at some portion or point of time in history. They're more lighter in their complexion. And then you get admixing going on between all them different phenotypes up there in the region. And next thing you know, you're getting different people exposed to different things. Be quiet. You over here taking offense to freckles because you got freckles. Man, ain't nobody up here trying to defend your freckles, bruh. Get out of here with these freckles. The freckle police is in the chat. Look at Jarrell in V-Note voice. That's not true, Sean P. Sean P. That's not true, Sean P. We always been brunette, Sean P. Because we was always been her. Jarrell crazy. He crazy. But anyway, let me skip ahead a little bit. Because all she doing now is talking about Africa. And then, you know what I'm saying, from the different spots in Africa. But anyway, as humans from established cultures began to take long journeys over land and by sea for purposes of mapping and trading in relatively modern centuries, there were sometimes started to discover different skin colors. Even in travelers' accounts from the 15th century Europe, the skin colors of newly encountered peoples are reported as surprising. As natural historians and geographers, mostly from Europe, ventured into Asia and Africa, right? Australia and the Americas, and began to study the indigenous human populations in detail, they were able to assemble maps depicting the worldwide distribution of human skin color. The best known such map was composed by an Italian geographer, Renato Biasutti, based on the von Luskin skin color scale. This map gained broad circulation during the latter half of the 20th century. Even though Biasutti lacked information, on skin color for some regions and was forced to exfoliate from known areas to fill in gaps, a more accurate map based on the compilation of standardized skin reflectometry reading of indigenous peoples is now available. Both maps show similar trends, with more heavily pigmented people found near the equator, incrementally lighter ones found closer to the poles. What we've been saying, one of the most interesting aspects of the map shown in figure 24 is that the percentage of dark-skinned people in the southern hemisphere is greater than in the northern hemisphere. This is in fact a bias in the distribution of land masses relative to the equator. The northern hemisphere contains more habitable continental area of the high latitudes. Excuse me. And larger percentage of landmass in southern hemisphere is concentrated at the equator. You might also notice that there seems to be some exceptions to the trend of the darker skin at the equator and lighter near the poles. Generally, these exceptions represent peoples who have migrated to their current locations from an ancient homeland with a different UVR region. A good example is the Bantu language speakers of Africa, who have expanded their range from equatorial West Africa into southern Africa over the past 4,000 years. The regular gradation of skin color by latitude exists because levels of UVR at the Earth's surface are strongly correlated with latitude of these in turn, and correlated with skin pigmentation. Detailed study of skin pigmentation and UVR levels has shown that the skin color is most closely related to UVR levels in the autumn, when UVR levels are near their lowest of the year. The correlation may exist because skin color is most strongly constrained by lower rather than higher UVR levels, and dampening effect from low UVR has vitamin D production. I'd like to withdraw 30 freckles, please. Using the relationship that exists between skin color and environmental parameters, including UVR, it is possible to construct a map of predicated human skin colors, in which the colors are fairly realistic approximations of true color of skin. This map depicts an idealized situation in which we assume that humans worldwide have inhabited their respective regions of similar amounts of time and followed their similar cultural practices that could affect their skin color. It is important to remember when looking at such a map that the world's indigenous peoples haven't all been in their home countries for the same length of time. Also, human populations differ in how they cope with the sun. Thus, the actual skin colors of some people don't closely match the colors of predicted for the current inhabitants. Let me see what happened. Oh yeah, Shawn, those TikTokers and stuff. Yeah, y'all TikTokers is back. Whatever the fuck. Fuck you TikTokers. As scientists have studied human skin color over the years, one consistent observation is that women have lighter skin color than men. This is true for all indigenous peoples, even for those who are very dark-skinned, among whom such differences are not readily visible. Some have speculated that lighter skin evolved in females to mimic the paler skin of infants, who in all populations have the lightest skin. By imitating the infant condition, this argument goes, females could garner some measure of the same social protection afforded to infants in the groups that include stronger and potentially hostile males. Others have maintained that lighter skin in females can be traced to a history of conscious choices by males who prefer more lightly pigmented females as mates, possibly because of the association between light skin and infancy. These hypotheses were based on observations that the attraction between human infants and human females resulted in part from their lighter pigmentation, as well as the form from other features of their appearance. According to this reasoning, lighter colored females are perceived as more feminine than darker females and thus are preferable as sexual partners. So melanated black ass ain't even sexually attracted to us males than a lighter skinned female is.
What the hell? What?
That's what it says, bro. That's what it says. Nah,
whose opinion is that? That's not real science.
No, are you listening? It's a hypothesis based off of the observation.
Well, black men find me attractive. I don't care if I'm not attractive to other groups of men. I ain't trying to attract them no way. But black men, when they see my chocolate, they like, okay, chocolate latte. You know, what you the mocha macchiato? You know what I'm saying?
Tell your name on Facebook the way you talk.
Oh my God, here you go. All right, I'm going on mute.
Male-female differences in skin color may also be explicable from a male perspective. Natural selection may have favored darker skin. Let me get into that here. Look at that skin. It got tattoos on the body too. Look at that. Oh, this Vino's favorite right here, y'all. Look at that. That's a black man. That's a black person right there, Shawn P. Look at his skin, Shawn P. Straight up black, Shawn P. Bro, that person that I just showed right there is in Denmark. Look at the rest. Look at that mole. Mole rat. Got skin too. I go a black person right there. V-Note. I love that. Yeah, y'all done ran V-Note up out of here. I done beat him up so bad. He said he couldn't take it no more. He couldn't take it no more. Y'all was
Nino gonna
answering
say you
his
showing
question too
Negroes.
much.
Them is Negroes right there.
Hold on. Hold on. Here we go again, right here. Fuck you, nigga. I ain't giving you no link. These are Africans right here. Two different types. Look at this female. Because of where she is, she developed that. Look at this Bushman though. Look how light skinned he is, showing a diversity on the continent of Africa. We ain't even gotta go there, bro. Like we know the game. Look at these peoples. They're in the same areas. But watch this. Look, the
She look
Berbers
Jamaican.
and the
She look
Sami.
Jamaican.
Who look Jamaican?
She do. No, well, not them people. No, no,
This
not them.
you talking about? Are you talking about the sister right here? You talking about her?
Yeah, yeah. I'm talking about
That's who.
her. Yeah, she look Jamaican.
All right. So again, look at the Berber and then that lady from Finland. Mm. Look at this lady. The tattoos on her face. Thug life. She can't get no job in America. Hold on, let me get to it. Look at that map right there. Let's get back to this bit. Has the foliated levels in the body, which would safeguard sperm production, a process that depends on the foliated from DNA synthesis. I have advanced a different explanation of this sexual dimorphism or genetically determined difference between the sexes in skin pigmentation, and it involves vitamin D. Now, melanated, here we go. Listen to this, right? Because remember, we just were talking about this. Women have a lighter skin tone, no matter where you are or what you are. You have a lighter skin tone than the man. So, in instances. So during a woman's reproductive years, she is geared up not only to sustain the calcium reserves needed to maintain her own body, but also to build the reserves of her offspring during pregnancy, and to an even greater extent during breastfeeding. A woman's need for calcium is nearly double than that of a man of the same age. The calcium and phosphate stored in her bones are mobilized on a large scale to help build the skeleton of her fetus and newborn child, which means that she urgently needs to replenish the calcium stores in her own bones through the increased intake of absorption of the dietary calcium. So if vitamin D is in short supply, she cannot absorb calcium, and her bones and those of her offspring suffer accordingly. In serious cases of vitamin D deficiency, the bones of the newborn baby don't harden properly, leading to the tragic deformity of rickets. The mother, although less obviously affected, suffers thinning and softening of the bones as a result of the mineral depletion, leaving her with a weakened skeleton and a heightened long-term risk of bone fractures. To avoid these problems, evolution has acted to ensure that mothers make enough vitamin D in their skin by selecting for females who are slightly lighter in color than males. By having lighter skin, females can produce slightly more vitamin D than males under the same UVR conditions and optimize their absorption of calcium and improve their chances and their infants' chances of healthy survival and reproduction. Females maintain a delicate balance with respect to natural selection. They must have sufficiently dark skin to protect their foliate and DNA, but light enough skin to maximize vitamin D production. This is evolution at its finest, establishing an effective biological compromise to ensure survival of the species. These physiological arguments do not preclude sexual selection as a factor in creating patterns of sexual dimorphism in the skin color that we observe in human populations today. It seems unlikely, however, that sexual selection alone accounts entirely for the patterns because females are lighter than males in all populations studied, even those in which the differences can be detected only by the instrumentation, not by your naked eye, mofo. But it may well be that male preference for lighter females in many populations has attenuated the pre-existing disparity in skin color that was initially established by natural selection. Many societies are known to express preferences for lighter skinned women, a view promoted by vigorous marketing of skin lightening creams in both industrialized and developing countries. Men and women attain their darkest levels of skin pigmentation during their earlier reproductive years. For reasons that make considerable evolutionary sense, considering the importance of the effective melanin shield in protecting the body's foliate and DNA. In addition, however, females develop darker pigmentation on some parts of their bodies earlier in pregnancy. This phenomenon, known as melasma or cloasma, as characterized by darkening of the nipples and your areolas, and to a lesser extent, the abdominal wall, the genitalia, and face. Many of you women could relate to that. The extra pigmentation of the cheeks, nose, and forehead that is a hallmark of melasma is sometimes referred to as the mask of pregnancy. Y'all all say that shit. Melasma increases throughout the pregnancy as the melanocytes step up to the melanin production as the number of the melanocytes in the skin and actual increases. Now y'all know why y'all body, y'all, oh, my face is getting darker. Oh, this is doing that. Now y'all know why. The darkening of the pregnant woman's nipples and the areola is permanent and intensifies with successive pregnancies. Blotches of dark pigmentation on a woman's face in a particular similar that of melasma can be a side effect of a long-term oral contraceptive used, apparently because facial melanocytes are specifically sensitive to the estrogen and progesterone contained in the birth control pills. Less well established is the reason for the melasma-like changes of the face and body response and the hormonal changes of the menstrual cycle in y'all women. Many women complain of dark circles under their eyes and around their mouth during their period, perhaps as a result of temporarily increased production of melanin in facial melanocytes. It is tempting to speculate that the facial darkening of melasma may be an evolutionary adaptation to females of a reproductive age from UVR. The ability of the melanocytes of the face of the breast to respond quickly to hormonal changes suggests that additional protection for the regions benefits female health and would have been favored by natural selection. So clearly, the most important determinant of human skin colors has been adaptation to UVR. But in the course of human history, numerous other factors have come to be influential. Both our culture and our mobility, for example, have shaped the actions of natural selection over time. During the days of human prehistory, people had fewer cultural trappings to protect themselves against the environment. Under these conditions, biological adaptation to the environment evolved, including changes in skin color, body proportions, and methods of regulating thermal cooling. Over time, however, the weight of cultural capital has increased, strengthening our ability to protect ourselves from the vicissitudes of the environment. With greater cultural competence, cultural solutions to the environmental challenges of heat, cold, and UVR exposure, such as wearing clothes and constructing shelters, having largely come to supplant biological ones. In addition, the skin color of the population today is related to how long it has inhabited a particular area and how far in terms of latitude it is moved from the ancestral home. There appears to be a lag period between the time a group settles in an area and the time that it reaches its optimum skin color for the UVR conditions of that area. We don't yet know the length of this lag time, but it is related to the intensity with which natural selection operates on the population. In this connection, it is interesting to examine the skin colors of the native populations of equatorial South America. These New World populations have long been recognized as lighter skinned than their counterparts at similar latitudes and altitudes in the Old World. Their lighter skin may be attributable to a combination of how recently they migrated to South America from Asia and the cultural practices and the accoutrements they possess, such as different types of clothing, shelter, and protected them from higher levels of UVR exposure. Another factor that comes into play, especially in the past 200 years of rapid, wide-ranging human travel and migration at a pace previously unknown in human history, is interbreeding between once widely separated and disparate peoples, resulting in offspring of intermediate skin color. This development is particularly evident in large urban cities, centers, and on most continents, and in countries such as the United States that have promoted immigration for many generations. Diet. Your damn diet also played a part in the story of human skin color with the role of dietary vitamin D. Assuming particular importance, take the case of the Eskimo Aleut peoples of Northeast Asia and the North American Arctic. They exhibit darker skin tones than we would predict on the basis of low UVR levels in their native habitats. Significantly, however, the UVR received in these regions consists almost exclusively at UVA throughout the year, with virtually no UVB, except for the extremely small doses in the summer. Extremely small doses in the summer, which seriously reduces vitamin D synthesis. Living at the latitude has been possible only because Eskimo Aleut people subsist largely on a diet that is extremely rich in vitamin D. In fact, Aboriginal Eskimos Aleut diets consist primarily of vitamin D rich foods, which is what I mentioned earlier about the Siberians. So they're eating a whole bunch of marine mammals, fish, and caribou. It is interesting that with natural selection's pressures toward lighter skin apparently relaxed because of their diet, Eskimo Aleutians have evolved darker skin to protect themselves from the higher levels of UVA that reflect on them from snow, ice, and open water. So let's go. Our discussion has so far focused on the probable evolutionary forces responsible for different skin colors in humans. These forces act on a person's constitution and behavior, which are in parts the individual's phenotype. Behind every phenotype, though, is a genotype, the genetic basis for the external appearance. The genetic basis of human skin coloration is not yet well understood, and science is only now beginning to explore vigorously as one of many intellectual offshoots of the Human Genome Project and the field of comparative genomics. Studies of the genetic basis of skin color in humans has been built on many studies of genes that regulate the pigmentation of a coat color in other mammals, especially mice. So far, 60 to 127 currently recognized pigmentation genes in the mouse appear to have functional counterparts or orthologs in humans. Human skin pigmentation is not a simple trait specified by one gene or a set of genes. Rather, it is determined by the synchronized interaction of many genes with the environment. Because of this complexity, scientists have found it extremely challenging to identify the relative roles of variant genes and by varying environments in producing different skin color phenotypes. So far, most attention has focused on gene known as melanocortin I receptor, or MC1R. This is one of the major genes involved in determining human hair and skin pigmentation. Through its role in controlling whether the melanocytes will produce eumelanin or pheomelanin. And that is where Sutek is in the chat beating you niggas up. The MC1R locus, or the gene, you need to write this down, little boy, in the chat with all that typing you're doing. You need to write this down. The MC1R locus, or gene, shows little variation within Africa, suggesting that there is a strong selective pressure to maintain the gene's function in enabling eumelanin production. Outside of Africa, the gene is characterized by high levels of variations. Variant forms of alleles of the MC1R gene in the Northern European population are associated with red hair and fair skin, and greatly reduced ability to tan, and a high risk of skin cancers. The global pattern of variation in the gene suggests that adaptive evolution for sun-resistant forms in MC1R genes began when humans first became hairless in tropical Africa, and that human movement into less sunny climes of Eurasia favored any mutant MC1R allele that did not produce dark skin. This interpretation is controversial, and research into the functions of the various forms of the MC1R gene is still in the early stages. What is clear now is that the MC1R gene has been the object of purifying selection and has played an important role in maintaining dark pigmentation in Africans. Much remains to be learned about the levels and effects of interactions of variant gene influences of skin color, while the production of high levels of eumelanin appears to be under tight genetic control, and as a result, natural selection in the regions of the world with high levels of UV. We have increasing evidence that the variation of the MC1R gene is an adaptive response to natural selection for different forms of particular genes in different environments. What, woman? She done dropped off. Open the mic and fail. Aboriginal brunette Americans are immune to UVR. How he just used me. I'm just reading back some of the comments, y'all. I'm looking. All right. Sean P. You say my name like 30 times. Sean P. No Native American brunette like my grandma, Sean P. Vino getting killed by the science. I ain't even gonna keep on reading this, bro, because I already read the most significant portions and parts of this on how skin variations occur and the purpose of those skin variations, and why we see those darker skins around the equator. And then why we would see in the same equatorial pattern, if it's a people in a higher elevation, why they don't possess those same darker skins. They may have a lighter skin, and it's due to the elevations, which goes back to those pressures that I tried to explain to people about. The environment has everything to do with how we look as a people, period, point blank. So when Vino is reading a history book and they're giving an explanation of a people who they don't have a word for or how to define them, and they're just throwing out something, generalizing, just as you can read in Jack D. Forbes' work, they use the word Negro so loosely that they called the Negroes in America, who they called Negroes in America, they labeled them different than they called the Negroes in Africa. All them Negroes in Africa wasn't Guinea or Ghanaian. They weren't from Guinea, but they called them Negroes de Guinea or whatever the hell they was calling, and then they called the other Negroes de Terra. That was the separate thing between the two, so that they can distinguish that because of the phenotype, the outward appearance of what they were seeing. They really wasn't seeing black people. They were just loosely using the word that they were using back where they from to explain to themselves what they saw. But you take that as it meaning something else, and you ain't even got the goddamn evidence for that. But you running around this bitch, running your mouth, and everybody chat, sucking AP dick, doing all this whole other crazy shit, just so you can try to justify your stupidity by wanting to be something that you motherfucking ain't. What up, old dog? So when I'm listening to shit like this, and I took my time on that, I literally took my time on that for a reason. I literally just took my time on that because I needed it, and I ain't even done with it. But the mere fact that I just needed to get that going, just so when we hear you talking like this and you over there dick riding and trying to be something you ain't.
Yeah. But look, I'm gonna read this note because I said I was gonna pull it up. This is from the American Indian Encyclopedia, and this says urban planning. You read it? You see this V note? I don't know if you can see it. It says
this dude is reading American Indian Contributions to the World, a PDF. We can go get this PDF. Nigga, you just said earlier in the same bill, AP, that you wasn't even fucking Indian. You claim to be American. You claim to be the people that they first seen. Then you went in here and typed in urban plan for whatever pseudo-ass reason to read this V note to say what?
It's urban
Now,
planning.
I'm driving right now, but I'm listening.
It says urban planning. It goes back 1700 BCE. That's a little bit over 20, 30, what is that? 3,700 years ago, okay? Almost 4,000 years ago in North America, Southeast, South American, Andres, and Mesoamerican culture. It's that urban planning involves the design of cities to improve equality of life. Some of the issues that urban planners must take into account are population density, transportation, environmental issues, and sanitation. You understand, Brother Vino? This goes back over almost 4,000 years in North America.
I get what's the city name?
The couple cities. Let's see if they can name some for you. Also see cities First American, blah blah blah. So they're gonna go into some of the Olmec culture.
None of they got nothing to do with none of y'all.
So Mesoamerica, places like Cahokia. There's tons of them, brother.
He didn't even. He wasn't even clear on why he was even bringing this source. He wasn't clear on why he was bringing this source, but he was just reading this. Fuck! I done clicked off the video, bro. Hopefully y'all can still hear this dumb ass nigga. I hope it don't start over. And all right, I start sharing my screen. I ain't even trying to hear no more of that dumb ass shit. He brought that out to say that didn't explain. Okay, based on the question that Vino asked, him using that source did not explain why he called himself an American. The etymology of the word was one of his explanations. Then Vino says, but where's the Americans in history? Like, we ain't got nobody writing about these people calling themselves American, right? Because he is setting down that he's a fucking Indian. Vino, when the fuck did you become West Indian? You never claimed to become West Indian until you got caught up in this wannabe Panama shit. And that ain't even helping you. You ain't a fucking West Indian. You ain't Seminole. Your motherfucking ass is African. Period, point blank. But this nigga that sent you on a sesame seed hunt, and you knew you're in your own right mind when you heard him say something that American shit, that didn't even sit right with you. But you weren't trying to disagree with him on his panel because you and him on the same type of time. Y'all like lying and shit to yourself. But you knew, you was like, but we can't find us in history. If we call ourselves Americans, we ain't gonna be able to find that in history. And you know why you can't find it in history? Because the shit's made up, nigga. Kevin Troy, absolutely. You know that he was getting sleepy because there wasn't no pictures. The remedial motherfucker can't even pay attention. Look at him. No, how was you still here? What source did you have? What source did you have to say that you was here, Vino? You're not American. You're not an Indian. You're not FBA. You're not Aboriginal. You're not indigenous. You got a whole bunch of shit working against you, partner. You got a whole bunch of shit working against you. So, you know, I don't know how you gonna try to flip the script on that, partner. Straight up. You lost in a bunch of sauce. You confused about who you really are. You try to get on the panel with him and act like you know who you are, but nigga, you didn't even sound confident enough. They hit you with that American bullshit and you was like, what the fuck is that? That's some real shit. You was like, what the fuck is that shit? And it's okay, you can say it. Because you didn't know what the fuck it was. He didn't even know what it was. He wasn't even explaining it to you. Like where you could get it. And you knew it too. But you so, how I want to say this. You one of them dudes that you just ain't gonna be real and say what it is. You gonna let them slide with that dumb shit. That's what you did. You let them slide with that dumb shit. Straight up. And it's just that simple. White folks didn't say the people look like you when they pulled up. Facts. They don't have a single account of a Spanish person writing from an eyewitness account that said the people that they first saw were black. You ain't got an account in Panama. You ain't got an account in Florida. You ain't got a nowhere. Nowhere. You ain't got no account. So what you gonna keep on lying about? What you gonna keep lying about? Cause we right here. We ain't ducking no smoke. We right here. We want to see the evidence. We want to see the evidence. You done took us on a wild goose chase all over the fucking place, but you can never provide us the evidence. Every source you give us tell you that these Negroes were people that was enslaved and brought over here by other people, and then you want to sit here and say something that it ain't saying. You just want to keep on making up shit. At what point are you gonna mature and admit that you on some bullshit? Just admit it, man. Every account that you have shown people, Vino, and the listening audience, every source that you have provided us gives a clear description of all the people that they saw. And the people that they haven't contacted, who haven't seen Europeans, they have images of those peoples in those places with them shooting arrows at drones and other things that were taking pictures of them. So for you to sit here and say, you think they touched an island, they know everyone, no. Your ass wasn't here. They told you in your own sources, Balboa told you that they've been bringing black people with them on ships from Africa since they've been traveling over this motherfucker since 1490s. You ain't got no argument. You sound just like Tariq when he tries to use Aloha and talk about the 1526 situation in North Carolina. But what he leaves off is that them black people that they brought over that revolted during that stop, that revolted and ran away, they got them motherfuckers from Africa. So the whole notion of this so-called 1526 people that broke off and revolted and built up towns, there ain't no goddamn black towns by no black. There ain't no towns that were near Indians that was built up by black people. Nah, he made that shit up. Then he go shit like this. Show us your family member that was on a slave boat. Negro, my family member was in the Caribbean first. Came up from the Caribbeans into what we know as North Carolina today. From there, traded off in from North Carolina into Tennessee. And guess how I got that information? I got help on getting that information from goddamn True Story, which led me on a journey to find out more shit that I dug up that substantiated that. But me having a conversation with him about some shit that I was going through and that I discovered on my own merit and putting that piece together, he told me, nah, you got to go look over here. You go look over here, boom, you find that arrival. So I can show you that in the conversation over with. You can't show me your people being in the America at all, at no point, at any time in history. You ain't got one, you ain't even got no oral tradition to say that shit. You claiming to be in Florida and then being a whole part of the Trail of Tears shit. Guess what? Them Seminoles that you trying to claim, them black Seminoles that you was talking about on AP show, them black Seminoles were of African descent, and they've been told you that. They've been told you that. You ain't got nobody in Florida that was, look at that, 1780 Florida. You just proved my point. The motherfuckers from the Gullah Geechee. Nigga, you was trash, nigga. Hold on, y'all. I need to go give me something to drink. This nigga here is trash. You a pathetic piece of shit.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all
Died
ain't
by
find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all
I
did.
don't feel like you standing on business.
And y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Shawn P, Shawn, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Shawn P, Shawn, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.
Vino Talaya. Y'all heard it here first. Vino Talaya. Watching. Sute said you was on a whole nother dude lap. Riding him. We know what you really are. We know what you really are. We know what you really are. I'm gonna pull it up. Yeah, we know what you really are. Everybody in the chat see it. We know what you really are. Mm-hmm. I had to, in order for me to share my sources, like them books, I have to put them in my Google Drive so that I can bring them up via the drive so y'all can see them. Because apparently StreamYard has an issue with that share option. Unless Kofi tell me how to fix it. Should be Austin 19. I'm about to say I need to hit Kofi up on some business. Let's watch you do that. Let's watch you. Pseudo ass. Then you're finna be mad. If the video will play now, you're finna be mad. Let me start sharing real quick. I really need to refresh this shit. I'm gonna put you all the way off. Mm-hmm. Crybaby. All you do is go from channel to channel selling that bullshit ass mythology of yours.
They go into places like Chicago, Cahokia. There's tons of them, brother.
Oh, my bad.
Tons of them.
Chicago.
You hear me?
Yeah. Chicago was the city what it is. Chicago what it is. The city what it is now. They was playing in Chicago.
BCE building and shit. This motherfucker ain't even reading the source.
Well, the term Chicago comes from indigenous word. Do you want me to show you who created the term Chicago? Like, do you want me to see the word?
Yeah.
What language it come from too?
Yeah, so
you know.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just saying, I'm here. I'm saying, are you saying Chicago been here since the 17th BC?
Yeah, I'm saying that.
I got way too much shit over. Hold on, y'all.
Yes, I'm saying yes. They've been here. Places like Memphis.
Okay, so they the Americans.
People like Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah, these places have been around for thousands of years. And with City Planet, I just read it for you. At least almost 4,000. I'm gonna say 3,500 years minimum.
Okay. So,
and this is
okay. So they ain't called Chicagoans or Memphisans. They called Americans. But they ain't called after they.
They probably had their own indigenous names. You know what I'm saying? That Europeans probably labeled today. But we are reading a contemporary book that's using contemporary language for us to identify. You understand, Brother Vino?
Okay. So those same people would be Indians, and y'all saying that they ain't real.
No, I'm saying that they are labeled as Indian. Yeah, I'm saying that. I've never said it.
You don't know what the fuck he's saying. He's just saying, okay, and keep on. He got more questions.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with but there's a problem for niggas to call themselves an Indian now.
The problem with you calling yourself an Indian. I just think it's a problem when someone else gets mad at another term that someone else has used. So, for instance, all these terms are mislabeled. So, Indian, etc. So, if you use Indian and it's okay with you, it should be okay for the next person to use the next mislabeling. If it's okay with them. Because they all mislabel. So somebody use black, I shouldn't hear somebody say, you shouldn't use the word black. That's the mislabeling term. All of it is. It's a contradiction. So I don't get mad with none of the terms that nobody uses. You know what I'm saying? That would be a contradiction for me.
I mean, nigga, I guess it is a
story of people that they try to over. You ever for the white guy?
You know, he don't care who the people is. It was people here before the white people. The people that was here before the white people ain't you, and you wasn't here before those people. The white people brought you here. Who you calling the wood is the people that brought you here. Ain't no other way around it, you know. Ain't no way around it. You on here doing some yes man shit. Looks like your camera was unplugged. Oh man, we back to that shit. Vino, you ain't even here at all.
Oh, why would you say that?
Because they here before the wood.
What?
What? Denzel is a white man now. He knew what you meant when you was asking him about that bullshit. Denzel a white man now. Roberts, that's a white man now. Calvin with the C. Here we go. Woo! He told you that you gotta do more research. that the white people, he told you that you gotta do more research. He said that you gotta do more research. He said you gotta do more research because he hit you with the flim flam bam. I told you. Now Black European is back on the table.
So let me just break this down. White people are not indigenous or original to no continent.
How the fuck they what? They're not indigenous or aboriginal to no continent? Motherfucking white people developed the white skin gene developed on a goddamn continent, which would make them indigenous too. The development of the skin pigmentation, the white gene, 20 to 30,000 years ago, developed on a continent in Eurasia, which is where they would be indigenous to. We just read about a skin color, how motherfuckers' skin variations transpired as motherfuckers got closer away from the equator. Them white people were in Eurasian area, and they are fucking indigenous to those areas. Motherfuckers didn't go over there and then they just became white. There was a process through natural selection and those selected pressures that created the environment for that gene to transpire and be passed down, and it continued to be passed down through admixture and otherwise. How the fuck he sit here and say that with a straight face? Both of you just the blind leading the blind, dumb, and dumber.
No country.
That's from out of state.
Say what?
They from out of
He
space.
asked you, was they from outer space, nigga?
I don't know.
He asking you where the white people from.
Where they from? I can just say I don't know. We know.
Don't know where the fucking white people. Know where the fucking white people from? Where the fuck the white people? He don't even know where the white people come from, bro. He said, I don't know where they come from. They ain't indigenous to no continent. This is the type of shit that went on for over an hour on his channel. And they got 9 hours of this bullshit. Gossiping like bitches for 9 hours. And Vino participating in it. Gossiping like a little bitch. No sources. But you up there gossiping like a little bitch. Right. You got the blue-eye gene. You got the skin gene. You got other genes that are developed outside of the continent of Africa that shows you that these people, their origins, specifically their origins. And I know people catching a replay, you're going to be able to see the chat. The SL24A5. We talk about it all the time. This is how we know that black people that claim to be indigenous in the Americas ain't motherfucking indigenous in the Americas. They ain't. They ain't. Motherfucker is crazy. Just out here saying any old motherfucking thing that they want to say. Any old motherfucking thing. This motherfucker just stupid. Just dumb, bro. 9 hours of that type of shit. Dumb, dumb, and dumber. They didn't bring up a single source. They didn't talk about none of the important shit. They just went dumb, dumb, and dumber. So real quick, I know I mentioned this earlier on before I went on this tangent and started talking about all this other shit, but I wanted to talk to y'all real quick about why Leo Winter is dangerous and dangerous for our ancestor, Dr. Van Sertima. And so what I'm about to do is I'm about to bring up this other book that's written by Leo Winter, and I'm just going to show one claim in this book. There's many in the 3-volume set, but this claim right here, he says in Africa and in Europe, there's this ball game became associated with the intercalary days and gained semi-religious significance. Precisely the same has taken place in Mexico, where the names connected with the game derived from the Arabic bear conclusive proof of the African origin of a Mexican culture. He makes the claim that there is an African origin of Mexican culture. Let him continue. He says that the Torquemada described the Mexican ball game as follows. These Indian tribes know the game of ball as we play it, though they play it differently from us. The place where it was played is called Tlachco, which is like our cricket game ground. They used to make the ball from the gum of a tree which grows in the hot lands and which, when taped, the steel stick white drops that very soon congeal and being pressed and kneaded become blacker than pitch. From this ula, they made their balls, which although heavy, hard, blah 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 blah. Talking about the ball, and out of this shit that they talking about. This game right here, Mexican ball game, ball ground. They like to kick it. They kick the ball with the haunches or the buttocks, and not with any. It was agreed by them that the game was lost by him who touched the ball with another part of the body, then the haunch, buttocks, or shoulder. And this was done very gracefully by them, and that the ball might more easily rebound. Yada 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 yada. My point is this: in talking about this game in Mexico, Leo Weiner, as you heard, claims that the game has African origins. He does not, I repeat, he does not show the evidence. So there's no proof into what he's saying. There's no Africans that are saying this, that, or the third. He is clearly and merely, he don't source nothing. There's no source for what he's talking about. He gonna say that these motherfuckers aren't creative enough to come up with their own goddamn style of play that would be indicative to them people and handle their business the way they handle their business. That's like super duper crazy. If these people ain't wise enough to create their own style of game, African origin of Mexican culture. Why they couldn't be viewed? Oh, it's got to load. I did have to restart that, and I did. Fuck. I don't feel like going back. Search here. Man, and then he dedicated a whole volume to that's got something to do with tobacco. He's saying that motherfucking the smoking of tobacco comes from. Then he started claiming that certain type of tobacco trade with Africans and Indians. Does he provide a source for that? No. So it just continues to go on and on. This is one of the many issues with using Leo Wiener, that the ball game in vogue throughout the regions visited by the early voyagers is of African origin. This can be further proven by the very vocabulary connected with the game. In the Carib, according to Britain, the gummy substance from which the ball was made and the ball itself are called tibuli. The same name is found in the Aztecian tapayuli or tapayuli ball. Both are ultimately from Arabic. What the fuck? He goes on. Mindy, Monday, Mendingo, Malinke words. In the West Indian islands, the ball in the place where it is played is by the early writers given as bati, but that is not a native word. For Durand informs us that the batel was the Spanish term for the rubber, that the first part of the Natal word is from Arabic, taba. How in the fuck did you come to that conclusion, bro? Think about and read during an era of an academic assault on world history being told by from people from the Western world, trying to so elegantly stay claim to shit. Think about that. This is why I said there's a huge problem with trying to rely on arguments made by Van Sertima because they're not his arguments. They are directly impacted by reading the works of Leo Wiener. And I'm telling you right now, he relied on Leo Wiener's assertions of linguistic data. That's why he named the book The African Presence in Ancient America. And that's why Leo Wiener is in every goddamn chapter. And that's a problem. I said, jealousy, I said, got the whole industry mad at me, I said. Man, they definitely want to be y'all. That boy Vino, Vino mad. FBA is short for Flex Bank Account. We all know what the Flex Bank Account about. But Leo Wiener did this, bro. This ain't even a half. Look. The identity of the nomenclature connected with the game in Mexico and Africa preclude all chance development or piecemeal, but as an organic whole. What in the flying fuck? So the resemblance of the American ball game to the African celebrations during the vernal equinox or that beginning of the new year. Bruh, this shit don't even make no sense, bro. This shit don't even make no sense. It is yet to clearly to write history of the advance of civilizations from the infancy to the present time. What you trying to say, bro? You already said it 1,000 times, bro. You saying the Arabs influenced the Africans, Africans influenced that what you said in your book 52 times in every version of the book in all 3 volumes. You have literally said that these people that populated this place, which are not V-Note, which ain't AP, you saying all that shit come from Africa. Listening to that during those times, man, that's why I said put yourself in the shoes of Ben Sertimo, and you hearing a Russian Jewish gentleman for the first time in his works arguing against Western academia about the African influence in early Americas. It would intrigue the hell out of you during that time when you don't have all the ducks in a row to write about some shit you're studying and about these writers, because now you're trying to defend and protect Africa because nobody's talking about Africa. Everybody's talking around Africa. And a Negro like this pulls out this bull jump, and it is straight bull shiggity. To the max. This ain't even the only thing. I'm just bringing this to your attention because I know y'all ain't even know that they try to say that these motherfuckers couldn't independently create the same goddamn game where they play a similar way. It's like basketball, right? As an example. In Nashville, when we play basketball, we play a game, we might call it 36. Right? We might call it 36. Cool. And we might have some rules in 36 where it's everybody for themselves. But if you gotta win by, you might gotta win by 4 points. You can't win by 2. Right? You can't just make a bucket and it be the game. So what I mean by that is if I got 34 and you got 34, the game go to 38. You got to win by 2 buckets. So you got to win by 4. But it's every man for itself. But see, if I go to Chattanooga, they might play the game a whole nother way. Instead of 36, they might play 21. And they might say you got to win by 2. And they might count layups as 1 point, 3-pointers as 2 points type shit. See, at 36, you count 3s and 2s. Ain't no 1s. So basically, we in the same state. We just only a couple of hours, some change apart, and the game is played differently. These people are over 5,000 miles apart from each other with no contact of knowing who the fuck Africans are and Africans know who the fuck they are. And these gangs are independently being housed up because remember, he also said Europe is playing a similar game, but he never said that the Africans taught the Europeans the game. That was never mentioned. Only that the Africans taught the natives. See the disingenuous bullshit? If the Africans taught them, then the Africans taught everybody motherfucking else. No. Y'all try to give credence to the Arabians and say that the Arabs taught the Africans and the Africans taught the motherfuckers. The natives. That's bullshit. Vino don't even play fucking soccer. And this bitch running around here trying to claim that he an Abo, that he indigenous, that he an Indian. Man, these motherfucking people, man, crazy. See, look, Pure Black said in Indiana he played 31. You could go in the paint until you score 16. Or you couldn't go in the paint till you score 16. See what I'm saying? That's a whole nother style of play. In New Jersey, they go to 21. They count ones. They count ones all the way. But in New Jersey, where I was in New Brunswick, New Jersey, they played on 8-foot goals. They didn't have 10 feet rims. They played on 8-foot goals. That was unique. They had whole parks out there with 8-foot rims, goals. White Europeans have been trying to colonize Native American pre-Columbian history with anyone but Native Americans since 1490. The same shit that they did in Africa, Kevin Troy. They did the same shit in Africa. That's why I said what I said the other day. I said the same way the Europeans did Africans, some Europeans are doing that with Native Americans, with y'all peoples. But here go the thing though. Even Western scholarship don't even attain to or wasn't making these assertions. Leo Wiener wasn't even Western academia. Leo Wiener was from Russia. He was a Jewish guy. He wasn't a part of Western academia. He was fighting against Western academia and pseudorized the shit up and said that the Arabs taught the Africans and the Africans taught the motherfucking natives over here. That's crazy. It's just like a game of spades, bro. Some people play Joker, Joker, Deuce, Ace. Some people play Joker, Joker, Ace. Some people play without the big jokers. Some people play and play with just the deuces. Shit crazy, bro. Yeah, I'm still alive, bro. Kicking his knowledge. Showing you how Leo Wiener is a thief. Yeah. But nah, man, that's pretty much it for the show, bro. I don't want to go hard no more. I had Melanated Goddess on here. She extended the show because she had an hour and a half of goddamn trying to talk. Can't argue against that. Can't argue against that. I think that's a big issue. Big issue. But we're here now, man. So what can we say? What can we do? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know? I don't know. I gotta work tomorrow, bro. Martin Luther King birthday, bro. Some bullshit. I volunteered though. Fucked up. I shouldn't have volunteered. Then it made them bitch ass change my goddamn off day. Whole ass motherfucker, man. But I appreciate everybody tapping in, man. You know what I'm saying? I really do. I hope y'all learned something today. I hope I was able to shed light on some shit that y'all ain't really paid attention to. I apologize for the interruptions from Melanated Goddess. You know what I'm saying? She had been drinking, you know what I'm saying? Turning up. You know, she listening right now too. But nah, man. Leo Winner's a dangerous guy, bro. He's dangerous. And what's even more pathetic is that he have this hypothesis, and he's got outdated information, and he doesn't use a proper methodology, because he does make these assertions on his own merit. He'll take an account like De La Force, and he'll just kind of mess it up a little bit. He said she made vegan tacos today. Probably. Shit. She was on one today though. If anybody new coming into the channel though, sure, they wasn't, you know what I mean? They need to speak up, man. They need to say something. I slow it down for them if they really here to learn. But if you just, you just over here on some messy shit, you ain't finna learn nothing that way. We'll cut your ass out. You smell me? Oh, she announced it yesterday that she was making vegan tacos today. Did she do that on Smoke Signal channel? Or she did it on here, and that's when I fell off the stream. You know, because she is a world-renowned traveler. You smell me? So yeah, man, let's see. She made them last night. It was on your channel. Oh, okay. Yeah, I ain't hear that part. I guess that's when I fell out. She crazy though. I got like 30 seconds. Hey, Honey Clark, you still here? I got a question. Sean P. Oh yeah, Pure Black. Yeah, I unsubscribed from his channel. From Unbiased channel. Yeah, I ain't rocking with that. I know his motive. He got a motive. You feel me? Like his shit ain't rooted in reality no more. Shit rooted in make believe, bro. I ain't fucking with that. You got me fuck. I ain't doing that. He on his own. And he's so fresh in it that he ain't gonna want to debate that shit. Guarantee you. He ain't gonna want to stand on business. Not over that. But nah, man, listen, I appreciate everybody for tapping in. Let me get the fuck on up out of here. Y'all like the show, share the show, tell a friend, tell a friend. We appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all go to Same Tree Different Branch Publishing. Purchase books, books, clothing, and everything on the website now. So we appreciate all y'all, man. Enjoy y'all evening. Hopefully y'all learn something more about Martin Luther King. One good thing you ain't know before.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find his own genealogy? Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. After this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Shawn P, Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call that apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. After the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Shawn P, Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call that apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. Who died. TKO genealogy.
That sent to everybody earlier today. I hope y'all enjoyed that. We're actually going to give it full context here in a minute. And we're going to go over a few things that was actually stated in that same show, but at different time period. And we need to get some things off our chest. And we're going to deal with the claim that was made during the show. But I decided to do it live now. I am aware that the dude who made the claim is never going to show up in this chat on this channel. And he ain't gonna want to deal with the reality of his lies. I'm late in the book that he tried to use as his source. I'm really, really late in the book. I probably got about another 120 pages, about less than 100. Not 120, about 107 pages left of reading. And out of those, out of this 371 pages, and out of that, I just been reading, like, you know what I'm saying? I got my phone in my hand, I'm gonna read, but I just been reading, just reading. But yeah, dude's claim ain't showed up, and the back of the book just it ain't gonna end, and it ain't gonna provide the information in the back of the book because it's talking about something else, and we're gonna get into that for sure. So let me share my screen. Now this video is gonna come in hot and heavy. I don't have time to tell y'all about my sources. Anybody who watched the show knows that all my sources are in the description of the video. So you make sure that you peep those out. So there's a gentleman in the chat asking right now how much of history is true. How much of that's a bad question to ask, because from the person that is providing the evidence of said history, his accounts could be true according to his knowledge and based on the information that he acquired to provide that information to other people. But that's not where it stops. Because he acquired knowledge and shared knowledge, it is your job to find other substantiating evidence to support his claims. So exactly, super vague. And so it depends on what you're referring to, because all things didn't make the history books. There's some things that did not make the history books. So it depends on the subject matter. As it pertains to you, Joseph, claiming to be indigenous to the Americas, that history is false. The history that you believe in is false because it requires a belief. You don't have the evidence. If you had the evidence, you would have had the evidence in 2017, 2018. Here it is, 2025, and you still don't have the evidence. You would have had the evidence Trump's first term, where he allowed all of that to run shop. That's not your point. It's not your point, because somebody who knows how to do real research can substantiate the evidence that has been provided through history. When we say historical accounts, that's where we do primary research. We do primary research because we're looking for the actual eyewitness accounts and evidence of said date and time. But you still didn't answer Chavis' question. He asked you what history specifically. And here you are in the chat, running amok, trying to look for something to look for. But your history is not existing. It has no merit. We can't find it anywhere. So let's get to the show. I may intervene. It's not going to be 6 hours. Trust me. It's going to be some parts we're going to get into. Then we're going to get into that. I want to skip to Sachi because he yelling like he yelling, and he was yelling for a long time.
Keep me out of it. Quit taking another man's word.
That's an emotional reaction, bro.
Who gives a fuck what he thinks? He ain't kidding me.
So I can put it on the screen.
That's how you follow the leader ass niggas. So family say, that's y'all goddamn problem. I always look
one time and thought I was a quiet, small, and I have a distinct recollection of.
I'm gonna skip ahead because not a coincidence beat him up. So I'm gonna let Not a Coincidence clip this so they can go on his channel on what he did with Ling Ling and stuff.
Negro families where it is knowledgeable concerning African origins, it has become more or less vague.
Isn't disproving anything either. So you have every right to say that this fake, you don't believe it, but that's not disproving something. So that's why I was telling you the other day when you showed this. Like, they never said that the people never came from Africa. They just saying, oh, it's vague. That's it. So I don't know why you're running with that.
Gotcha. So again, vagueness.
No, I'm skipping because this has nothing to do with the reason why I'm sharing the video. Not a Coincidence is gonna clip it up and do what he need to do if you want to deal with Ling Ling's lack of reading comprehension as it pertains to a conversation that they were having about if this person claimed that people are African or not, et cetera, et cetera. They carried an argument into this conversation from somewhere else.
Is not anywhere proof of you descending from a tribe in West Africa. For all we know, they could be Indians, and they're just taught that they came from Africa based off of a slave Bible that a white person gave them.
their formal limited education. So again, it's here nor there. What you're saying, oh, y'all just self-hating Africa and y'all just saying all this stuff because y'all don't want to be associated with Africa. Cool. But I took in the DNA test and I fancy y'all claim. But at the end of the day, I'm not trying to go to Africa, bro.
Real quick, so when Ling Ling said he took the DNA test, I don't think that anybody that was on the panel at the time was privy to that information. So Shaw's in the chat right now, and he heard him, so his light bulb went off. Let me say one thing. Ling Ling literally debated against YK the truth about DNA and DNA testing, calling it a hoax, fraudulent, fake, those things. That's exactly what Ling Ling was saying. But what you're about to hear from Ling Ling is significant in how he plays the game, right? Because if you watch the video that I shared or uploaded earlier today, he talked about this whole Native American, Aboriginal, Indigenous, Native American stock. He is neither that. And he literally took a DNA test. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say how important this is. If he would have took that DNA test, and that DNA test would have said that he was 70-something% Native American, he would not have shut the fuck up. He'd still be live right now. He would be on everybody's channel trying to share his DNA. He didn't want to share his DNA with Not a Coincidence them last night because he was being disingenuous. But that mug said Native American DNA, oh, we would have heard everything.
Look at
Tyrone, did you have African ancestry, Tyrone?
Real quick. Two things, Shaw, and you got it. First of all, he said, for all we know, right? He said, for all we know, they could be making it up. We're not going off your opinion, Lee. And secondly,
that's not my opinion. That's
why
fact.
you cut me off? Why you cut me off?
That's their research, bro.
You talk, I'm talking, and Shaw's going after me. Wait your turn. So, and then did you see the comment that that Smoke just highlighted? It said from Iceberg Slim 38. Now look at her image. A deportation of all Africans, please, Trump. So it's basically got a white lady saying deport all Africans, and they support that. But that's
forgot what I was about to ask, Ling Ling.
My bad, bro.
You good.
Hey man, leave my white ladies.
Hold on, I got it.
Hold on, leave my white ladies alone over here, my nigga. Go ahead.
Yo, Shawn, yeah, we live. I was broadcasting from Smoke Channel, so I don't actually have a live up. I'm just showing Smoke's live.
What I was about to say, Ling Ling, when you took your DNA test, did you have African ancestry?
Yes, I did. That's because
that's all I wanted to ask.
That's because hold on, brother. Don't add nothing. So again, this African stuff is said non-detectable, what I got. And how they figured that was because my relatives went to going off the dome here, but it's the PD area in Low Country, South Carolina, Gullah Geechee is what I got. So what they did was claim like 25% of my ancestry went to Liberia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, which they didn't give me an actual African relative. They just said non-detectable, but close.
Can I respond to that, Ling Ling, please?
Yeah.
So non-detectable, right? So that's obviously you took a 23andMe test. And what you're confused about the non-detectable part is they gave you an ethnicity portion, and then they wanted to give you they wanted to break it down to different groups and communities. So your ethnicity tells you from West Africa. The non-detectable part is they talking about the what will be more detailed. When was the last time you looked at your 23andMe?
I just got the results.
Why don't you show us your result?
That's not. I don't want to expose my shit. That's private. But I can tell you. So what I got for my overall thing was 86% African, 11% Chinese, Asian, 18% European, 7% Indigenous American, and 5%
How? You said 80, how many? 80 what percent?
86% African,
And then
11
Chinese. So that's 87% right there. So what's the other shit you said that added up?
18% European and 7% Indigenous American and 5% unspecified.
Wow, you only got 3% left. From 86 to 11 is 97. How do you have all this stuff and 3% left? It's something you're not reading right, bro.
That's what I got.
Okay. The cap is 100. The highest you can go is 100%. You got 86% African, 11% Chinese. What did that add up to?
All of that is basically saying that my wide paternal ancestor.
What does 86 and 11 add up to?
86 and 11. 86, 87, 88, 89, 90.
You're not serious right now, Tyrone, right?
Serious, yo. This is the shit we dealing with, man. Nick can't even count. He can't even do 86 and 11 in his head real quick. It's 97. So anything after that 3%, you're reading something wrong, bro. Like it's terribly wrong with your comprehension on your DNA test.
What are you talking about, bro?
I just
told
you.
My haplogroup? My haplogroup is haplogroup A. It's E. Let me get it.
What's your maternal haplogroup?
Maternal haplogroup is L, and it's saying that I'm related to King Ramses III.
Not on your maternal. That would be on your paternal. You EP
yeah, on my paternal is saying that haplogroup A E M 180. 180.
Okay, so from there you get different branches. Are you EM 180 or you are a subgroup of EM 180?
It just says that I'm EM 180. That's about it.
Okay.
And on my maternal, it's saying L1B1A.
Man, L1?
Yes, L1B1A.
One of the ancients, bro. Yo, respect. Yo, most of the time people L2, L3. You come from one of the oldest African maternal lineage.
It also says I got 2% DNA.
Just come on home, man.
Come on, where?
Come on home,
My home
man.
is in America, man.
Yo, you know what? Africans can count. Aboriginals can't count, obviously. So it's something you reading. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man.
You can still be an Indian Ling Ling.
Yeah, like
you got like 3%. You said right? 3%.
86% African.
Yeah, 68.4% African.
How much Nigerian?
16.2.
Did they give you
unspecified?
Unspecified.
Yes.
That doesn't say that on that ethnicity portion.
Yeah, it does. It says unspecified Igbo. Close.
Oh, hold on. It says Igbo. Now does it say likely? Most likely. What does it say?
It says close, but it's not really close though.
No. Okay. Well, why are you saying it's not close, but they're saying it's a close?
That's what the thing says, bro.
So if you go to, I bet you your Igbo is not when you go to the scientific details, undetected. Is your Igbo undetected?
Yes, it's undetected.
No,
bro.
you're lying because they wouldn't tell you Igbo. You're lying. That's why you won't show.
How am I lying, bro? That's what I said.
I can show you mine right now. And on the Igbo, it's not going to say undetected. Because on that undetected part, like you try to put out there early, is a separate part from the ethnicity part. It
says very close and not detected, bro.
No, it doesn't. Not for Igbo.
That's what it is. Igbo people very close, not close enough, bro.
It doesn't say that. So show us that it says that and stop lying.
It says very close.
It does not say.
What are you talking about?
It says very close, yes. But it doesn't say not close enough or whatever you're trying to say it says. Bro, let me see. This nigga's a liar. So, as y'all know, Tyron just confirmed for us he's a large amount of West African. He comes from the portion comes from the Igbo tribe, and as far as the strength of the relationship is very close. This is what we just learned from our good friend Ling Ling. Where we at? This dude is just full of shit. Oh, my shit ain't working. So look, this is what he's talking about. Right? He has this. Nothing on here says it's not close enough. It says Igbo people very close. You are connected through shared ancestors from Southeastern Asia.
The scientific details.
Scientific details doesn't say what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, it is. Go to the scientific details.
I got you. Hold on. It doesn't say what you're saying. When
the scientific details.
When it gets to the Igbo part, I'm about to. When it gets to the Igbo part, it does not say not detected. You're lying. Hold on. I don't know why you can't try to lie to us like this.
How am I lying, bro?
I'm about to show you in a second. Are you going to admit you're lying when
Are
I
you
show
going to click the scientific details? What's taking so long, bro?
Because I'm doing something else. I got you. Don't worry. I'm not running from this because when it comes to your Igbo portion, it's not going to say undetected. It doesn't. That's not the point of it. It's not going to do that.
Bro, I just don't go for hypotheticals. I go for straight facts, not yes.
So we're talking about country matches, right? So now you said when it comes to Igbo, it says not detected. It's not going to do that, bro. It's not going to do that. So now what you got to show us is say that on your Igbo, it says not detected like you're trying to claim. You could just show us this little portion right here and it says not detected. What I'm telling you is when it says Igbo people, it says very close for you. That's what you already told us. So are you going to stop lying or not?
I'm not.
So show us.
Peace.
Show us.
And y'all agree that the Igbo people were Hebrews?
No.
Y'all agree with that?
No.
Y'all agree that they were
they say that they people. They don't say that they from Hebrew.
No, I say Israel. I don't say Israel. I say Hebrew.
No, Tyron, we can change the subject, right? We can go. I just want to know, Tyron, can you show us that on your DNA test where it says Igbo people, it says not detected?
It says very close.
Okay, so why'd you tell us it said not detected then?
Maybe I misremember what the shit said. It says not
maybe
detected.
Igbo people told me they were not from there. They migrated there.
Maybe you lied. You got it. Go ahead, Darvin. He's a liar. Y'all got it.
How am I lying, bro?
What we can say is that these people they call Igbo, they said they migrated there. They weren't from there.
Beat us in the head with this Hebrew stuff.
Gang, that's what they call themselves
right now.
Gang, that's what they call themselves. I got you.
Okay, people say that American Indians are Hebrew. That's still nothing.
And the
That's
Igbo are American Indians. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, Igbo is not American Indian.
Yes,
bro.
they are.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they would call themselves Indian, but they're from America.
No, what?
This dude, Dargis, who came over here, I think, once before. No. He was on this channel when I was on there, and not a coincidence is different. Pulls up, and then he goes talking about the Igbo being Hebrews, and then says the Igbo are Native Americans, and he's saying that because he's stuck in the Timbuktu and Babylon book, which has been refuted as pseudo information. However, at this time, I think I was in the chat and I was trying to join the show, and they wouldn't let me on the panel. And you know what I'm saying? Out of coincidence, is still schooling them, but I'm just trying to get this shit right. So I'm gonna play a little bit more of that, and then I want to deal with this a little bit. Then I get into the other part.
They say it's Asiatic, and I'm not trying to get off the subject of this DNA stuff. But
I know,
again,
but let's know. I'm saying that if the DNA, if the model is based on some people that's not from the area, who told you they migrated to that area, then how that DNA make you from that area? If people that they test their DNA ain't from there. Think about
what they do is they're hypothetically guessing on what fucking tribe it came from. But again, that's still not my tribe because they're saying 16%. So again, that's not my relatives. They're saying mostly my relatives come from Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Ghana.
Yeah, but all that shit was republic from the Portuguese to the Arabs to the Americans and the British. They populated those areas. The people in those areas
Yes, they populated those areas and black Americans that were ethnic.
I know, but they're not what they call Africans though.
And what the DNA told me is I don't really have any photos of any relatives in them countries. What relatives that they gave me mostly reside in the United States, and they are not all black people. They are also white and a few Asians up in that bitch. And some of them are Native American. That's what I got with relatives that are alive today with my genetics. But I didn't get any African relatives unless I upgrade the shit. But we don't really know.
According to these Jews, that's what they said.
No, it's not no Jewish company, bro. That would be another company.
I know, but they came up with the model.
Well, at 23.
He made another claim. His other claim is that, according to DNA testing, the Jews are responsible for DNA testing. They made the model. Ling Ling is arguing with him because Ling Ling trusts 23andMe. Listen to how Ling Ling trusts 23andMe, even though it refuted his belief.
Me and these are United States corporations.
Okay, they came up with that whole technique to prove the people in that area that they are originally from the Middle East. I'm talking back with Hammer and the boys.
With DNA, they ain't saying that they
lying on the shit. That's why I don't stand in court.
Brother, with DNA, they're not saying that they came from the Middle East. They're just saying that they always been isolated in Africa. But their oral history say that they came from Asia. But they're not testing those models of people come from Asia. They're just promoting this out of Africa theory stuff.
That's wrong.
Cool. Understand what you're saying, King. All right, now, this is what I'm saying. Pay close attention, right? What I'm saying is that the people that they testing against migrated there, worked in those lands. The people they getting the actual DNA they compared to yours, these people weren't ancient people. The contemporary people in those lands, not from those lands, but they're in those lands. That don't necessarily mean that they from there or you from there. They say y'all got genetic makeup.
So that's a huge claim that you're making, Darvis.
Word, that's it. That's real shit too, King.
Can you show us why you're saying or what you're getting?
There's a
hold on, can I finish? Hold on, Darvis, nobody. Come on. Could you show us where you are getting that these people aren't from these places?
Cool. Now there's a book. What my man name is that from Babylon to Timbuktu. We talk about the Igbos. They talk about how the people migrated there.
Babylon to Timbuktu. Now I heard this book. I never read it.
Yeah.
Why is this book credible to you?
Huh?
Why is this book? What makes this book credible?
Because the people y'all talk about, like the Eagles, is their story, and they're saying that these people went there. They wasn't from there. They went there. So if you're testing your blood against some people that's not indigenous or aboriginal to those lands, they can never make you aboriginal to those lands. There's not proof of you being aboriginal to those lands.
All right, so we heard his claim all the way out. You just heard him say that them people said that they don't come from there, that they come from the Middle East. And they migrated to those areas, so they're not indigenous to the land. They're contemporary. So they're comparing DNA incorrectly. They're comparing DNA with everybody else, right? You heard him. So, okay, Darvis, you want to talk Igbo? Well, first thing first, I pop up. Hold on, let me get this pulled up. I had my source on the screen, man, but I had to restart to fix my camera. I got every source up but this one book, which I'm about to refer to.
Man, what it do, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in today, man. You know, I'm just doing.
And we're gonna talk about the Igbo
with this. Just me going up on this channel.
That's what you want to talk about, right?
And, you know,
We're gonna
debating.
talk about the Igbo. Let's talk about them
over there. You know, when I first started hitting.
Let's get active.
You know what I'm saying? So,
the Igbo
this live right here, but I appreciate everybody tapping in. Like,
I'm almost there, y'all. I just got a lot of books in the drive.
Tell a friend and do it again.
That I have to go through.
I may go live here a little bit later on. Shit, I gotta relax for a little bit today, but nah, shit, we're gonna get it.
Native American books, skip them.
The end of it all.
Yoruba, skip them.
Because I really ain't going over there to that nigga
the Who info, skip that.
So
yams in West Africa.
Just
don't need to get into that.
I was over there, and
man, y'all should see how many books it is right now. I'm looking at it. There's a whole lot of them.
Me going over there arguing with the nigga and shit like
tons of them.
Name in his mouth.
The rise of transatlantic slave trade. Skip that.
Everybody having a good day.
The heart of the Ngani.
Like I say, I may go live a little bit later on.
Don't need anything from the Congo.
And niggas can chop it up on something if ain't nothing really going on tonight.
He said Igbo, right?
Up out there one.
So that's what we're gonna deal with.